this side. Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can. I can hear you.
Wonderful. Thanks for your patience. All
Uh,
right. Want to roll?
yeah, sure. We can.
Okay, great. Let's start with introductions. Please introduce yourself to our audience.
Okay. So my name is Prince Moke Adiaba. A Ghanaian. I'm a business strategist and a serial entrepreneur. Um, Basically, I do youth mentorships as well, and so I mean, basically, that's more about me.
Great. What does it mean to be a serial entrepreneur, actually?
Okay, so serial entrepreneurship has to do with, I mean, you having to find opportunities, find places or spots that you can actually take up a business. So more like bringing into fruition a business based on opportunity, that kind of stuff there.
Okay, wonderful. Where are you located now?
Oh, I'm in Kumasi, the
Ah,
Ashanti
right.
region.
Okay,
Right.
wonderful. What I wish I knew before 25. That's your topic, correct?
Exactly. It's morning,
So,
so yeah, bring me my
so how,
coffee.
how old are you now?
Well, that's an
Sorry.
interesting question.
I'm very praised to shock.
But yes, I think at least I'm older now, and so I mean, I'm too in that regard. I asked them for information, and they freely gave me those information. So I am sort of very packed from information from my mentors and other people and all that. So yeah, here we are.
Prince, your internet was breaking a bit. I didn't hear what you were saying.
Oh, can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Okay, so I'm saying that at least I passed the 25.
Okay.
And what I did
Okay.
was what I did was that I actually reached out to mentors and older folks to solicit for information from them so I could consolidate it so that I mean when I'm speaking, I know that okay,
Okay.
these are things that I've gotten from I mean older people as well. So yeah.
Wonderful. Great. So, yeah, you are an entrepreneur. You are also someone very concerned about the community. So let's start with the first principles. If someone is looking up to you right now to want to become like you are more than 25, the person is less than 25.
All right.
Now, what are the lessons that you've learned that you wish you knew before now?
Okay. So first of all, I would say that I mean there's so much you can get from asking. There's so much you can get from asking. So as much as possible, you would want to try and ask. If you need help, just ask. You never know what kind of I mean help you may get. Again, I would say that no work is beneath your level. This thing we normally find it within our spaces as young people. There are certain type of jobs or work that we normally feel like we are above, but hey, no work is beneath your level. Again, I would say that you would want to bet on yourself. You are never going to lose. Bet on yourself. You are never going to lose. Again, I would also let you know that do not always want to blend in. It is way better to stand out in whatever unique way you have than always wanting to blend in. They often say that time reveals and it times makes things better. But I would say that time only makes things better when you have learned properly. So, I mean, if you don't learn, you may actually wait for the time to come. You may be 50, 100, whatever, and still be at the same point if you don't learn. Um, I would also want to let you know the importance of getting a skill. I mean, normally we go to school and all we do is like we learn a book, and that is it. It is very important for us to get a skill in whatever way possible, whether it's vocational, whether it's, whatever way that you think you can, I mean, you will be able to get a skill. You should do that because you never know what life would throw at you. Again, in skills, I would also reiterate the importance of survival skills. So these are like cooking, how to properly do your own basic stuff. There are quite a lot of, I mean, young men and women who sometimes do not know some of these things. And again, you never know what life will throw at you. So some of these things are very important for us to look out for.
Yeah. Cooking is something I'm so thankful that I know how to do because, yeah, before I have somebody or I got somebody to start cooking for me, if I didn't know how to cook with, you know, what we know as the price of things and always buying food outside, it would have been a mess when I was in school,
Exactly,
you know?
exactly, exactly.
So, yeah, these are important checklists. But somebody will be wondering, do you know how to cook?
Oh yes, I
You know
do
how to
cook
cook.
a lot. My
What type
I
of food do you cook?
Oh, any type of food, I think except our traditional banku, but any type of food, I will be able to cook. My grandfather actually taught me most of those, and then my
Okay,
parents as well. So yes,
that's nice. The other one is survival skills.
yeah.
Like have you seen the movie Leave the World Behind?
Oh, unfortunately, I'm not a movie person, so
Okay,
I
you're not a
haven't
movie
watched
person.
that. Yes, I haven't
I
watched.
like movies a lot.
No.
In the movie Leave the World Behind, it's an interesting movie. Not a good movie in a sense, but quite interesting.
Mhm.
One phrase that I will never forget from that movie, the guy, so the storyline is that there was a power problem.
Okay.
The power grid had a problem.
Hmm.
So the light was shut down in the whole of the city.
Okay.
So this family, the woman got tired of everyday working. So she convinced the husband that they should take a vacation, a weekend vacation of
Okay.
some sort,
Hmm.
and they are going to go to a remote place. This house is not connected to the city in any way.
Okay.
So they will spend the weekend over there.
Hmm.
They wouldn't call anybody in the city. They wouldn't need to deal with the city. Just leave the world behind, that kind of thing.
Ah, okay. I think yes. I may have
Yeah,
watched that movie.
right.
Yes,
Now,
I
the
see.
husband is the one in question that made a phrase, when the crisis started,
Mhm.
and he was like, without my phone, I can't do anything. I'm a useless man, Without my phone, I'm a useless man. And that statement always it rings in my head like a man need to develop some survival skills. If there is no
Exactly.
power, can you put the generator together? If there
Exactly.
is if something is happening, can you even hide under something to protect yourself and protect the family? Yeah, so
Yeah.
you're right.
Yes,
Um,
that is
I
true.
think those are very crucial checklists that you've given to young people.
And oh, let me
But
just add one thing. Just one thing. Now we are seeing AI, but a lot of us, I mean, sometimes it's quite. I find it quite disheartening because a lot of us, we the Gen Zs that we would say, are still not, I mean, actually using the internet to our advantage. We are really not using it to our advantage. And I wish that we would really take it up because see, the AI thing that is in, there's something called prompt engineering. It's a course you can actually take. If you take this, you get to actually master the prompts and how best you can use the AI. I bet you would be on top of the world. You really would be. So I really hope that people of my age and below would want to take advantage of the internet, and most importantly, I mean the AI thing that is in place now.
What's your skill?
What's my skill? As in,
Yeah. Career-wise.
oh yeah, like I told you, I'm a business strategist. So
Right.
I give business strategies to
In
businesses mostly.
practical terms, what does it mean day to day?
Okay, so when you are starting a business or when you are in business, you would have to plan. You would have to take some strategic moves and all those things in order to be able to arrive at profits, get your people right, get all those things right. So what I do
Yeah.
for you and your business is that I give you those strategies. I help you properly. I mean, I listen to your problem. I find solutions for them and help you on how best you would be able to, I mean, handle them with my strategies. So basically, yes.
Right.
In actual sense, you would want to plan. They say if you don't plan, you plan to fail. So
Right.
it's all about planning strategically for your business.
Mm, impressive.
Right.
Yeah, great. Eh, yeah. You're absolutely right. So the AI is another ingredient that folks need to put consideration on. So when young people who you advise, do you get to advise people, the younger folks?
Your question is, do I get to advise younger folks?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Yes, I do. I do that a
Yeah.
lot.
So
I,
so when they come to you, is this the checklist you give to them?
yes, mostly. And they ask are more if there's time, right? I mean,
Right.
mostly, yes, I give them a lot of these things.
Has anybody said that you helped them?
Yes, a lot, a lot.
Okay.
And the beauty of it is that normally these people sometimes are my peers. So yeah,
Mm,
I really find it quite interesting that I'm able to be doing this with my peers, and they normally keep coming. I mean, they don't really
right.
check age differences and the fact that we are peers. If you need something, I'm glad that I'm one of the first people they would normally want to reach out to and find out if I could help. And that's a win for me.
So where did it come from? Where did your wisdom come from?
Um, there's a lot. I would say
Okay.
a lot comes from asking questions.
Okay.
Sometimes you really need to ask questions. I mean, nobody is an island with their own information and whatever. So if you find something and you want to learn more about it, you would want to ask questions. By asking questions, you ask the right questions. Again,
Okay.
I speak more on finding mentorship
Right.
and mingling with, I mean, the you would have to actually decide the type of circle you would want. So normally the conversations and all those things you would have with people are some of the places that you could actually get a lot of knowledge from. Like I said
Right.
earlier, there's a lot you can get from simply asking.
When was the first time that you realized that you ask more questions than your peers?
Uh, from school, I've always been that guy who asks a lot of questions. Sometimes, yeah, I would put now that some of the questions were really irrelevant, but in one way
Mm,
or the other, by doing this at that time,
yeah.
it gave me the confidence that I really needed for, I mean, for whatever I wanted to do, and I think it has been helpful.
Do you know how many questions that adults ask in a day?
I do not know, but I
Mm,
think a few. I think a
mm,
few.
a few. Do you know how many
Yeah.
questions 4-year-old to 10-year-old asks in a day?
A lot of questions, I guess.
Yeah. They say about 300. Adults ask 0.000000000
Really,
one
because
percent.
it's more like you only want to keep things to yourself, and
Uh,
that
four,
is
four,
really not
4 to 6 questions a day. Children ask about 300 questions a day,
exactly
which is interesting.
very
So,
interesting.
why is it that as we begin to sort of grow up, we lose that ability to ask questions?
You know the interesting thing. Um,
Mm,
we normally hear that. I mean, you get finer as you grow in age and all that, but that is something I maybe would debunk because you see, when you grow, my grandfather would always tell you that the human brain, the human
mm,
mind is like an empty CD, an
mm,
empty CD. So everything you learn in life is more like burning something onto the CD. So as you grow, you get to put a lot of things into your mind. Some
mm.
of those normally would get your brain full.
Right,
But when you are young, I mean, there is enough space, there is enough memory for you to learn a lot of things. So I
right.
feel that, I mean, sometimes as we grow, our memories and our spaces gets a lot of, I mean, it gets a chunk of unnecessary experiences and other stuff that will, in a way, hinder us from, I mean,
Sometimes
as
also is about uh what's safe, what's familiar, what's normal, routine. Psychologists have said that routine helps us to, for example, I see you're wearing black
yes,
and if I'm correct, is it a t-shirt or a shirt, a dress
no,
shirt or
it's
t-shirt?
hard.
A dress shirt.
Yeah,
So I can guess that you also have a white shirt that is similar to this. Am
exactly.
I? And
Right,
I can guess that in a week you wear that white shirt at least once in a week.
right,
And then if you wear that white shirt at least once a week, it means you also wear these black shirts at least once a week.
exactly, exactly.
So now I can program my thinking to understand your routine, meaning yeah, you already have a predictable outfit for the week.
Right, right,
Now, changing this becomes a problem in some sense because it's familiar, it's easy, it's
mhm,
comfortable. And
right,
while this helps you to optimize your process, you don't have to think about what to wear because you know already Monday is white,
exactly.
Wednesday is black, and,
Mhm.
and so on and so on. But then the routine at some point it becomes a trap because
Right.
escaping that trap, yeah, escaping that
Mhm.
routine disrupts your, fundamental. So that's also part of the reason why adults don't experience new things, don't experiment, are not curious enough. And that's one of
Exactly.
the reasons we don't ask questions too. But children, yeah, like you said, they have empty canvas, they don't have
Mhm.
routine. All they know is what is bread? Why is
Yes,
it bread? When is it bread? You know?
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Mm. But you seem to have retained your own curiosity. Oh, how did you do that?
Hmm, like I would say, one of the best things you can do when you are young is to explore, is to do a lot of things. Because I mean, I believe that yes, we can ask people for experiences and all that. I again, I'm a design thinking practitioner, a certified one. So I understand empathy. Now, there is more information you can get from doing than asking. So I believe that when you explore, when you learn about things your own way, when a next one or something similar is happening, you are able to properly connect than getting experiences or thoughts from other people. And that is why for me, I usually do a lot of things. My friends sometimes call me sometimes my friends sometimes joke with me or call me Jack of all trades because yes, I do everything. I do business, I do this, I do that, and all that. And it's sometimes really interesting to do.
Mm. That's
Yes.
interesting. Okay. Speak more words. What else do you want to tell me?
Okay. So these words are from my mentor that I would want to share. So Here are a few. According to my mentor, Professor Elizabeth, she's a lecturer at K University. Um, she says that make time to think and set life goals. Big goals that will scare you. Having a goal keeps you focused and brings fulfillment. She again says that when you achieve a goal, set another one. And this makes so much sense to me. Now, she also goes on to say that you would want to study and understand personal financial life. It's simple. Just live below your means, save and invest. If something is complicated, be careful before you invest in it. I would again want to say that don't be fooled by the Johnness and the big things that are flashing. Most of it are broke. And be careful with accumulating stuff. This one I got from the richest man in Babylon, the book. Says be careful with accumulating stuff. Buy only what you need. Once you spend money, it's gone and you are left with junk. Learn to be determined to live by your principles because, of course, many will try to get you to compromise. If you are a person of integrity, be consistent. If you fall, get up.
Wonderful. What a way
These
to
already I
close
want
the
to
session. What
say
a way to
again.
close. What a way to close your session. That was quite beautiful phrases and words and advice. Thank you. Thank you,
Right,
Prince.
right. It's been a pleasure. It's been a
Great.
great experience as well. I wish you the best, yeah?
Thank you so much.
All right, bye-bye.
Now we have two guests for this upcoming session. One will be online and one will be on site. Is she on? Ready.
So I need to.
Hello, Keisha.
Which camera am I looking into, or am I just looking at you?
This is the camera, this one. Any key points you want to make? This one.
Okay. I don't know. I'm excited. I think I'm more excited than you. I know you've been doing the work. So it's okay. I have the energy for you.
You look wonderful.
You too. Thank you. I
Welcome.
haven't seen you in so long.
Yeah, you haven't come to see us. Yeah,
I was gone most of this year though.
right.
Back. So
Welcome back.
good reunion.
How are you?
Amazing.
Wonderful.
Wonderful, blessed. All
Yeah.
the good stuff.
That's good.
Yeah.
Okay, let's see. Is she on now? She's off. All right. Let me know when she comes on. No, this is fine.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, great. Ladies and gentlemen, I have my friend and S-fan supporter, Lakeisha Ford.
10 years.
I know.
That was what, 2016, 2015?
I know. It was, the first time we met was it was a networking event that yearly President Obama's Young African Leaders Initiative, they organized. And I was walking and then I saw this lady. She was like walking in the opposite direction. And I shook her hand And she had this presence, and I was like, wow, who's this lady? And she gave me her card, and that is Lakeisha Ford. Please introduce yourself to the audience.
Hi, everyone. Good morning. I'm Lakeisha Marie Ford. I'm the founder of Ford Communications, which is a PR agency based in Ghana. I'm also the founder of Wood and Water, which is a platform that connects the future of Africa and the Caribbean through trade, investment, and pop culture. And I'm also the vice president of the Ghana Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, where we are working to facilitate trade between Ghana and Jamaica. So that's what I do. Who I am, I'm a woman of God and just grateful to be here, Jamaican American. I've been living in Ghana for 10 years, working and doing business under Ford. But I've been coming to Ghana for the past 15 years. What is that? Yeah, a long time ago when I was younger. We study abroad. So that's a bit about me.
Wonderful. Okay, so I have Esther now. Esther, how are you?
I'm fine. Thank you for having me, Chris.
It's a pleasure. Please
You're doing
introduce
an
yourself to the audience.
Okay. Hello, everyone. Thank you so much. My name is Esther Edichumwa. I am a mother of three and a wife, of course. I am the producer and host of The Entrepreneur on Alpha TV. I'm an entrepreneur. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you. Keisha, congratulations. I didn't know you're vice president now.
Yeah,
Wonderful.
thank you. I got my appointment last year and we
Okay.
launched in December.
Right.
It's a fairly new venture, but we
Right.
just started the Chamber of Commerce.
Tell me more.
Yeah, so the Ghana Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is in place to really mobilize trade. A lot of times we talk about the connection between Ghana and Jamaica. We center our history and culture, but very seldomly do we talk about how we're connected financially.
Right.
And the economic relations that we have between each other. It's a desire.
Right.
But in practice, there's not really much activity there. So the Chamber of Commerce is the space where businesses and investors can come together and actually do business.
Right.
The chamber itself is in place to increase access for the different players and relevant stakeholders to connect, of course. And there's a lot of work that needs to be done there because we don't have a straight flight or logistic points that are secured and in place. So that's some of the work we're doing. And then the last aspect is trade. Of course, that's one of the oldest ways of countries and peoples connecting, people connecting is through trade. So identifying the business opportunities and actual lucrative and profitable business opportunities. This is some of the work that the organization is doing, but the space is there for different businesses to be a part of it, for them to participate.
That's impressive. Because I was in one of the meetings where the trade agreement was signed. I think it was last year. Yeah. So now what's the overall goal for this year? Are you to mobilize intra-Africa trade that also translates to your side of the continent?
Right. So the African Continental Free Trade Agreement is about intra-Africa trade.
Yeah.
And interestingly enough, as much as it's about the trading of goods and services between African nations, there is provision there that talks about connecting with the Caribbean as a region.
Right.
But I think we are very far from the practice of it. We're more so on the theory side, developing the policies and shaping the vision of what that could look like. We already have a lot going on in terms of Africa and getting that up off of the ground.
Right.
So I think AFTA is primarily focused on Africa with a vision to eventually connect with the Caribbean, but institutions such as the Afri-Exim Bank,
Right.
for example, they have shifted from theory to practice, where they have agreements in place and they have conferences that connect with the Caribbean Import-Export Bank.
Right.
So there's some mobilization there in terms of the connection between African institutions that want to trade with the Caribbean.
Right.
Now, in terms of the Ghana Jamaica Chamber of Commerce, we are very much in the beginning, where again, we're identifying the opportunities. So we've done some delegation visits to Jamaica, where we've talked with different stakeholders, so other chambers of commerce, speaking to different industries, agriculture, tech, banking, cybersecurity, the list goes on,
Right.
to really see where the gaps are so that we can synthesize those opportunities and make it easier. It's a far distance, but the chamber's in place to limit that.
Yeah, I understand the first direct flight from Africa to the Caribbean was launched, was it last year?
I think that was a year or two ago. And it was done by somebody from Nigeria.
Yeah.
Yes. And they did a great job and accomplished it. I think the lady has literature around it. She has a book. They did it, but of course we need to work on economies of scale, right? You have one of something, it's going to be quite expensive and limited to who can have access to it. But the work is about increasing the traffic.
Right.
There's an organization called Malaika Air.
Okay.
They are an up and coming airline that is specifically looking to create flights between Ghana and Jamaica, Ghana and different Caribbean countries.
Right.
Yeah.
Quite impressive. Esther.
Hi, Chris.
Hi. So tell us, you host entrepreneurial shows. Do you think the Ghana Jamaica Corporation Chamber of Commerce and cooperation agreement is a welcome development?
Yes, very much welcomed, because like she rightly said, AFTA is here to put African traders together, create a common platform where we have a common goal and mutual benefits for every participating African country. So it is very much needed, especially now that all these talks are going on. And I'm very glad to hear all this, yes.
Yeah, and you are also very much inspired to talk about business resilience, correct?
Exactly.
How did that get started? When did you find out that your passion is in, talking to businesses, how to do business?
Thank you so much, Chris, for having me. Before I start everything, I want to say that you're doing a great job. I mean, I've been watching and the energy keeps going on, and you've shared a great deal of information out there. And I know that everyone who has followed through by now is embraced with a lot of knowledge to help them, both entrepreneurial and then the corporate world as well.
Thank you.
So I would love to use my personal story to share what I mean by building resilience in entrepreneurship. So you see, a few years ago, like many other entrepreneurs, I was working corporately and I decided to branch into entrepreneurship. So I was full of passion, armed with a business plan, and ready to make my mark in the world of entrepreneurship. I had dreams that kept me awake at night. I had ambitions that seemed boundless. I was ready to build my own legacy. And, it was a time that I had my third son, who I delivered through CS like the previous two. So I was exhausted and so tired. I mean, of the demands at home, having 3 kids, and then being the operations manager of my then employer. It was very demanding. So I wanted to cool off. And unfortunately, I chose the path of entrepreneurship, thinking it was all going to be rosy for me. But as you know, being an entrepreneur yourself, entrepreneurship is not how sometimes we envision it to be like, okay, you have your own time and you have the time to do anything you want to know. So I learned my business with enthusiasm, thinking I had everything under control because I had gone through some business coaching in entrepreneurship. But as it happens with many ventures, things didn't go according to plan at all. In fact, I faced obstacles I had never anticipated. I had cash flow issues, I had wrong investment issues, I had market fluctuation issues, I had struggles to attract the right customer. And day after day, I worked tirelessly with my new baby, you know, trying to adjust my strategies, refining my products and services, just to see whether I can find formula for success. But despite my efforts, my business eventually failed. And this failure also meant that I lost about 80% of my lifetime saving, which I had done during my days in corporate. The failure and the disappointment was very overwhelming. The dream that once filled me, with full of hope now was like a burden. Why did I quit my job, to start this? Maybe I should have just stayed there. So I questioned myself. I was trying to find ways of, getting back on my feet. And amid that darkness, when I had lost everything, and no one seems to be there to share my pain with, because entrepreneurs, most of the time, we feel alone, I found something I had never expected: resilience. So in my own words, which most entrepreneurs will bear with me, resilience in its simple terms is the ability to bounce back from adversity. It is the determination to rise again, even when the weight of failure presses you down. Okay, so resilient doesn't mean, okay, you're ignoring the pain or pretending everything is okay, I didn't feel it. No, it's not like that. It means acknowledging the hurts. I mean, I lost a chunk of money. My savings was gone. You acknowledge that you are hurt. You accept the loss, but then you choose to move forward regardless. That is resilience. Choosing to move forward regardless of the pains, the hurts, the losses that you're going through as an entrepreneur. So it is that voice within you that says that, hey, that is not the end of the story. You can begin something again. So resilience to me became the turning point between giving up and finding new path. And I believe that it can be so to anyone that is listening to this conversation today.
Wonderful. Isha, you've also been an entrepreneur for many years, and you've remade yourself in different versions. Let's start from the beginning. You came to Africa on a project, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah. So tell us about that.
So thank you so much for sharing that. And I'm, really honored to sit with you and hear about your resilience, and it's inspiring, even as I answer this question. So my introduction to Ghana was through study abroad, but what kept me here was my desire to want to solve a problem of the disconnect of the narrative and the disconnect of the stories of innovation happening on the ground here in Ghana. That's not what we were hearing in the States. That is not what we were hearing in the Western media. So I had the idea to want to connect and essentially put out a wholesome narrative about what's happening on the African continent, which is why I chose public relations to do that work. My work first started in customer service, where I was solving the problem of, lower customer service here in Ghana. I wanted to fix that, remedy that. So I started with that, but then there was also the desire to create a more wholesome narrative of what's happening here. So Ford Communication primarily was in place to achieve that and support businesses with getting their stories out there. So I'm doing that labor of love, and I've been doing that for some time, actually. It focused more on Ghana, and then it expanded to international brands that want to come into Ghana.
Mhm.
And for me, that was me playing to my strengths because I'm from other places. I'm from Jamaica, I'm from America, and there were businesses and people that wanted to come in. So the idea is that Ford was in place to receive people
Right.
and support them with connecting with their audiences here. And by virtue of going to school in Ghana and being here for some time, I've been exposed to different segments of the market, different parts of the markets, and talking to different people from all walks of life and understanding how they think or maybe what pushes them. All of those things were insights for me, which informed how I would consult in supporting people with connecting with their audiences.
Yeah.
Fast forward, you don't leave yourself behind, your whole person everywhere you go. So as a Jamaican, I mean, can we really be anywhere and not have some type of entertainment or some type of, we have to bring our culture, have to nice up the place. So I saw that there was an affinity for the Jamaican culture here, but not enough spaces that would celebrate that in a way that was authentic to the Jamaican culture. So I started a platform where we started doing parties. It was like Ghana meets Jamaica, that type of, vibe. And I did that for about 3-ish years, about 3.5 years, and then transitioned the idea from just a party to now looking at our culture connection, our historical connection, and expanding it to our economic connection.
Right.
And this is where I started Wood and Water. Wood and Water is a platform that looks at connecting the futures of the two places. But I'm actually going to back up because we're talking about resilience, right?
Yeah.
So the way I got from that party to the platform, I had my former business partner actually registered the trademark in another country and left my name off of it. I had worked so hard in Ghana and, built the brand here, like literally built it and came up with the name and developed it. And just to have my partner omit me from ownership, that was an end for me. And I didn't know essentially, what that would mean for continuing this work of collaborating and connecting the two regions. But in the spirit of resilience, I knew the work still needed to be done. And thankfully, when you practice something for years, when you really build something, if anyone tries to take it, you can build it again.
Yeah.
Right? So Wood and Water, I was able to do that because I've had years of experience working in that area, even though it wasn't necessarily my bread and butter, which was sport communications, but I had been working with the industries and the industries knew me. So I was able to overcome that and actually supersede anything that I had been doing.
The Wood and Water now.
Yeah, exactly. I was able to supersede anything that I had done the years before.
How did you get your ownership back?
Well, I fought, but I decided to divert my attention and resources into my new project.
Right.
So I left it.
Okay.
Right. So I fought for that. I actually did because it's something that I built, but then you have to know how to choose your battles as an entrepreneur. And you have to know how to allocate your resources because they're limited.
Yeah.
Right. So that's been one of my, and it's not even that old of a story. It's very much a part of, my present. So Wood and Water was birthed out of resilience and not a selfish ambition, but the idea that the vision still needed to be accomplished. And we're still on that journey. Of course, that was devastating for me you know, in terms of dealing with that and not ever having to deal with that before. But what it did was it sharpened me. I mean, wow, you know, like I had never done that before or experienced that type of betrayal, but it really made me into a more shrewd businesswoman. And I'm actually grateful it happened.
Fine.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. You know, so here we are today. And actually, I got my appointment to the Ghana Jamaica Chamber of Commerce because of the work I did with what I wanted to. Yeah. So, you know, when you're, I guess, focused and you work with integrity, you go from strength to strength. Yes, you might lose some battles, but if you have your vision, you know that you'll win that war.
Yeah, absolutely. So, backtracking a little bit,
Yes.
when did you know you would establish Ford Communications?
Yes. So Ford actually came to me in a dream.
Okay.
I was at the end of my research. So that's probably the project you were talking about. So I was awarded a fellowship to do research here in Ghana, looking at the impact of Chinese trade, focusing on telecommunications and mining.
Who were you doing the project for?
Right. So that was under the US State Department.
Right.
Right. So they have these different fellowships. Sometimes they're research focused, sometimes they're language focused. So my fellowship was called the Bourne Fellowship.
Yeah.
So I'm actually a Bourne Fellow. So I came under the Bourne Fellowship to do my research and did my research. And at the end of my research, you know, of course, it was time to figure out how I was going to do my service. So the idea was that I would support people, as in people from America that would want to come and do their business here. I would support them.
Right.
The different institutions, educational institutions, which I did. But what happened was I had a dream, and the dream was like, I just remember the words connecting Ghana and the world.
Right.
Dismantling the misconception about Africa.
Right.
Communications. These are just some of the words that came to my dream. So that was really it. This thing needed to happen. So
that's impressive. But I'm curious, you know, because I've known you for a while and I've always wondered how easy was it for you to set up shop and run the business over the period of your stay in Ghana before you started adding all these other ones?
Right. Adding all of these other ones. Yeah, so it was not easy actually. Being an American, you know, we'll call it expat when people from outside come and move to Ghana or Nigeria, but you're an immigrant.
Yeah.
So the truth is you don't have you need certain documents in order to navigate spaces, to open bank accounts. If not, you'll have to go into partnership. So I had to find Ghanaian partners, which I did. I was blessed and really privileged to have some really great people support me. So I got Ghanaian partners and started the business. It was not easy, but I was able to get it done. So that was like the more policy logistics side, the actual doing the business. Because I had a network, the network was very helpful. People knew me. And actually, I was doing that work for free for some time. I would just support people.
Yeah.
Just support them, write, send it to my media contacts, and come to their events, write, send it to the media contacts. And then someone was like, oh, can you, would you be able to support us? We'll pay you. And then that started happening multiple times. And I was like, okay, maybe this could be a thing. So it showed me that there was demand. And that's one thing that I would say to entrepreneurs, like just in hindsight, when you're thinking about starting a business, demand led is always better than supply led.
Right.
So if you can look in the market, or if you're in a market and you see that there's a demand or an opportunity to close the gap on a thing, that would, be the direction that you should look in. But if you just have an idea and you don't know if there's a demand, just pause. Yeah, so that's how that happened.
That's impressive. So Esther, you have lots of stories of businesses that have also been to your show. When you listen to those stories, what did they remind you of?
Most of them reminded me of the days when I was crying my eyes out because I had lost everything that I had invested. But I also see resilience because doing business in the economy like that of Ghana, without resilience, you cannot survive. And I see most of these businesses doing things outside of the ordinary. I see them putting in much more efforts, doubling up different positions. As an entrepreneur, you become your own market manager, you become the manager, you become the salesperson, you become everything the business needs. And I see most of these businesses who are making it out there, putting in the extra effort. And that is what I actually wanted out there. Because when I was looking for solutions, why I failed, I realized that about 9 out of 10 businesses that springs up fail in the first 5 years of operation. But the 10% that makes it are actually the backbone for global economic development. So I was like, okay, so what is the special thing that these 10% are doing? What can we learn from them so that those who are failing, which the number was great, can pick a thing or two from their strategies and the lessons, which is helping them succeed. So interviewing most of these successful entrepreneurs, you see that yes, failure is part of the deal, but once failure comes in, you don't have to give up. You have to either pivot or find creative and innovative ways to come back, either to do the same business or do something that is still within the field that you find yourself. I see most of these stories telling us that the only way to make it is if you don't give up, if you don't forget the why, the purpose behind why you started the business in the first place. You should be able to let that be the fuel that will keep you going, no matter how you are battered by the economy, by the ever-changing scenes of the business world, and all the influx of importation, economy, inflations, and a whole lot that is fighting entrepreneurship, especially in the part of the world that we come from. So I see that resilience is very key, and it's like one key thing that is in most of the businesses that I have interviewed so far. Without it, I can now boldly say that you can't survive as an entrepreneur. It is the key to be able to thrive, and almost every successful entrepreneur will tell you, I got to my breaking point, but I chose to continue.
Yeah, go ahead.
Esther, you just have the best transition. I mean, wow. Speaking about breaking point and resilience, what I want to say is, what is also resilient is rest. Rest is important.
I'm not being resilient not right now because I did rest.
After you make history, you're in the process of making history.
Right.
So we understand. But there's resilience in rest. And that is one thing that I also had to learn. My speech today was about being the first in your family to be an entrepreneur, trailblazer, which, sounds, there's a novelty to it, but the struggle of it is that you have very little mentorship, or the idea is that there's not that many people that went before you. So a lot of my lessons, I had to hit up into walls to learn. And that's one of the lessons, was that, you need to rest. You need to take time. You have to take a step back. My transition from, my first brand to Wood and Water there was no rest, actually. I went straight, I had all the vim, all the fire, and I went until my body started to tell me like, hey, we need some time. So this year, actually, I took a sabbatical year where I took a step back. All projects are still going, but I had to put a pause on things because as we know, all organizations are a reflection of the organism. All organizations are a reflection of the person that's running it or the people that are working in it. And if the person is not okay, then it's very difficult to, run your business in an optimal way. So that's just something that I wanted to share. And that's a real-time update. I'm on sabbatical. So everything is still there, but, slower progress in the name of resting because of resilience, because the vision is still there, because the work still needs to be done. However, I have to be, my cup has to be full for me to be able to
Exactly.
show up in an optimal way.
Yeah. So much wisdom in what you both are saying. Now let's go into the next dimension of the conversation. You have lived in Ghana for a while now. I think you're almost Ghanaian. Should I say so? Honorary Ghanaian, absolutely, yeah. So in terms of the cultural differences and of course cultural gains, where do you see alignment and where do you see things that could be better?
Yeah, so for sure, as we know, Ghana is the gateway to Africa. People like to argue what country it is, but I'll definitely say Ghana is the gateway, and not just because of its geographical location, but because of the temperament of the people. There's a certain peace that you will have the privilege of experiencing here if you do business or if you come here for tourist reasons. And I think that's a great way as a diasporan or someone who's not from the country. That's a great way to experience Africa, in like a softer landing. So that's awesome in terms of alignment, right? That works. Where we may have opportunities for improvement, there's so many, and just like all countries, but I'd probably just maybe say our execution of, going from theory to practice in terms of our policies.
Yeah.
I think we have, first of all, this continent's filled with brilliant minds. I mean, I don't even say that because I'm here. It's just true. Yeah. It's one of the things that inspired me to be here. A lot of times people think that I was running from America because of the madness that was happening there years ago. And I always correct people. I said, no, it's the innovation and awesomeness that I saw on the African continent and in Ghana that made me want to stay. But getting back to what I'm saying, going from theory to practice, we have great minds, great ideas, great institutions, great policies. However, what does that look like in practice? I think, as a nation and as nations, speaking as someone who is also from Jamaica, our countries are like, 60 years old, 60 plus years old. Ghana is the oldest, right? In terms of Commonwealth countries that have gotten their independence. We're still young. So I take that into consideration, but we have a very unique opportunity to leapfrog.
Yeah.
In certain areas. So I think that's an area or an area of opportunity for the country. Right. Yeah.
And excuse me, what better way to start that exchange of ideas and potentially resources than through this office that you are vice president in? Yeah.
Yeah, so that's a microcosm of the example of going from theory to practice. All of this stuff was really just an idea.
Right.
Wood and water, the parties, just an idea. But taking things from ideation to execution is so important. And, you know, that's what the Ghana Jamaica Chamber of Commerce is about. That's what Wood and Water as a platform is about.
Right.
Um,
So what would you want your legacy to be in Ghana?
wow, you know, honestly, I don't know if my legacy has jurisdiction to any nation.
Okay.
No,
But you live here.
yeah, I do live here, but my legacy is global and generational. Yeah.
Okay.
My thinking is more so like eternity. Like when I'm gone, the generations, 5 generations, 6 generations after me, what would they benefit from me being here during this small amount of time? And what I want maybe to be known for, or not even known, I don't care about being known, but what I would love to see is that we have reestablished the connection between the stateless nation of Black people. We have reestablished the connection, and we have created those avenues for us to really speak to each other and center our priorities first.
Right.
So whether that means we have trading lines, shipping companies, freight businesses, airlines, developer communities in the Caribbean that are coding and providing support to businesses in Africa, or training Ghanaian businesses on customer service because Jamaica is great with tourism, or if we're taking our cybersecurity professionals from Ghana and Africa and bringing them into the Caribbean because we're awesome with that over here. You know, really trading because our priorities are in the middle.
Right.
And we get to develop ourselves and build ourselves and solve our own problems and offer our solutions to each other. So that's one of the legacies I would like to leave. Whether I'm known for it or not, I'm fine. But that's what I would like to see.
I like your thinking. And I wish you the very best as you execute in those big ideas and big ambitions. Esther, so
Yes.
I suppose there are many young entrepreneurs that are reaching out to you to ask you questions and seek information and guidance from you. What do you tell them usually?
Okay, so some of the few things I love to talk about is that entrepreneurship is not only about those who feel they were born with it. Okay, if you have a passion in it, you can learn and become better. Even if you are born with traits of entrepreneurship, you need training to be better. The reason is that whatever you are doing, there's definitely somebody who has walked the path you now seek to chart. You don't have to reinvent the wheel. You have to go to people who are doing what you inspire or you aspire to be or to do, to be able to succeed. Because there are certain mistakes that are avoidable. There are certain mistakes that you don't have to repeat them because somebody has already gone through it, and it becomes your advantage if only you open up. So once you decide to be in the entrepreneurial landscape, find people who are, you know, in the same field you would love to be. Learn from them. The reason why you need to learn from them is that when you are afar, okay, the picture looks very beautiful. You have a beautiful idea, and it looks like the moment you jump on the market, everybody is going to, you know, hail you and jump on your solution. But most of the time, that is not what happens. There are roadblocks, there are pitfalls, there are smooth road. the best way to get to where you want to go is when you have the direction, and the direction is with those who have walked the path you seek to be. Seek training, get mentors, be in entrepreneurial, meetings or entrepreneurial groups where like-minded people can throw more light into your idea. Sometimes when you meet people and you discuss your idea, you realize that you have the opportunity to even refine the idea and make it better than you had it before. And that way your success is ensured. Make sure that whatever you want to achieve, you have at least 50% of how you want things to be. You should be able to envision and see how or where you want to go. If you don't, and you think that, okay, I want to keep my idea to myself because when I open up, somebody may steal my idea, my sister, my brother, ideas, they work. The day you have it, another person has it. If you decide to sit on it, you will never grow. You need to open up, but of course, open up to people, bigger minds that are bigger than yours. You cannot disguise big ideas with small minds. So look for people in the ecosystem who are doing well in the area you want to be. Trust me, whatever you think you know, they've been there. They've been there. They will help you. There are many people who are willing to pour themselves out to those who are coming. So seek knowledge, seek inspiration, learn from people's stories, grow every day. Entrepreneurship is not rosy, or it's not like heels, walking in high heels and all that. It comes with tough work. When it gets there, keep pushing, because the people you're seeing and you're admiring, they've been through all those places and they are still moving. So if you arm yourself that growth is part of the journey, hardship, challenges is part of the journey, but as you grow every day, you get better. If you hit a roadblock, ask people around, what do you think made me fail? If people reject you, okay, thank you, sir, you rejected my product. Why did you reject it? Can you let me know something about it so that I can get better? Learn every day, seek feedbacks, and then employ those feedbacks into whatever you are doing and get better. And I tell you, entrepreneurship is going to be very beautiful for you if you seek knowledge
Wonderful.
and direction.
Esther, the TV host. Thank you very much. Thank you, Esther.
Thank you.
Thank you, Keisha.
Thank you so
I
much.
appreciate your time. Yeah.
Very proud of you. Congratulations.
Thank you.
You're doing it. You're gonna do it, but you're doing it.
Yep.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah, Chris.
All right. So we're going to Ivory Coast. Thank you, Esther. My prof.
Good morning, Chris. How are you?
I'm great. Better than yesterday. How are you?
I'm doing good. You're
Are
really
you in
pushing
Ivory
hard.
Coast? I
Yes, I
know.
am.
I have to.
Yeah.
Okay. You're back from the US.
Yes, I am.
Okay, wonderful. Tell me, before we get into your session, tell me about the International Visitors Program that you went for.
Yeah, I mean, basically, it's the very first exchange program from the US. I think before the whole Yali and all of that. Yeah, that was the very first, initiated by the government, the US government. And
Right.
unlike any other programs where you apply for it, this one you don't apply for it. So agencies in the like US agencies in the country where you work or where you live will contact you and then tell you that they've nominated you for something. And you might not even know. For me, they did not tell me what it was. So they just told me to fill a form. And then a couple of months later, they told me my nomination was approved by the office in Washington, D.C., and they gave me more details. So that's how it works, basically. So they nominate you for it. Yeah.
Right. How was the experience?
It was wonderful. In my case, I think we were about 17 from 17 different countries. So
Right.
the topic on which I was going was on technology, innovation, and entrepreneurship. And
Right.
it was pretty much broad. There were people who were like both in academia and in entrepreneurship and industry, I would say, and some that
Mhm.
were only on industry or working in industry. And when you talk of technology, it can apply in different sectors. So it was a very good blend of people with different expertise coming from Europe, Latin America, Africa. Yeah, it was very beautiful.
Yeah, that's impressive. Okay, so for those who might not know you, would you mind to introduce yourself?
My name is Ingrid Epizan. I'm a passionate advocate for sustainable agriculture. My very initial background is a telecommunication engineer, and
Mhm.
but now I'm working mostly in agriculture. So I would say I'm a passionate advocate for sustainable agriculture, women empowerment, and innovation in agribusiness across Africa. So, like I
Yeah.
said, I have a background in telecommunication engineering, but also in management science and engineering, and an extensive experience in agribusiness incubation. And my work revolves around empowering youth and women through agriculture technology adoption, business
Mm.
incubation, and promoting the circular economy. Yeah. So I think that's pretty much it.
Impressive. So we met in 2016, 17.
Yes, yes.
Right. A lot has happened since then, eh?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. A lot has happened since there.
Tell
It's
me about it.
always well, when we met, I think I was completing or yeah, I was graduating from Ghana Technology University.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, and then we were starting. I mean, I had a co-founder and a partner, and we were starting our business in Ghana.
Right.
The business is still there though. It is an IT company, so we mostly provide ERP softwares, so enterprise resource planning
Mm.
softwares, and yeah, that company is also doing very well now.
Mm. That's impressive.
Yeah.
So the co-founder manages it now.
Oh yeah. I'm not involved as I
Mm.
used to because I went to school and along the line
Yeah.
I also started, the business in Cote d'Ivoire. So a lot of things has happened, but
Yeah.
I'll say by God's grace we are forward.
Right. Back to agribusiness. Have you heard about this
Yes.
GMO thing?
Oh yeah, I think that's and for someone like me who has lived in China,
Mm.
that's something that I'm quite, I wouldn't say familiar with, but yeah.
Mm.
And I would say that anything without proper regulation is meant to be harmful.
Mm.
So I'm not like against it per se. Yes, so let me
Mm.
position myself. I'm not against
Okay.
it per se, but I would say that there is need to really regulate the whole thing.
Why aren't you against it?
Um, there was need for it at some points. Um, when I say against it, it is just that in every technology and every innovation, there will be quack, there will be issues, but it's all about seeing what does not work and how we can make it better, rather than saying it is bad or it is good. So
Right.
that's the reason why I'm putting myself, in between. I don't want to say it is bad or it is good.
Mm. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So sustainable agriculture is your main thrust now. So how do we achieve that if we flood the market with genetically modified food? How do
You
we
say what you are doing, don't put that into my mouth. I didn't say no, I did not say that. No, no, of course. When we talk of sustainable agriculture, we are not even looking at only the produce. We are looking at the whole value chain, you know. Um,
Okay.
and that's the reason why I like to use the word agribusiness and not necessarily agriculture per se, because agribusiness is rather referring to the whole value chain. So, what are the kind of businesses that can be, you know, let's say that can be produced or whatever along the value chain. And yeah, sustainable agriculture, it's all about good practices,
Yeah.
making sure that in as much as we are making money from the agriculture sector, we also respect of the environment,
Yeah.
and that whatever we are doing does not harm people in the long run. So it's not just about making the money from it right now, but by
Mm-hmm.
so doing, the people in the future generation, would they also be able to make money from it, or would they have it? Yeah. So there is, and that's where topic, or let's say issues of circular economy comes in. Oftentimes when we talk of circular economy, we're only looking at the recycling part and all of that. But
Yeah.
circular economy in sector like agriculture, we are rather looking at the good practices, making sure that we are not using pesticides that will harm, you know, the soil in the long run, or you know, we are not maybe burning the ground. We are talking
Mm.
about good practices, agricultural practices, but also recycling the waste. So turning the agricultural waste into some other produce. Like I'm currently working on a project with a group in Cote d'Ivoire whereby we are turning like cassava peel and waste into, like, mixing with other things. We are turning that into animal feeds.
Mm.
So and then it could be like biogas. There are so many things that can be made from that, you know, the waste, the agriculture waste. So
Mm.
sustainability is something that, like, sustainable development is something that we are really pushing for. And
Yeah.
yeah.
Let's go back to the previous topic because um, technology has, helped, and technology is also central in agriculture right now, which is a good thing in some sense. Now, I understand there's there are seedlings that when you okay, so let me ask you a direct question. Do you think it's a good idea to have seedlings that can only yield once, and if you need to replant, you have to buy from the dealer again? So meaning if you buy the orange seed and it grows, it can grow again until you buy from the dealer again. And you can buy single yield, you can
Okay.
buy 10-fold yield, and the dealer controls how much yield you can get from that orange. Do you think that's a good idea?
I mean, it's all about where you stand from. If you are talking, I mean, from the dealer point of view, that's a very good deal because he's making money from it and he's controlling the market. Yeah.
Mm,
So I would say that no, not really, because that's not how it used to be.
mm,
And this is happening because we are really trying to go against, or let's say do better than what is naturally done and control nature. And you will get to a
mm.
point whereby we're not even able to, like you like you said, you have some
Yeah,
orange seedling, and then after you get the orange, you realize that there's nothing inside, so you can't even plant it back.
yeah,
And that's to me, that's not the way to go. But in terms of, it depends on the environment in which you are. And ultimately, if you really want to control your production, and because that's also one thing that we are not doing very well in Africa, in most African countries, people are producing, they are doing farming without necessarily knowing, or let's say controlling the yield and all of that. So you realize that somebody is maybe working off, and he's doing very little compared to somebody who is maybe in another country in the West where the whole process is much more controlled. So not necessarily, I wouldn't necessarily say yes and no. I'm always like in between, but I would say that there is good and bad in every situation.
Mm.
And there is a market for everyone. So you realize that there is still market for, and that's what happened when you go to the West. There's always, they always promote organic food, organic this, organic that. So you realize that there's a market for it, but then it will be more expensive because, of course, when you are dealing, or let's say when you want to afford those kind of fruits that have not been, or food, or plants that have not been quote unquote modified or much more altered, it's
Mm.
more expensive because of the work that goes into it to make it happen. Yeah.
One of the reasons I'm asking you this question is because now you are in your own right an emerging global leader, young leader,
Mm-hmm.
and your passion is in your passion and your work is in agriculture, technology, circular economy, and sustainable development. And so we are the ones that would play a crucial role in, you know, in the next phase of development in our various countries, because sometimes we young people think there are other people selected from somewhere, wherever that is, that are doing something about these issues. And so we don't get involved in the conversation until maybe it's too late. You know, there ought to be, or there is supposed to be, with the way things are going right now, there is supposed to be a concerted and conscious effort by different African governments to protect our original seedlings and the agricultural systems. And so these questions are just thoughts that, as we discuss them, it prompts us to look closer and scrutinize the documents that we receive and ask questions in meetings to ensure that we still have, control over the processes of how our food is cultivated, distributed, processed, stored, and disseminated. Because we understand it, everybody knows it. If you have enough data, you can manage how food is created or produced. If you have enough data, you can control who eats
Mm-hmm.
what. If you have enough
Yeah.
data, you can control when and what. So yeah, for someone like you that work in this at the center of this, this subject, um, I really want you to, think about this beyond our conversation. I know this wasn't what you were expecting me to be asking you. And I'll ask you the nice questions. Don't worry, I'll ask you the nice questions. But we are both
Okay.
global leaders, and we have platforms. So
Mm-hmm.
I felt it would be a big opportunity for us to start with this side of the conversation. That said, now
Yes.
let's go to the exciting ones. Yeah. So you came back from Yali and you did some big programs, and now you're a big madam in your country. That must have been exciting, right?
Um, well, I mean, I came back from IBLP, so
Yeah.
totally. But um, yeah, it is. But it comes with a lot of pressure as well.
Right.
I would say that in my case specifically, like I said, since it's even like me going for this fellowship was because I was already doing a lot of things and then I was already working with them. So there was no significant per se, changes other than the
Yeah.
fact that by going there, I had a chance to establish partnership over there and also promote on bigger platform what we are doing
Yeah.
and expand our network. So
Right.
that was pretty much it. So it's all about expanding our network. And like you also mentioned, I think I will just go a little bit, take into account what you just said. It's very important to go, and when you go places, like you said, as global leaders, as young leaders, to make sure that our voice amount for something, because we have the platform to do something. So in my case specifically, besides being an entrepreneur working for myself, I'm also working for other people, consulting with the government, with the ministries of youth and employment, doing some things with FAO, So um, yeah, it's quite exciting, but it comes with a lot of pressure because of course people are looking at what you say. And that's the reason why I'm always
Yeah.
saying I'm in between. I'm in between. There are things that I
Yeah.
wouldn't
Yeah.
drastically say yes or no because I don't know. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, I totally understand. Totally
Mhm.
understand. Um, so I believe there are so many people that would have benefited from your work. What are the success stories that when you remember them, it gives you joy to continue doing the work you do?
I believe the most exciting stories and most fulfilling stories are the ones that I have in rural communities. We do a lot of work with people who I would say are literate. We work with young people, youth. We work with a couple of high schools and all of that. But it's not the same feeling when you go to the villages, you go to the rural communities, and you are able to make them, those things you can see it, and especially when you're working with women. So recently, or let's say this, throughout this year, we had like a 6 month project, or let's say incubation program, whereby we work with about 50 women. We organize them into two agricultural cooperatives. We gave them some funding, and we could see how they were able to use the funding to increase their productivity, to also process some of the product that they were like not only farm but also turn or process the agriculture yield into other produce before sending it to the market. And that was like extra cash for them. Also showing
Yeah.
them that okay, the waste, like I said, like I think they were also doing cassava even. So like for that one, they could do acheke, like which is like a very staple food, was one of the most common staple food in Cote d'Ivoire. So doing that and then selling it. And for the waste, we use it. We connected them with some people who were into some piggeries, and then they sold the waste, the peels to those people. So they had like multiple income streams. In September, that was the period for the academic year, and we went there, we saw when the kids were going to school, their kids were going to school and all the things that came with it, and they were so happy and so exciting. And it's really fulfilling. Those things, it's not like a lot of money that you are giving to them, but you could see how that really impacts their life, compared to maybe people when we do a lot of workshops, we work with people who are somehow already well learned, but when you move back community, the rural community, it's definitely something else.
Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's impressive. So what's on your radar? What's next?
Um, a lot.
Yeah, tell us about them.
We are. I mean, we are always trying to push for more partnership because how we even go about our business model is such that we are not really making a lot of money from the people that we are supporting, and that's not really the goal. So we rather make money from some other project that we are working on, like some market research, some collaboration with some international organizations on some bigger projects. But that's pretty much what we are working on. We have a couple of partners from China that we are still in discussion, especially when it comes to the machineries, because we support people with machineries and agriculture equipment. And
Right.
the truth is that most of them are being manufactured there. So we are pushing and somehow finalizing the partnership now. And yeah, hopefully we'll be organizing some visits, sending people there, bringing them here too from there. So it's all about pushing for more partnership now.
Mm. That's great. And I hope they will come.
Yeah, we
So,
hope so too.
so let me ask you about usual life. You have a family now?
No, I don't. I'm still
Okay.
waiting for you.
What?
You lead the lead the way.
Okay. 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 I hear you. I hear you.
Yeah.
Um, right. So, do you still stay in touch with any of the guys from the programs?
Oh yeah, yeah, I do. There is last time I passed by Ghana. Was it last month? We're in October. Are we in October? Yes,
Yeah.
September. I passed through Ghana. I was there for a couple of days.
Okay.
And I met with Tina, Madam Tina
Right.
Apia.
Right.
Yes, from Ghana Code Club. So
Mm.
I went to visit the center. I interacted with um the trainees, and it was really exciting, really, really exciting.
Right.
Seeing all the great work
Right.
that she's doing now. I think she secured some partnership with EcoBank, and she's
I
working
see.
with more international schools. She's doing
Mhm.
really great. It's really exciting and fulfilling,
That's,
to see where we were
yeah.
like 8 years back, and now I'm talking to you. I see where you've taken, stand to now, and it's really, really great.
Well,
That's
we
just
are
to show
pencils
how,
in God's
the
hand.
kind of people we were. We were like a very great squad.
I know, right? I know.
Yeah.
I know. And that's also indicative of life, right? Because everything grows.
Mm-hmm. Oh,
Everything
yeah.
alive grows. And yeah, so it's not surprising at all. So when you think of
Yes.
Ghana, where do you want to go? Like, if not for work, if you come for leisure, where do you want to go?
I would say that Ghana is pretty much my second home.
Right.
Um, when I'm in Cote d'Ivoire, I always tell my parents that I come to Cote d'Ivoire to see you guys, but Ghana is pretty much my place because the
Right.
feeling is not the same. Going somewhere for like, especially when you school, this bachelor degree time is when you are pretty covering yourself. And I was in Ghana, so the feeling is I have this attachment to Ghana, and I met great people there, for business or
Hmm.
even on my personal life as well.
Makes sense
Pretty
to
much
me.
a great place that I always, anytime I have a chance, I will pass by Ghana. Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's pretty much like I have family there now. So there are so
Right.
many great places. Like Cape Coast is one of those where you have, because of the history as well. So
Hmm.
besides just the beautiful places around, but the history attached to it, there are so many things from Cote d'Ivoire. We learned some of those things in high school from history class. And
Hmm.
I remember the very first time I went to Ghana. When I arrived in Ghana, that following week, I went to Cape Coast Castle because I
Mm.
wanted to see that. We had discussed it in school, and I wanted to see from my eyes what's happening and how the place is. So it's a great experience. I'd always say pass by Ghana. It has the chance. I think like the previous speaker said from US, it's Ghana has that thing where it
Yeah.
is it is peaceful. Everything around it's
Right.
it give you that peace. So it's always good to go there.
Right. 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 Do you like the beaches more than the one in Ivory Coast?
Uh I can't really compare because it's pretty much the same. It's a coast.
Yeah.
So it's the same thing that passed through both countries.
Except,
Also the food is pretty much similar.
okay,
I'm from Cote d'Ivoire, but I'm Akan. We have Akan, in Cote d'Ivoire. So
right.
the food is pretty much similar, the beach and everything. So the landscape is pretty much similar.
Mm-hmm.
We have a lot of water everywhere. Even in Abidjan, we have the lagoon in the city and everything.
That's impressive. And same as Togo, right?
Yes, same as Togo. For Togo, I think even in Lomé, when you reach to the border, you find the water and everything. It's
Yeah,
nice. Africa is beautiful.
it is. It is. The only problem
Yeah.
is our leaders are not some of our leaders, let me not say our leaders. Some of our leaders need to do better.
Yeah, that's everywhere in Africa. We
I
have a
know,
common disease.
I
We
know.
have a common
It's
disease.
a, it's
But
a
that's
singular
like
problem.
what you said. That's the reason why us as leaders, we need to make sure that our voice is heard, but we need to
Yeah,
be smart about it. Because the only
absolutely. Yeah.
reason, yes, and I was even telling someone, what was it? That in as much as you want to advocate and you want people to take you serious, or you want your voice to count or to amount for something, you should have a track record. And one other thing in Africa as well, which is pretty sad, is that they don't take serious when you are just coming like purely local. They will only take you serious when you start having the recognition from elsewhere.
Mm.
So I don't know if you've noticed that as well. When you start getting those partners backing you and they're like, oh yeah, what you are saying is serious. So in as
Mhm.
much as they like you said, it is challenging with our um local leaders, our leaders, I mean at government level, it is up to us to make sure that we position ourselves in such a way that our voice amount for something. And for
Yeah.
that, we need to make sure that we are talking. We shouldn't just for the sake of talking. We should work hard, acquire the skills, the experience, and secure partnership. I really believe in global partnership. We live in a global world now, and without that, it'll be quite impossible to do anything. So when you have that, you'll be able to go far, very far.
Ah, Ingrid, don't mind me. It's been
Yeah,
a
I know. I know they need to
ah,
get you some hot tea and some
yeah,
ginger.
the person getting it will come soon.
Yeah, she needs to get you that.
Yeah,
So
yeah.
how is I've seen a great work that you are doing with Sun,
Mm,
and the book. I still
right.
need to come for my book.
You do, you do, you
Yeah, I still
definitely
need to
do.
come for my book.
Yeah.
And how do you I mean you've been asking me that question though. I think we are pretty much in the same case when it comes to our experience in Ghana, but I would like to hear it from you.
Okay.
We were as international students coming to study in Ghana and now doing business in Ghana, how did
All
you
right.
navigate all these things? Because it's really not, it's not something that everybody can do.
Um, so I think for my case, I have a peculiar case.
Mm-hmm.
Because first, Nigeria is just 45 minutes away from here.
Yeah.
Um, so it's just like the food is, well, to me, the food is almost, aligned. The people are not different from what I'm used to. And I guess I knew when I came to college, I knew I wasn't going to go back to Nigeria to start my business there. If I didn't start it in Ghana, then maybe I would have, traveled abroad. And so from the very
Very
beginning,
beginning.
I wanted to understand the Ghanaian culture, you know. And yeah, I did. The first things I understood was if justice says I will call you tomorrow, it's bye bye. if justice says boss, I'm on it, it means it hasn't even started. He's yet to get up from the bed. You know, well, if he tells you he left small, then he's starting. If you're discussing and he
Yeah.
says, "Ayo," it doesn't have energy to continue that conversation. So
Yeah.
tell it to next time. Yeah, those were very, very helpful tips because I will order food and they will say 5 minutes. And you will wait after 10 minutes, you call them, oh, he left small, he left small. Then you call them again. Oh, we are on it, we are on it. And then after 1 hour, you call, and that's when, oh, the rider has just set off. He will call you, you know. And I used to struggle with these guys, and eventually I got the language. And I track it back home, and I realized that we also have similar things like that. It's
Mm-hmm.
about yeah, it's about the cultural shocks. For example, in my city, you know, when you give a tailor, the seamstresses and the tailors, when you give them your clothes, and they say come to in 2 weeks, eh? That 2 weeks, just put it in your mind that it's 4 weeks. Put it in your mind that
Oh,
it's
that's
4 weeks.
everywhere. For them, it's everywhere. Seamstress, tailors, it is everywhere.
Yeah, so it's quite interesting.
It is. It is indeed. But you see, the way you said the food is quite similar, don't repeat it somewhere else. They will tell you Nigerian and Ghana jollof. How can you say it is similar?
Well,
The one-
in generic, in generic representation, if we go to
yeah.
specifics, now we look at the jollof, Ghana jollof, Nigeria jollof, which one is better? Okay, I will revert. I'll come back on that note. By the way, did you guys notice we've done 49 hours? Wow.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
We're,
I
we
kept
have
on I
to,
kept on tracking and I've been
oh
following
yeah.
what's happening on YouTube and yeah. You are really
Wow.
doing well.
Well, I
We'll make it.
couldn't, yeah, we would. I could never have done this without the support of very many people. And I'm really, really thankful.
Mm-hmm.
This has tested everything in my body because, you know, last year, I had some health issues because of my, heavy workload,
Mm-hmm.
and I told myself I was going to change, my schedules and my approach to work and things. And I spent a lot of money to rebuild my body you know, and so this year when I decided to do this thing, I was like, wow, how am I going to actually get this thing done? You know, because it means my sleep, I can sleep. And well, I can sleep, but not as I want to. 20 minutes sleep, 15 minutes of, power nap. That becomes a nap, right? So,
Yeah.
but I saw people doing um cook at cookathon and they spend 96 hours and things. Then I said to myself, okay, yeah, let's do this. Let's do it. And it wasn't until I sent the post out that I began to wonder,
To understand.
did I have actually sent this thing out? You know, should I have sent it out? Was this a mistake? Should we delete it?
No, that's why you really understand the power of the mind, When
Yeah,
you set your mind to something, your body will just follow.
I know,
It's like
right?
right now there is no going back. We are only moving forward.
Nah,
We'll make
we
it
burned
happen.
our boats. Yeah.
Yeah,
You
we'll
know,
make it
the
happen.
worst, you can take anything from me, but my word, no. It can never be said that I
Hmm.
said something and I didn't do it. That's not me. That's never been me. You know, everybody that
Hmm.
knows me, everything I've done, anything at all that has my name on it, when I say I will do it, I will do it. Unless it's not within my power, then I would, I would try my best. And if it's not within my power to make it happen, that's when I can't do it. But if it's something within my power and I say I will do it, it's done. It's done. That has been
But
my motto.
that's the way to go. And I think that's the
Yeah.
reason why we need more leaders like you in Africa. People will say,
Yeah.
will say something and they really go for it. They don't say something to them tomorrow, they will change their mind again. They live up to their
Likewise.
words.
Well, likewise you. You said you'll be here and you're here. So yeah.
Yeah.
That accrues to you as well. You know, some people will give you their word and they will never keep it. You have to follow up 61,000 times before they tell you, oh,
But no, but nobody forced you to do it. Why would you do that? Like I don't get it. If you can't do it, just say I can't. But there's no point on of saying yes and later on come back to
I
your
know.
words.
I'm so thankful
That's
to
the
all
reason
the
why I
speakers.
always say like I'll always be like, okay, maybe or no. I would rather like to say no first and then come back and say yes, or maybe say yes
Mm.
or say maybe than saying yes and trying to back. It will be
Yeah, I
like you can
know.
just say yes and come back to it, come back to your words.
Yeah, yeah.
That's
I'm so thankful to all the speakers because so far all the speakers have been represented. We don't, you
yeah,
know,
and we will all know that.
yeah. That's the most important thing I was thinking about, because you can't control the schedules. We can put
Mm.
all this together, we can't control whether they will log on. But I'm so thankful that so far we haven't had any serious issue of a speaker not coming. Instead, someone will say, "Can I come earlier?" So exciting.
That's also says a lot about you, because those are the speakers are people that you somehow know, to some extent.
Yeah.
And that shows the extent to which your network is rich, and you could see people coming from different backgrounds, different fields, and that you are related to, you are interacting with, and you are working with. So that's, I mean, it's all thanks to you, and it shows how great of a leader you are, because it's not easy to bring people together for to look into the same directions, and that's something that you've been able to do. You just have to send a
Well,
text and be like, I'm doing this thing and we don't be interested in this. And be like, oh, yeah. So if you say yeah, because we know the kind of person you are. Other than that, would not like necessarily, I mean, me personally, I wouldn't necessarily want to associate myself to some other people. And I'm sure it's the same thing for many other speakers. So
yeah, yeah.
keep it up.
I
Yeah.
can't take
They're
all the
really proud of
credit.
you. And
I,
your
I
team.
I'm
I
I'm
will say your
thankful
team.
for that. Yeah, I'm
Your team.
thankful for your kind words, but honestly, I can't take all the credit. I have good examples to start with, my family. And then when I came to Ghana, of course, I knew only one person when I came to Ghana, but I eventually made friends.
Mm.
I had, I have people who took me under their wings, taught me a lot of things, supported me in different ways, made introductions. And obviously, yes, to what you said, we've been doing programs for over 10 years now, organized over 20 events, and 90% of them are free. People come, they eat, they participate in, events, and they pay zero. And yeah, so I guess those are the preparations for this particular experience, because those are tasks, or tax rather, that we paid over the years, doing free work, supporting the ecosystem. I got not a mail, but a message, from one young guy. I don't even remember his name. He said he met me when he was in JS2, like the junior high school. And he met me in one of our programs. And today he's the CTO of one of the speakers for this event, you know. So you see, the lives we touch, people use the platform and they make a lot of money. I've seen people like start their career in many meaningful way from our events. Not even the students that we supported, but stakeholders that participate in the event made a contact, raised a lot of money eventually. And yeah, I'm happy to hear those things. And I hope that our work will continually be of value and relevance to people like you. So it's
Amen.
been
Yeah,
an absolute pleasure.
it is. It is indeed.
Ingrid. What's the meaning of your
Yeah.
name, actually?
I would have to ask my dad, but I believe it has Scandinavian origin.
Okay.
Um,
Was he a seller?
I don't know.
Okay. He must have
It's
traveled a lot.
it means he's a psychiatrist actually.
All right.
Yeah. Yeah. So how do you, I guess technology is something that I mean, without technology, you wouldn't have even been here. So
Yeah.
how do you, how does that, I don't want to say how does that affect your organization, but how do you use it to probably connect people and help them in, getting the skills, the young people and everything. I mean, pushing the agenda or the mission and vision of SPAN.
Yeah. Um, yeah, so in 2016, I read Strive Masiyiwa's post on Facebook. He said every company must be a technology company, you know?
Hmm.
And yeah, that made a difference in our operation. So it was actually that same year that I had the idea behind Ready for Work. I was sleeping and the name came to me that night. I couldn't sleep again. And so what we do is that we leverage intelligent technology to build a system that helps entry-level job seekers and early career professionals to understand how they stack up against their competition, right? The problem we have
Mm-hmm.
as when we go to school or when we take a course is that you are taking something you believe is right for you, but you don't know how comparatively it helps you against who you are competing with, not necessarily against the person in the class, but against your global competition. So if I understand my work readiness standing and areas of deficiency and what to use to upgrade, upskill, and become of higher value. And then I have even additional tools to showcase that workforce readiness. Wouldn't that make a more compelling case when I meet a prospect for job?
Mm-hmm.
It does, right? So we know, everybody knows, the research is out there. Resumes are no longer reliable for matching talent to jobs
Of
because they
course.
could be massaged. Yeah, but you can't lie on the performance of your job, unless
Mm.
somebody did it, which in our case is impossible. So yeah, that's what we do with technology. Still very much a lot of work. We are we are very excited about the future of it, and I'm very much looking for partners and talents in different areas. I have a team I like now. It's been a long journey getting here, as you know. But right now, from what you've seen us put out there, I have a team that I'm very, very excited about. We have new partners also that we are talking to, and yeah. So if you see anywhere we can, collaborate, yeah, let's talk. Let's talk. What we're building is
Of
a
course.
system.
I think next time I pass through Ghana, I will definitely have to make time and then come and see you. So that's a deal.
Absolutely. Yeah, you
And also
should. You should.
pick my book and pick my book
Yeah,
as well. So
yeah,
I mean, from
yeah,
outside,
yeah,
technology is also pretty much like I told you, technology is like a game changer for agribusiness. Um,
yeah,
for a very long time, when you talk of agribusiness, we see the farmer, the sad faces, the poor person somewhere someone very dirty somewhere, and we really need to advocate for this, cultural change and mind shifts. Um, and it's only in Africa. Other places, when you say people are telling you that they are farmers, they are very rich people. They are very rich people. So
yes,
the technology is pretty much a game changer for agribusiness. And we are
yeah,
already seeing that of mobile technologies, precision farming, digital platform that connect farmers to the markets. So those are like pretty, examples. We have mobile application that provide weather updates, price trends, and agriculture, advice that empowers
yeah,
smallholders farmers to make informed decisions.
mm-hmm,
So these are like ways that technology really impacts the whole agribusiness sector. So technology like drones for
yeah,
crop monitoring, AI, yes, AI too, AI powered
yeah,
tools for precision in agriculture, and blockchain for supply chain transparency are beginning to reshape the whole sector. But I mean, in Africa especially,
yeah,
there are a lot of challenges that lies in scaling this technology in rural areas where we don't have the supportive infrastructure to make it happen. Because of course, people don't necessarily have access to the devices, or they are not learned enough to know how to use those tools. But that's also one of the things that we do. By addressing this, we can really, change and revolutionize the whole agribusiness in Africa and make it more sustainable.
yeah. It's possible. It's definitely
Yeah, it
possible.
is. It is. It's
Yeah,
definitely possible. It's all up to us. We have to, come together and then see
yeah,
what we can do in our small, it starts from small initiatives. It starts from
yeah.
small initiatives. It could be that, well, I mean, next year we'll be working on our very first hackathon that will be targeted at people in young students. I mean, mostly from high school level, and
Right,
would like to also connect them
right.
to actual businesses from rural communities. So yeah, by so doing, we also bridge that gap. We work with maybe the young people, the younger generation who understand more of the technology. And then the business in the rural
Mm,
communities, they have the challenges. So they are able to explain what is not working. And then the young people are able to use the knowledge they have, basically
mm,
like years and everything, and then be able to come up with solutions. So we need to
yeah,
bring these people together. Yeah.
yeah.
And we'll be able to do a lot by so doing.
By the way, if you have plans to do any training of some sort, here's what you
Yeah.
do. Here's what you could do with
Mm-hmm.
Ready for Work. We have we
Okay.
have a tool that you can use to, you know, create training program for your constituency on Ready for
Okay.
Work, whether it's workforce readiness, whether it's an entrepreneurship program. And the new direction we're going now is such that, let's say you're training entrepreneurs, instead of them taking courses and doing mentorship exclusively, which are nice, which they would do on the platform, additionally, they will have a tool that will help them to sell their businesses in the form of a graphic business plan, right? So when they graduate from Ready
Okay.
for Work, they have access to this important document that will be an aggregation of data and performance from the platform, right? If you want to support these students in more meaningful way, you can you can onboard them on Ready for Work and use Ready for Work to curate that programming, and they will take targeted courses based on their skills gap, and they will have, a surefire way of, showing proof of the skills that they've learned, right? So you have, KPIs to, sell to your stakeholders and, make a more compelling case for whatever partnerships that you're going for. And you don't have to stress in any other way. We'll manage end-to-end onboarding, administration, and everything else in the program, So think about that.
Oh yeah.
Translation of content wouldn't be a problem. We have a francophone person, depending on how the processes go. So we can do it in English, we can do it in French.
Well, I would love that. I think we really need to talk more and see how we
Yeah,
can make it happen. But I'm really
absolutely.
excited
Yeah,
and open to it.
right. Great. Well, we are about to get to the top of the hour. So
Mm-hmm.
what would you like to say to young people who who have been listening to you and getting inspired by your thoughts and wisdom? Talk to them.
I would say that, let's start by my vision is really for a continent where agribusiness is at the forefront of the economic transformation driven by technology and sustainable practices. I see a future where Africa leads in innovative agriculture solutions, from precision farming to climate smart agriculture. And by adopting circular economy principle, we can ensure that growth is not only profitable, but also inclusive and sustainable. So I believe in the power of partnership and between governments, businesses, and communities to drive this change. So together we can build
Yeah.
resilient Africa, resilient agricultural system that provide food security, create jobs, and provide the environment for future generations. So yeah, it's all up to us. Let's work together to build the Africa we all want to see.
Thank you, Ingrid. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chris. And keep pushing. We are all behind you.
Thank you. I will do that.
They should bring you more to you.
Yeah. My tea will come very, very soon.
Yeah. Is our next speaker in already?
Is our next speaker in? Okay. Please, Mike.
I think we still have like 5 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
You are too
He's in
generous.
the studio. He's good. He's there physically. That's great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Andrew Igo. How are you? I'm all right. Thank you very much. So your last name is Igo or Andrew? Igo, your last name. Wow, that's powerful. What's your heritage? Okay, that's great. Please introduce yourself.
My name is Andrew Igo. I work with Student Connect Limited as an education consultant. What we do basically is we help students who are willing to or who intend to study abroad. We make their journey seamless. So we research the program at schools within their budget in countries that they want to study in. Sometimes we also make recommendations and we make the applications, we help them to put together their documents and also apply for the visa for them. In addition to that, we help them with departure services counsel them on what to expect in their new country. So in a nutshell, that's what we do. And sometimes when they arrive, we help them set up a bank account. So basically a full suite service in terms of transitioning from their home country into the new country of study. In a nutshell, that's what we do as Student Connect.
Right. Please go and watch the. Yeah. Great. That's wonderful to know. Okay, so let's start from the beginning. How did you get involved with this company?
All right. I was formerly in recruitment.
Okay.
There.
Yeah, you can look there.
So I was formerly in recruitment. That's HR recruitment.
Right.
Yes. So I just transitioned from HR recruitment to student recruitment.
Right. So recruitment is recruitment.
Yes, I mean that's not what I studied, but then I just my previous work, which is HR recruitment, was where I did my service.
Okay.
Retained, and then after 2 years there, I just transitioned into student recruitment.
Right. What did you study?
I studied history.
History. Okay. What is it that people get wrong about history?
That's a nice question. I mean, they think that, well, it is not skill oriented. I don't know whether it is not. I don't know whether they get it wrong or right, or because of the country in which we are. But then usually when they say skill, they mean like something you can do with your hands.
Right.
You understand? But then I also think that analytical skills, I'm trying to sort of surgically delineate the issues that happened in the past and sort of trying to reflect on what is happening now, sort of predict the future. It's also a skill that history can give you.
Yeah, that sounds all right.
Yes.
That's logical.
Yes. And also, I mean, I have been in student recruitment, and you find students who have done their masters already, who are willing to do another master's abroad, and they can put together an SOP. You understand? And so I believe that like learning the humanities or the liberal arts, which like where I come from, sort of trains you to write. Because if every week you're attending like writing papers, I mean, you would know what to write when you are applying for let's say a scholarship essay or whatever. But then, I mean, because maybe they feel that their programs are technically oriented, they feel that maybe the history is not on par with what they have, but then they also are lacking in such areas such as maybe writing skills. Yes, so I believe that it gives you a holistic approach to like maybe because we are bereft in their areas such as maybe engineering, but then when it comes to a holistic approach to sort of thinking and because I transitioned into HR seamlessly without having to sort of train for it.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. Seems like you are a very confident guy. You know what you want.
I would think so.
You should think so, right? Okay. Let me ask you one more question before we dive into the mechanics of study abroad. Was there, before you took the job, did you go to ask anybody to give you counsel, or you just saw it and you made up your mind?
So in a student group, during the national service, the final part of our 4-year university education. So we're in a group, and somebody sent into the group advertisements for companies that are looking for national service personnel. So that's what I did. I just sent the interview, called for, went for the second phase of the interview, and then I was employed. And so basically that I have not gone to anybody for. Yes.
I like this guy. Okay, let's talk about study abroad. All right. Now, let's begin from this first, very first step. And before I begin, let me tell you a story. If you've been listening to the previous conversations, you might have heard it. You know, I had an opportunity to study in Canada, and I had paid my acceptance fee. I had received even the campus map and everything, you know, the one they send you in the letter. So, but you know, there is this misconception that you need a middle person to help you navigate the process of getting your visa and things like that. So these middle people often complicate issue for the students, and sometimes you pay money and money and money and money and money, and you will never travel because they will eat your money. As I'm talking to you, when I went home and I was talking to with my sister, she had paid somebody about, if I'm not wrong, 2.7 or 9 million naira for, processing admission.
9
and
million.
2.9 million.
2.9 million.
Yeah. And this guy never did anything. Instead, he used the money to buy a ticket for the wife to go abroad and spend honeymoon. So why would somebody trust you for the information you are going to be sharing now?
Well, I think I mean, there's no denial that people have fallen into the wrong hands, but then there are also good people, and there are also legitimate organizations in the industry that have guided students over the years and continue. They have proven records that I think the reason why the agencies exist is because there are lots of students who do not know where to start from. Do you understand? For instance, somebody wants a scholarship and they didn't know even how to go about it. I know that there are information online, but then if you try to sort of navigate some of the websites of these programs, such as the Erasmus Mundus scholarship in Germany, it is quite tedious, and getting, like, what do you call it? Maybe you don't know exactly where you want to go yet. You are just looking at scholarship opportunities. So you have to take a record of all the dates, all the scholarship organizations, their deadlines and whatnot. You understand? But then if you talk to an agent, within that 5-minute conversation, the agent can give you all the opportunities that exist. Do you understand? Yes. It is also so I think that talking to us would save you time.
Okay.
Talking to us save you time. It saves you from, what do you call it? Making unnecessary mistakes. Do you understand? Because there was for instance, there was somebody who was traveling to the UK and had to build up a bank statement. And they don't know and actually review the money on the day that he printed the bank statement. Do you understand? It is if you had spoken to an agent, the agent would tell that maybe on that day that you shouldn't do that. Do you understand? Because we are trained in terms of compliance, visa compliance and all that. Even if you want to withdraw the money, if the money is not for you and you want to withdraw it, there are days that you have to withdraw it after you have printed the bank statement. And so because you are not in the industry, you just wanted to travel. So, but then we have been in the industry for, let's say, for a number of years. So we have made the mistakes and we have learned from it. Do you understand? So I think it saves you time. It gives you ample knowledge, and it gives you like a broader what do you call it? Knowledge on what to expect. Maybe right from the onset, you were looking at the UK, but then you speak to an agent and then he'll give you a holistic view of what to expect. Maybe you should try USA. USA has this. Maybe you are going to the USA, but then he would tell you that maybe the visa is difficult to acquire. So perhaps you should look at this. There is a scholarship opportunity here. Maybe you can afford it. Then he will tell you, you know that with your GPA, you could get a scholarship here and there and there and there and there. Yes, I think that because they have been there for a while, they have access to a lot of information. Yes, some people might charge you for it, but then for us as Students Connect, we do not charge students for the kind of information that we give them.
So are you trustworthy?
Yes, we are trustworthy. We are trustworthy for about 15 years in the industry.
Nobody will say, no, I'm not trustworthy. Yes, is the easiest one to answer in this kind of.
No, I don't think that there is anything that I can say here that would give you the 100% confidence that I'm trustworthy.
Don't worry, I know you're trustworthy. I know your boss, so I know you're trustworthy. I wanted to put you on the spot to know whether you are accurately representing her, because if you can't answer that question, then I'll be wondering why she sent you.
Yes.
Okay, great. So let's talk. Step 1, study abroad opportunities. What do I do?
Okay, so when you reach out to us on the first day, we kind of assess, we do a diagnostic test. What do you want to study? Or what is your background? And what do you intend to study? So if your background is too far from where you want to land, then we check that, whether it is possible or not. but if it is possible, would look at the opportunity that exists and then would tell them to you. And then also some people also come with countries that they already prefer. But then for such a student who do not have a specific country in mind, we would market to them all the opportunities that exist in all the countries that we look at. And also one thing that we touch on in our first communication is your ability to fund your education. We are particular about funding, because a lot of students go out there and then they get stranded because of funding opportunities. We have a student right now who has been withdrawn from a particular university in the UK because even though he went with a scholarship, the scholarship was not paid on time. Then the school had to withdraw him because they had chased the scholarship organization and they have not been responding to them. And so the key conversation that we have is about funding.
Okay.
Especially if you don't have alternative means such as scholarship or whatnot, we dwell very much on your funding abilities. Yes. So basically that. Then we also look at your documentation, the documents that are readily available. And so basically that's what we do.
Right. Okay. So those are preliminary stages. Now, step one of accessing, if I don't have any option at all, I know what I want to study, but I don't have option. How will you help me?
Yes. So I would look at the related programs to your background. So if you want to read a master's, I'm going to look at related programs, and I would first of all ask for your interest. So for instance, you did data science or maybe computer science. Which area do you want to go? Do you want to go into data science? Do you want to go into security? Do you want to stay in maybe software development? And so we'll look at, because those are very different areas from computer science.
Yeah.
So we'll look at that. And then we also look at the countries that you think you are most interested in. A lot of people don't like the Europe because they feel, or the UK because they feel that getting a job after graduating is very difficult. And so we look at those. There are other students who have specific family members in some target countries that they want to go there. And so they wouldn't take any advice as to alternatives. And so if a particular student is bent on a particular country, then even though I'm a counselor, I'll try and bring alternatives. But then if they are paying and then they want to go to, say, Canada or the UK, all I can offer is advice. I cannot push them or force them so much to do what they don't want to do. Yes. So basically, that's what we do.
Right. Okay. So now you have a consensus on where they want to go, what they want to study. What next?
Yes. Okay. We talk about funding. Who is going to fund you?
Yeah.
So if it's yourself, I ask you, how much do you have currently in your account? So assuming you have an offer today, how much do you have to adduce for bank statement? Okay. All right. We look at your tuition fee together with your living expenses. All right. And then we give you the figure in Ghana cedis. If we see that your current budget is maybe nowhere near what we are expecting or the target amount, we look at other alternative funding opportunities.
Okay.
Yes. I don't know whether you go
like what?
Like loans.
Okay. Student loan or
student loans, yes. Like student loans. Yeah.
Okay. How does that work?
I mean, there are organizations that sponsor students to study specific programs at specific universities.
Like which programs?
Tech programs, one.
Okay.
Law.
Okay.
And selected business programs as well.
And you guys work with these organizations?
Yes.
Okay. So has there been successful student placements that happened through the student loan opportunity?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have a lot of we have a few students. We started that partnership not long ago, this year, and so we have a few students in the UK at the moment, who have enrolled this September at Imperial College London.
Where are the companies based?
They are in the UK. One is in the UK and one is in the US.
Okay. And well, the students, I suppose, will have to agree to the modalities of the loan, which might include repayment terms and things like that.
Yes. The interest rate is clearly communicated to them.
How much is the interest rate?
It's between 11 to 15%.
That's a
depending on the
lot.
program that you want to study.
That's a lot.
Yes.
Wow.
But then there are flexible terms such as there is one company that lets you pay 6 months after you have graduated, and the other one lets you pay 1 year after you have graduated.
Depending on how much you're earning in salary, or
Depending on your program.
regardless.
So depending on the program that you are offering, they are able to make projection on how much you are going to earn.
Do they help with job search?
I'm afraid not.
So you do yourself the service of finding job.
A job.
Okay. That's interesting. All right. So these are procedures for people who have the money to pay for the programs. What about those who are looking for scholarship? Do you have anything for them?
Yes, those who are looking for scholarship fall into 2 categories.
Right.
First of all, those who have partial funding and are looking for some scholarship to augment what they already have.
Right.
And those students have the opportunities for those students in almost every country. We have a school in Malta that gives about 50% scholarship funding.
Let's do 100% scholarship, because that's the most exciting one.
Yeah, I'll go to them. Those are the second category of students.
Right.
Yes. So the first of those students have partial funding they are looking for. So there are some schools in the UK, for instance, that will give you as much as 50%. You get a first class.
Okay.
Yes. But then because you cannot talk about the scholarship conversation whilst you have, let's say, 1.5 GPA. Otherwise, I'm going to concentrate on somebody who has 3.5.
Right.
I'm going to apply for them or concentrate on getting them a scholarship than somebody who has 1.5.
Right.
You understand? Yes. And so even though you might have a chance at a school, I'm not going to lead you in doing it, because there are other students as well who have a better GPA and would need that help. All right. If you get that on your own, that's fine. I'm not saying that somebody with a 1.5 or 2 GPA cannot get a scholarship, but then that would require a lot of muscle that maybe an agent would not lead you. A legitimate agent would not sort of guide you to do. That muscle work must be done by yourself. But then if let's say you are a good student and then you want assistance, it's available. There are schools in the USA who gives 100% scholarship.
Do you have network of those in your links?
Yes, we have a lot. We have a couple of schools that give
courses.
Courses. Almost every course, from communication to cybersecurity. Medicine, no.
Okay.
Medicine, because of the duration, and medicine, a lot of students from our parts of the world do not qualify for the medicine that the US the process, because you'd have to have a first degree and also write the MCAT and have done some clinical work, and it's a lot. And so a lot of our students do not qualify. I mean, those that qualify can go to the UK. I mean, if you have written your A-levels, you can apply, because that one is a direct entry into the medical. But then the US is not direct. And even for Canada, they don't really accept international students. So they only have a few medical schools, and then it's reserved for local
Canadian locals. Okay, so now focus UK for medicine.
For medicine. I mean, the average what do you call it? Qualification is A star for A level. If you don't have that particular kind of background, and then you are coming from, let's say, WAEC, and you'd have to have a first degree in like a science-related program.
Like psychology?
Psychology, yes.
Physiology, psychology.
Yes. But then the scholarship, I'm not too sure you can get a full-funded scholarship. The UK is quite stingy with medical scholarships. And so I can't promise you that you are going to get a full-funded medical school scholarship in the UK.
Okay, I know someone that has psychology first degree and the result is not bad. So what's the maximum scholarship option that the person could get?
For what program?
Medicine, of course.
Medicine. Yeah. In which country?
UK.
UK. No. There if they can get an external scholarship from an international organization to apply for that particular kind of program, that is allowed. But then no school, the UK schools will not give you a full-funded scholarship for international students to read me.
Okay, so do you have organizations in your network that could support that?
No, not at the moment.
Okay.
For medicine, not at the moment. Because sometimes, because of the length of the program, 6 years, even for somebody who has a background in, let's say, a bachelor's degree, can be 4 years. But then it's a long time. So don't really sponsor.
What about Russia? Do you have anything in Russia?
Russia, not so much. We are not doing Russia at the moment.
Okay. I spoke to a student in Russia the other day. She was doing, what was it she was doing? Something surgery.
Medical cost.
Yeah.
Mm.
It's a medical course, right? Yeah. Orthopedic surgery. Yeah. So would you guys potentially be going to Russia?
So, yes, in the foreseeable future, we would go to Russia and other countries.
Okay.
Yes.
All right. So how many countries do you have oversight in now?
Okay, we do UK. The UK comprises of 4 countries.
Right.
So with the UK, we do Canada, we do USA, we do Malta, we do France, we do Germany, we do Netherlands, we do Finland.
And none of these other countries do medicine full scholarship?
I can see you're really concerned about.
Yeah, I have someone who told me to get this information because I told them you are coming here.
Oh, no. All right. So, I mean, what I can say is perhaps Germany might have schools that have either very cheap tuition for medical students or full or no tuition at all. It's not a scholarship, but then they have some schools that do not take tuition at all. But then that one too, you'd have to pass the language test.
Yeah, and because the course will be offered in the local language.
I think your friend in Russia too would have to do it in Ukraine.
Yeah.
Yes. So I mean, you'd have to pass. Either you do it with they have an organization in Ghana here, the German school. I think I've forgotten their name, but then I can fetch it for you later. Or you can go and then do the 1-year language test there before you transfer into the medical program. Yes. But then for now, it's very difficult.
Okay. Interesting. Okay, so pre, present, post, what is the final touch of you guys with the candidates?
Okay. So when the person gets the offer, so the documents that we look at are the recommendation letters, at least 2 from your academic professors, 1 from your employer. Then we look at your transcript, we look at your certificate, we look at your English proficiency documents. Some schools do not, or countries do not require that you provide such evidence. Then when you're going to the UK or Europe, they will require that you either provide IELTS, or some schools are now taking Duolingo. Some schools in the UK also are sort of receptive to the WIEC certificate. And so that, and also your CV, passport, and whatnot. Once we get you the offer, some schools will require that you pay the deposit, as you clearly said earlier. Then after that, so when you get the offer, when you pay the deposit, then depending on where you are going, we can get a proof of enrollment.
Yeah.
The UK, you get a CAS. The US, you get an I-20 and whatnot. Then after that, we go into the visa application process. We handle that fully, and we also we give you the list of a checklist of documents that you need to provide. We inspect them, and then we make sure that they are compliant with what the embassies require. And also then we take you, if you require an interview, such as the USA, we take you through like an interview prep. And also, but then if you do not require an interview, you just submit your documents.
Who might not require an interview?
Somebody going to the UK, it's their interview process is selective. So you may require an interview depending on the kind of person that you are, or you may not. But then in my experience, nobody had to sit for an interview, for a visa interview.
What more do I need to know?
You'd have to know that lying on your document can get you banned. Yes. So for instance, if you submit to us, let's say a marriage certificate, and we have no.
Yeah, that's true. So you do US, right?
Yeah, we do US.
So for our followers who are married or want to be married, there's a new rule for the US. For US now, they don't accept marriage certificates from certain places. Or what was that? I'm not sure if I have it correctly.
Yes, I'm not sure I'm up to date with they not accepting a marriage certificate, but then they would require more than a marriage certificate.
Okay.
Usually, you'd have to get a cellular history of you and your spouse. So for instance, if you're already there and let's say your spouse is here, you'd have to prove beyond reasonable doubt that indeed he or she is your spouse. So sometimes you have to go to, let's say, your network provider, get a history of your communication, get a financial statement of maybe your financial transactions too, because if you are supporting them, especially if you're a man then and you are coming for your wife, you're supporting them, you would have to have a history of
proof that it's a dependent.
Yes, she's a dependent. Yes.
Okay. That's impressive. Let me see if anybody has a question for you. Does anybody in the room have a question? Okay, no question from there.
Okay, I have a question.
Yeah.
What's the minimum budget one should have for your travel?
Okay, it will depend on the country that you want to assess.
So let's say I'm looking at either US.
US, okay. So the minimum budget should be around, I don't know, which currency are you conversant with?
And dollar to see, and it's fine.
All right, then for dollars, it's 25,000 US dollars. It's okay to start with. I mean, I'm talking about your living expenses and your tuition fee. There are schools that after you get the scholarship or a partial scholarship plus your living expenses should amount to 25,000 US dollars. Yes, I think that's the lowest that you can go, and the ceiling can go as much as 70,000 US dollars. Yes. Yeah. And also dependent on, like, it would also depend on the state that you are going, your school is, yes. So if you want, some states are quite affordable, but then if you are going to, let's say, New York, California, and what do you call it, Miami, they are quite expensive. And so
apart from school, what other routes can you take to go and travel out?
The other routes, but then because our company is specifically for students, I don't want to touch on other routes, otherwise it would be conflicts of interest.
If someone is on scholarship, can they decide to just work in order to support themselves?
Yes. Not just on scholarship, but then even if you are self-funding yourself, you can actually work. And now I think Canada has increased to 25 hours, work hours a week. But then the other countries are still at 20 hours per week for an international student. Yes.
But I learned as an international student in the US, I'm not able to work.
Oh, but that's a blatant lie. You can actually work. From the first week that you are there, you can work. I mean, that's the 20 hours is while school is in session. So when school is out, it's on break, you can you have 2 hours work time.
So with the GPA and the scholarship, so what you want to do your master's, but your GPA ain't that good, but then you have a lot of work experience on that field.
All right, that's great. That's great. You can actually get into it. I mean, even if some people have education degrees, they work in tech, but then they work in tech for like 2 years. There are some schools that are very accommodative of your background. They would accept you. Yes. There are also schools that are, even if you don't have any experience in tech, let's say you read education, you were a teacher currently, and you want to read a master's in cybersecurity or data science, they call it a transition program. So they would, your first year, I mean, even in the UK where the master's is 1 year, they would accept you. Yes, there are some schools
to get a full scholarship.
So I mean, the UK enrolled a particular program for people who want to transition, but then it was for people who are already in the UK. So let's say you were black already in the UK, that's fine. You could access that £10,000 scholarship. So let's say if you go to a school that is £12,000, you're just left with £2,000 to pay. But then if you are coming from outside UK, because it's a government what do you call it, funded scholarship. So they give it to people who are already in the country, at least you must be, yes. So, but then but then there in the US you can get that. I don't know about a full funded scholarship. I mean, there are some schools, I don't want to mention them. There are some schools that you can transition into tech with a full funded scholarship. I wouldn't say scholarship. The US, I would say what do you call it? A graduate assistantship. So you are kind of employed in a department. So you teach, and then they use your working hours to defray your debt, your tuition fee. Yes. Yeah. So basically, that's it.
Is my CTO going to be jumping ship?
I'm just making inquiries.
Don't worry. Don't worry, no problem. Okay, any other question?
Do you have any question?
All right. Please tell them where they can locate you.
All right.
Look to this camera.
Yes. So we are currently located at ARS Runabout in East Legon. We are on the second floor of the yes. So there is a story building there. It doesn't happen, and that's why. So when you get there, we are opposite the Frames filling station. We are on the second floor, and so you can access us there. If you're not thinking as well, we are in Abuja, Nigeria. We are in the UK. Our headquarters is in the UK, London. We're also in Bangladesh, and we're also in India as well. So we are scattered around a lot of countries. Yeah.
Phone number.
Most of our services are quite free, so you can talk to us. We have a program. We have a program we have very schools with affordable tuition fee. We have PhD programs as cheap as £4,000 in the UK per year. Yes, as cheap as £4,000. And so yes, and so I mean it is not it is if you don't have the information, staying abroad can look scary, but then I mean once you talk to us, you realize we would break down the process to you, and you realize that when you tackle it one step at a time, it becomes very easy, and before you know, you are outside the country. So
Sorry.
People like your session, it seems. We have lots of viewers here. That's good.
Jack Messenger.
All right. So, shall we take it that all information is well understood? You still have some time. So you have about 30 minutes.
yes.
Okay.
I think the prompts will generate the conversation. I don't know whether anybody have any prompts.
Mm.
You know, what's one key information like to share that if people should know about yourself that is not actually like out there?
I think that as you said earlier, there are a lot of rogue personnel in the industry.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a story whereby somebody was charged about 100,000 Ghana cedis, and that's close to 10 million naira.
Yeah.
Just to get them a 3-day European visa.
Wow.
Yeah. No, I mean he didn't ask for a 3-day European. He wanted a visa to travel, but then the guy said he could give him a 3-day European visa, and then he relent. He didn't relent. He paid the money, but then he realized that at the end of the day, the visa that the guy brought was fake. So he was at the airport. He realized that what do you call it? The visa he had been given was fake. All right. I mean, our industry is it's filled with people with like selfish interest. You understand? Because also I think as students too are quite lazy. Do you understand? Too, because I think that if you have gone through a 4-year education, going online to do a little investigation about your own future shouldn't be that difficult. Do you understand? But then if you dump everything on the agents will take advantage of you. They don't know that this guy is Mumu. You understand? And so, I mean, some people, so some students, from my experience, you ask them, so what did you read? Maybe they read HR. So what do you intend to read? I say, I don't know. Like, but do you want to travel? Yeah, they want to travel. You understand? There's somebody who has like a range of programs, interests that they are trying to look at. You understand? So that person, you can help them with more information. But then there is somebody too who do not have a clue of whatever they want to do, and yet they want to travel, and yet they want to study. And so, what piqued your interest in the first place to sort of travel, to consider going abroad? You understand? Something like mine might have piqued your interest. Don't you have passions? Don't you have aspirations? What do you want to become in the future? I think it's a best place to start from. Do you understand?
Parental influence.
I mean,
most of the time.
yes, I mean, there is somebody who is a teacher who wants to read law. You can say that the person, maybe that was his childhood dream.
Yeah.
Maybe his grades along the line did not really allow him to enter into a LLB program in Ghana. But you can see that maybe they have a dream. Then it's a conversation starter. That, oh, maybe your GPA does not qualify for this, or there are some schools that But then there are some people too who do not have a clue of what they want to do. Do you understand? Then if you fall into the wrong hands, then they might say that, oh, there is a program here. Then you go with the program after 2 years or 1 year, you realize that this is not what I really wanted to do. Do you understand? Maybe because it's outside, at the end of the day, when you graduate, you might get a restaurant to work at. But then you have paid about £15,000 or $10,000 to acquire that education. Do you understand? And so I think people should have an idea, at least a limited idea of what they want to do. Then from that, we can have a solid, a meaningful conversation. Do you understand? And also have, I mean, if you have as I said, I have an idea, even if the the agent is trying to sort of dupe you, you can have a fair idea. Do you understand of what you like, what it entails? Because for us as Student Connect, we do not take your card to do any payments on your behalf, because everything that you have to do is online. If you have to pay a deposit, it's online. We'll send you the link. You do your own, payment yourself. You understand? If it's your father who is going to do it, we send it to their email. They put in their details for the payment. If at any point your card is not working and we have to sort of intervene, that one has to go through our office in London. We have to seek approval that, oh, this person's Visa card is not working, and so he needs help. Do you understand? We have had a couple of students going to the UK where was not working, and so because of the time constraint, we have to step in. So we have to pay for them first. They see that the money has been paid, then later they transfer the money into our account. And so there is no point where we would have to take the money and say that, oh, we are doing this for you. Do you understand? Everything that if you are paying deposits is online. You pay to the school give you a feedback in your email. And even with these loan organizations, we will use they insist that we use your email so that you get, even though we have a portal, so that it's a two-way portal. So whatever information that we get, you also get. Do you understand? So when we receive an offer, you also receive an offer. So there is no point, if we are going to charge you for any service at all, it is going to be communicated from the beginning. Oh, this particular service is going to be charged, and this is how much it's going to cost. Do you understand? These are the payment plans that we have for you. Do you understand? If you are comfortable, then we go. But then we will not take £5,000 into, no. I mean, it's just too much. I mean, there are people in the industry who are charging as much as $5,000 to even get you a scholarship that the school is given. Do you understand? I mean, that's their business module, but then, I mean, at Student Connect, we don't do that, because, I mean, students are going outside to get a better life. They are escaping unemployment. They are escaping a lot of, less opportunities to
marketer.
Yes. So if if they have to sort of cough up a lot of money, then they are better off in the country using that $5,000 to open a business. Yes. So I mean, students should do some groundwork by themselves. like in personal initiative and put effort into, because this graduate assistantship that I was talking about, a lot of people who apply, it's based on your, what do you call it, your statements of purpose and the strength of your references. Do you understand? Yes. And which brings me to the fact that students who are currently in school should endeavor to show themselves in class, because one of the difficulties that our students face is getting recommendation letters from their professors, because they realize that at the end of the 4 years, they didn't make a mark in the class, not on their transcript, but in the class. So their lecturers do not know them. I have a friend, not a student, not a client, but then a friend who had admission and then realized that the school told him that the recommendation that the lecturer provided was plagiarized. Wow. You understand? It had already been written for another student, you see. Because then you couldn't fault the lecturer so much because you didn't make yourself known to him. So you couldn't personalize the reference letter. You understand? So at least, and also if you want, if the lecturer knows you, you can actually give them pointers in your experience that you think they should highlight in your recommendation letter. That's if you have the personal relationship with them. But if you do not, you cannot. Because if I taught you for 4 years now, you didn't make yourself known to me, you can't come and dictate to me. It is what I have that I would give to you. Do you understand? Yes. So I think students should make themselves known. Yes. And also, like, they should at least try writing something down. Do you understand? Write something so that you can have a bit of flair in your statement of purpose. We help with that. But then if you have a student who have written their own SOP, you can see that there's a difference from what we have written. Because
so for someone to write a good SOP, what's the process?
I think there are lots of processes to write a good SOP.
From the ones
I mean, the format is writing about what you read.
Mm-hmm.
So what program did you read? And what was the driving force behind that choice?
Mm-hmm.
So let's say you went to read law. What was the driving force behind that particular choice? And what have you done so far with that law program, with that law degree? Do you understand? What is the gap in your skill set that you think that a master's degree or a professional degree at this point in time is going to help? And then after the master's program or whatever you're applying for, what do you intend to sort of use that degree to do? Do you understand? So in a nutshell, that is the pointers that we are looking for as at the master's level.
Right.
You understand? So I mean, but then it's about a narrative, telling a story. Do you understand? All those things should sort of seamlessly blend.
Do you have template that people can use?
Yes, we have
whenever they
template.
want to write this thing?
Yes, we have template. We have template even for people who are applying for bachelor's degree.
Yeah.
Those who are coming from like the high school.
Right.
We have a template for them.
Okay.
Yes. We have a template for them. But
Do
then
you provide any form of support for IELTS or
Yes, we have partners. We have a partner that teaches and take the IELTS program. And so if anybody willing to take the IELTS have support from us.
Okay. All right. You still have some time, so
For your own institutions to talk about, what is your experience? Have you worked with Empower before?
Yes.
So how is it like for the students when they take the loan? How is their loan process like?
Okay, so the loan process, so for instance, if we have to begin, we have to look at the program. If you really want a loan and it's communicated from the beginning, you have to choose a program that is supported by the loan program. Otherwise, if you come with an existing offer, which is not on the list, they are not going to support it. Yes. So they have your program has to fall within the program that they support. Your school has to fall within the school that they are supporting. And then in your country, where you have the offer from the country that is, yes. Then the interest is communicated to you. See, let's say your program is a an in-demand program. So let's say your interest is about 11% or 11.5.
which programs are in-demand programs?
The tech programs, cybersecurity, data science, engineering, electrical engineering, those programs are in high demand. Software engineering, they're in high demand. Yeah, so basically, in general, their interest rates are very lower than, let's say, business programs. Yeah.
They are repayments.
Yes, so the repayments you have from 10 years to 20 years. So you would choose how many years that you can pay. All right. So from 10 years is the lowest. I think like one particular company has 7. All right, but that's the lowest. Yes. But then you also have to bear in mind that the lower the fewer the years, the higher amount monthly contribution you have to make towards repayment. Yes. So you would have to choose the duration of payment. Yes. And then as soon as you choose the duration of payment, you would see how much you'll be contributing per month after you graduate. After you graduate, yes.
And you start paying before the 10 years.
Yes, yes. And then if you have if you happen to win the lottery along after you graduate, and then you want to defer, you want to pay it at once, there is an opportunity. All of them accept bulk repayment. Bulk repayment. Yes.
If you come to the pay after the 10 years, what's up? Reported or
no, you're not really deported. I think you have to renegotiate the terms. Because
the tax is there more, the tax fees are very, very big compared to this side. So
yeah, but I mean the salary you'll be receiving will corroborate the amount of money that, because as I said earlier, there is a projection as to how much you are going to earn and then how much you are. Yes. So from the beginning, you see how much you are going to pay. You are going to pay each month.
it's okay with you, you can go for the
Yes, it's okay with you. You are going for it. So let's say you choose 10 years and you are supposed to pay $500 each month. I'm just saying, for example. For example, no, depending. Let's say you chose 5 years repayment term. It means your repayment, your monthly contribution is going to increase. So let's say, for instance, you are going to be paying $500 each month, and you realize that after graduation you didn't get a high-paying job that can sort of fetch you that amount of money to pay $500 comfortably. You'd go to the office, renegotiate the term so that you change it from, let's say, 10 years to, let's say, 15 years or years. So that would sort of bring down the monthly contribution.
So when might the person who collected, the student who collected the loan, when might he be in trouble if he doesn't pay?
So before the loan is approved, you send your details are collected. So they don't tell us how they are going to get you, but then they have a way of getting
They'll stop you from coming to UK.
Sorry?
They will stop you from coming to UK.
No, I don't think so. I think most of the time they have the idea is that you are not coming back to your country. So they are, because if you come back to your country, there is no way you're going to pay that amount of money. Yes.
The person might not come back to the UK anymore.
Yeah, so I mean it's an unspoken secret. But then the loan providers themselves know that you are coming to get a better life. So when you get a job, you might not return to your country. So then they are banking on that new job that you are going to get in that Western country. Yes, otherwise they'll be giving us loans to study in Ghana. But then that's the reason why they are not giving us to study in Ghana, but then they are giving you to come abroad because they feel that the opportunities are there.
Yeah. Also, most of the students who have aspired to go outside the country, one of them are doing so with the idea that it's quite easy to get a job when you get outside. They can work and they can school. But once when they get there, the way it was preached about how easy it could be, most of the time it's not necessarily the truth. What would be your counsel for such students?
I mean, it's half true to some countries, but then not some countries. I can tell you that some.
So what country which gives you a good guarantee of getting a job, working and schooling, that will also be flexible for you?
The guarantee is past experience. The guarantee is like every single student that we have cancelled, that we have placed.
So like what country do you bank on?
I don't want to discriminate against any country. But then there are pros and cons to every country. For instance, I mean, now in the UK, it's very difficult to get a job, let's say in your first month of arrival. Yes, but then the UK too has their pros. For instance, the students who fidget at interviews wouldn't have to sit for the interview. Do you understand? So if you're a student and you're traveling to the UK, for instance, once you have all your documents put together and we take you through the process, there is minimal level of refusal. Do you understand? Yes. And so now you have the hopes of not getting refused and then getting into your country. So and then also their program is 1 year. So you get a master's certificate that is equivalent to somebody who studied for 2 years in the US. You understand? So those are the pros of getting into the UK. But then the US as well, you can pay all that and then you still get refused. You can even get a health scholarship and still get refused at the interview because maybe your case officer had a bad day. Do you understand? Yeah. Yeah, so I mean, yeah, and so but then as I said, I mean, you can get work on your first day. Do you understand? Yeah, it's quite easy to get work there in the US and then in Canada as a student.
You have proof of that in your
I mean, as I said, my proof is my student. Yes, my student. Yes.
So for your services, I need to gain additional before I.
No, even when you are reminiscing about studying, you can talk to me.
I mean, talking about your service fees.
Your service fee,
My
yeah.
service, it depends. So for the UK, you don't pay anything to go into the UK. For our service fee, you don't pay anything. So only administrative fees.
Why?
So where does the profit come in as a company?
Sorry?
Where does the profit come in as a company?
So for a long time, we have been like a UK only, what do you call it? Agency. So
the school pays you guys?
Yes. So we recruit especially for some target schools, a lot of target, about 100 of them. Yes. So they compensate us to recruit students in our region for them. Do you understand? Yes. But then in some areas, there is no structures like that. And so we charge a meager amount of 5,000 Ghana cedis.
So do I need to confirm that I have admission, I'm going before I make? How is the payment structure?
Okay. So for instance, you are going to a paid destination such as Canada or the USA. I mean, the 5,000 cedis, as I talked about, covers the application and the visa, everything, the visa training that will take you through. Yes, there isn't a separate fee for visa. So 5,000 cedis encapsulates everything. Yes. So usually after the application, we take 50%. So because we want you to have proof that these people have worked on my behalf. You understand? So after you've gotten the emails that, oh, hello, an application has been made on your behalf, then you pay 2,500. Then after we train you and then we are prepping you for the visa interview, we take the 25%, the 50% remaining. Yes.
That's for a paid institution.
Yeah, that's for a paid destination. Yeah.
So what if I don't have it?
Yeah, so then the non-paying destination is the UK, as I mentioned. I mean, that point in at that destination, you don't have to pay anything. Tell me that I want to study cybersecurity at, let's say, University of Birmingham. This is my budget, or let's say this is my budget. I have £15,000. I actually, does it include living expenses or just tuition? Tell me it's tuition fee. All right, then I have to get a school that is below that or within that range. Or even if it's up to that, even if it's more than, there are some schools where I can get you a scholarship. I can get you like a reduction. So I can calculate that, oh, even though it's £20,000, we have a relationship with this particular kind of school. So I can get you a £5,000 reduction. So then, and even there are some schools that we have partnership with. If you pay early, if you pay a deposit early, you still get like another reduction. So there are a lot of opportunities for everybody who wants to study abroad.
All righty. You have 10 minutes, so let's talk about something else. Or do you have any marketing information to add in? If you have something else to add, you can. Okay. Any more questions? Any testimonials from you?
Testimonials.
Yeah.
Oh, well, I think that my testimonials have been nested in what I have been saying over the minute. I think that for the UK, we have almost 100% visa approval rate because of our compliance. We go through the documentation and everything. So we make sure that we stay in compliance with the UK visa requirements. And for that, there will be no refusal on your behalf. I mean, for the other countries, we cannot really promise you that you are going to, we cannot promise you 100% visa. Do you understand? Because it is not in our power to, yes. And so, I mean, our testimonials are, we keep getting referrals all the time. I mean, yeah, so, I mean, our students our students are all over the world. Yeah, so basically that, and we have been in business for like 15 years now. So I think.
What is the name of the company?
Students Connect Limited.
Student Connect.
Are you on social media?
Yes, we are on social media. We are on Instagram, Students Connect Ghana. We are on Twitter, Students Connect Ghana. We are on Facebook as well,
Student
Students
Connect.
Ghana.
So your website is studentconnect.org.
studentsconnect.org. So anybody who is looking to study abroad, even if it's in the near future, September 2025, you can start talking to us now. If you hope to enroll in the US or Canada next year, this is the best time to apply, because by December, a lot of the schools would.
This 3,000 plus successful admission, is it from this part of the world or everywhere you are?
Globally.
Okay.
Globally. Well, we have been in existence in Ghana for the past 3 years.
Okay.
For the past 3 years. Yes.
100 plus university pathways, university and pathways. So 8 offices worldwide.
Yeah, so I mean, I was saying that if you are looking to study or enroll next year, this is the best time to apply. Some of the scholarships that you might be willing to apply for would are on first come first served basis, especially to the US. A lot of them would close application on the 3rd of December. So you'd have to put together your documents very quickly and apply as soon as possible. Also, I mean, if you are looking, even if you are still in school, you are looking to get a scholarship, writing a supplementary examination can also boost your chances of getting a scholarship, especially if you are in the business field. Writing a GMAT or a GRE significantly boost your chances of getting into of landing a scholarship. Also, if your GPA is not good, what you can do is that you can evaluate your transcripts with WEST or any other evaluating organization. And so what does that is that, in my experience, all the students who have done that, they have received a significant boost in their GPA. And so let's say a lot of the scholarships have a cutoff point of 3.0 GPA. But then if you have, say 2.8, you'd want to evaluate your transcript. It might help you cross that boundary and be a favorable candidate for the scholarship. Yes. So and also if you are looking to study in the UK as well, and maybe there is the Shipman Scholarship. I think it's currently opened. Shipman, there is the what do you call it? There are government scholarships as well. Ghana Scholarship Secretariat is there. There is Get Fund Scholarship as well. So some of our students enrolled in September with those facilities. And so if you hope to even school abroad and you do not have the funding, it shouldn't deter you. Some of the master's programs, some of the funding to our residents with the professors of the universities. And so what you have to do is to send cold emails. Like you have to hound them until they respond to your email. And then, especially if your GPA is not good, what you have to do is to beg. You have to beg and get funding. Yes. I mean, beg is the, what do you call it? Is the street web. But then what you do is just ingratiate yourself with them. Tell them this is what you want to do. This is what you have. Unfortunately, because of this and that, I had a 2.8 GPA. I know that this is what you are expecting, but then this is my interest, this is my experience. And I hope that I can be a very important tool on your research team. They would respond. Yes. Not all of them, but then some of them are very notorious, but then a lot of them will respond. And so, yes. So in a nutshell, this is what you do.
Okay. In closing sermon.
Yes, including. Yes, including someone. We are Student Connect. We are not expensive. We are in ARS, as I said earlier. ARS runabout in East Legon. Our services are mostly free. We would hold your hand from the beginning when you are confused as to where you want to study or what you want to study, up to when you are fully enrolled in the country. And so speak to us, even if it's just inquiry that you want to, if you don't have the money, just inquiry, you are still in school level 100, you want to know what to expect or what you want to do so that your chances of applying to study abroad in the next 4 years or 2 years would be easier. Speak to us, and that's what we are. We would counsel you through the process. Okay, so thank you for. So that's about it.
You have 4 minutes.
Hey, your phone number.
Okay, so my phone number is
direct questions through me, okay?
all right. So my phone number is 0549 876 211. 0549-876-211. You can call me at any time. Our office hours are Monday 9 a.m. to 5:30 p.m. from Monday to Friday. But then you can call us outside office hours and then we'll be able to pick. But then if you want to visit us in our offices, we are open from 9 a.m. each Monday to Friday, 5:30 p.m.
All right. That is a good justice that you've done to yourself, for yourself and to your company. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, you've heard Mr. Ego. So if you have any need for scholarship, contact them. I know his boss, and she's a good person. So she will not go and take your money for nothing. She's not part of those people. I hope they will pay me for all these big recommendation and endorsements.
Yeah.
But really, they are good because the boss went to study in the UK on a scholarship and subsequently was recruited to head the Ghana office for this program. So she has been through the process. She knows how it works. So anyone who wants to use their service, I think and I believe they will help you very well. On that note, we thank you, Andrew, for joining us on this important Guinness World Record. I want your number to count to 51 there. When it counts to 51, then we will know that we have done a very good service to ourselves, and we'll go for a break of 15 minutes, right? We'll go for a break and come back. So, as you,
so we can exhaust the time.
Yeah. So if there's any other question, you can use it to exhaust the time. Do you know where we're streaming the thing from? Do you know where we're streaming the meeting from? Yeah.
YouTube.
Okay. Not really YouTube. So how are your people watching it?
Our people.
Yeah.
I have been watching it on your website.
Oh yeah. That's where we're streaming from. So continue watching from there and tell your friends to watch from there too. So you can see when we break the record.
Yes.
Who can tell me how many hours are left for us to break the record? How many hours? 4 hours. So today we'll be breaking the record. Good. So
Yeah. She did 55.
55 and change.
Yeah.
Yeah. So let's say, give or take 6 hours. Let's just say 6 hours.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So this is what 12 p.m. So by 8 p.m. By 8 p.m. right? We would have officially broken it.
Yes.
Thank you, my man.
Thank you.
All right. Let's go for a break and come back in the next 15. The man can talk. Yeah. Yeah, he did a good job.
Just can give pressure. Sometimes it feels like give somebody pressure.
Hi.
Hey, you.
Sorry, please. Let me give you a hug.
Rolling. Oh, wait a minute now. You can break the record at 8 p.m.
Yeah.
And then that means you can kick the bucket.
Yeah, we set the
And-
record.
It's again,
Set the
you
record.
set the record.
Yeah.
And then you can quit if you want.
No,
Does that mean
no, we'll go until Friday.
you'll go until Friday
Mhm.
regardless?
Yeah. Yeah, because we want to break the record and set a new one.
Hey.
Mr. Tom, you also got us food.
Oh, yeah?
So yes, so we are very grateful. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Bless you.
Yes. Who did audio? And especially recording. Yeah, audio.
I was here.
With employment skills and help talent managers make data-driven recruitment decisions. Here's how it works. We partner with industry-leading employers and entrepreneurs in high-growth markets to design personalized project-based learning modules in finance, digital marketing, UX, UI, data science, and engineering. We recruit best-in-class entry-level job seekers and early career professionals for 6 weeks intensive career coaching bootcamp. We are our digital platform, ready to work with Africa's entrepreneurs. At the end of the bootcamp, we organize a platform for our partners, onboard ready for work leaders, and internships or full-time jobs. Ready for work brings the new fresh perspectives for talent development on the continent. Unlike other frameworks that major in providing knowledge for certification and use little benefits, Ready for Work helps hires launch fulfilling careers and hybrid companies through direct job access. Partners on the employer side, Ready for Work is the one-stop shop for data-driven recruitment, not guesswork. Instead of relying on resumes that are unreliable for matching talents to jobs, Ready for Work helps employers to make skill-based hiring decisions that get better results at less than 50% of the cost. Are you a job seeker looking to bypass the hurdles of finding a well-paying job in today's competitive job market? Or an SME looking for a globally competitive talent? Ready for Work is your final destination. To learn more or apply for our upcoming cohort, visit readyforwork.africa or call us on 030-280-2935. Job in today's competitive job market. Competitive Ready for Work is your final destination. Did you know that of all the 110,000 plus university graduates in Ghana, only 10% find employment right after the mandatory national service? It takes the rest about 10 years to secure a permanent in today's competitive job.
For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us that Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and the brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for youth by youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand. And we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAN events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy-to-use pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker.
Hi, my name is Kezia Omoye Owusankuma, a gallery associate, an art practitioner, a social media marketer, and a PhD candidate at the Department of Painting and Sculpture, KNUST. I've been in the art and media industry for 12 years, and I developed interest in digital marketing. The Ready for Work platform provided an opportunity for me to develop new and advanced skill sets. I learned to believe in myself, and I learned how to use design thinking to drive innovation. I developed essential social media marketing skills to drive sales enhance audience engagement, and build a community around the brand. Ready for Work has helped me develop confidence in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerators. Enhance audience engagement and build a community around
Employment, according to the Institute of Statistics.
in my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerators. Enhance audience engagement and build a community around
Employment, according to the Institute of Statistics.
my job search and has given me a lot of job opportunities. If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new set of skills, you want to complement your degree, I recommend Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerators.
Employment, according to the Institute of Statistics.
If you are looking for a job, you want to develop a new
Institute of Statistics Social and Economic Research. Here's more. Only about 8,648 out of the 86,478 national service personnel deployed in 2020-21 service year were employed right after their national service. It may take up to 10 years for the remaining 77,008 Institute of Statistics Social and Economic Research. Here's more. Only about 8,648 out of the 86,478 national service personnel deployed in 2020-21 service year were employed right after their national service. It may take up to 10 years for the remaining 77,008
Hi, Nelson.
Hi Tom, how are you?
I'm better. How are you?
I'm okay.
Have you been joining?
Yeah, I've been following through, and you've been doing a great job, man. I must commend you.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah.
Let me give you a few seconds to settle in.
All right.
Ready?
Yeah, sure.
Okay, wonderful. Please introduce yourself and we can take it off.
All right, my name is Nelson. I am from Nigeria, from the Edo tribe of Nigeria. I'm currently residing in Lagos, Nigeria. An entrepreneur, and I'm currently serving in the luxury male fashion business. And I'm also big on self-development, and yeah, that's basically all about me.
Wonderful.
Yeah.
So, one of the things that men struggle with is suits. This shirt
Yeah.
you can wear any t-shirt and you're good, comparatively. But when it comes to suits, there are so many rules. So, what is the first rule of wearing a suit?
The first rule of wearing a suit should be wearing a suit that you're comfortable in, because that's
Right.
the fashion, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Tell me more words. Go on.
Second, should I say more rules because you asked for the first
Yeah.
one?
Let's go. Let's flow. I have
All
a
right.
lot to discuss with you actually. I wish we
Sure,
have 2 hours. Yeah.
2 hours?
I wish we have.
Oh, all right. It's nice to actually meet you again after the first time.
Mhm.
Yeah, with suits, yeah, there's a lot of rules out there, but I personally feel like every rule should be really, really dependent on the person that is getting in the garment. Because a lot of these are actually conditioning, and you should wear what you're most comfortable in. You should wear what you feel your best self in. Giving too many rules sometimes can really throw you off balance and make you actually do the wrong thing. Yeah.
Right. So you are when did you decide to go into personal grooming and lifestyle business?
That should be like 3 years ago was when I
Only 3
decided.
years ago.
Yeah, well, officially would be like 3 years ago.
Right.
But I've actually had a business before that's also in this line, but it wasn't
Right.
this big, it wasn't this large at the time. But personal grooming has always been part of my person. So this is just like an expression. Having business in that line is just like an expression of who I am inside. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Let's go back a little bit. You grew up in Nigeria, in the UK.
I grew up in Nigeria,
Okay. Where did you go to primary school?
Lagos State, Nigeria.
Okay. So if I was your buddy in primary school, what would be my impression of you?
Okay, if you're my buddy in primary school, you'll be of this intelligent and book-focused person. Yeah, that was
Okay.
really who I was in school. I was really into education a whole lot. So that was really it for me. It was nothing else mattered at the time because at then I was still actually discovering myself. So I would not
Right.
say I knew myself that much, but something that was of keynotes for me at the time was someone that was really, really into education and trying to be the best at what I do at the time. Yeah.
Did that track forward to high school?
Yeah, up to high school. I actually went through high school with a scholarship.
Oh yeah?
Yeah.
Which school?
What? Forgetting the name of my secondary school actually, because I had a couple of them. It wasn't really
Okay.
direct. Yeah, so I think that was
Right.
foundation secondary school. Yeah, that was
Right.
the one I had the scholarship at. Yeah.
Okay. And then university, did you go to university?
I did go to university. I was at
Okay.
Delta State University in Nigeria.
Right.
But there was no scholarship in the university. So with the, yeah, so with the university, I kind of toned it down. I don't know. I think I
Right.
got distracted with the whole educational stuff. Life started happening, Tom. So
Right.
I had to. That was when I started going into entrepreneurship much. So
Right.
kind of toned down the educational
Academics.
focus. Yeah, but
Right.
not learning. I kept learning personally, but the goals kind of changed, and a lot of distractions happened. But I was now more self-learning than learning towards a profession, actually.
Right. Right. Did you fall into any kind of trouble?
Nope, no trouble. No
Okay.
trouble. Yeah, so it wasn't
Right.
trouble. It was just living life. No trouble at all.
Okay. Okay. So when did you then travel to the UK?
The UK was just visiting. I didn't really live in it. Never did.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. So was it in Nigeria that you started the clothing business, or you saw
Yeah,
it
it
in the
was.
UK and you brought it back?
No, it was in Nigeria. I started the clothing business.
How did it start?
Well, every business starts from a point of problem and solution. Yeah.
Yeah.
And I think that is one of the things that every entrepreneur has in common. So
Yeah.
while I moved to Lagos, I was somebody that at the time I had already had this love for fashion and for dressing in a kind of way, like in the suits. Yeah. So, but it was so difficult for me to find suits that would meet my own quality needs.
Yeah.
So I started to outsource for the ones that I would wear for myself. So I thought to myself, there's a lot of people that could be having these same issues in this community. So if I provide a solution, because I found a solution for myself, I could monetize it and it could become the business. So that's how it started, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you source your tailors?
Yeah, I sourced from different parts of the world. I had to build relationship with a lot of production houses, both private and commercial. Yeah, so I source from different parts of the world. So I'm somebody that always tries to look for the best in anything. So
Right.
I'm not satisfied with sometimes with a little. I always feel that if it can be good, it can be better. And if it can be
Yeah.
better, it can actually be best.
That'd
So
be
I think
best. Yeah.
that has really helped me. So even at this point, it's still not at the final stage because I'm still looking for what can be better than what we currently have. So yeah, with sourcing, I don't think I have any particular, like I'm always looking for what's better.
Right. So how many fashion houses have you worked with since 3 years ago?
I'm loyal to a few. So
Right.
I've worked with a couple. I've worked with factories, let's say 4 or 5 factories. Yeah. For
Okay.
the suits, I do both suits and shoes.
Right.
Yes, so for the suits and for the shoes, we can have an aggregate of about 6, 7 factories currently that we work.
Right. Right. So what is the most difficult part of that relationship?
The most difficult part would be it has been solved anyway because of tech, obviously. It would have been language barrier, but if there's a possibility for translation, then I think that is it. Then others would be time difference because many a times I have to stay up late to actually have conversations. And because I'm somebody that likes to see to the last detail, I do not overlook anything. So it means that I must find a way to communicate my wants to these people in the best way that they would understand. So that has been it. Then maybe it would be FX. Another problem would be,
Yeah.
you know what FX is doing to us as
Yeah,
business
of
people.
course.
Yeah, so just that too.
Do they send you the fabrics? They send you their fabrics when they have new consignment, you approve, and then tailoring starts.
Yeah, that's how it works. It's just that's
Right.
the entire process. So we select the fabrics that we want to put out, we produce,
Right.
and that's it.
Impressive. Okay, so now you were initially in your I was going to ask you a different question, but let's go into the gym and bodybuilding side of things.
Okay.
Was that intentional, or it was subset of wanting to look good?
Oh, that was far from intentional. Early in life, I was a sport person. I usually would play football professionally, but I kind of deviated again. Then I got fat. I was really fat at the point, but people hardly believed it. So I got really overweight, and that was what now started this part of my life. Yeah, because
Right.
at a point, I followed my mom to the hospital, and the doctor was like, "Ah, no, you can't be doing this to yourself. You are too big." So I had to. So that was really the turning point for that part of my life, and I started working out from that point. Then I fell in love with the process, fell in love with the result, and it just became another part of me.
How often do you work out?
I work out 5 times a week.
5 times a week?
Yeah, 5 times.
Almost every day in a week.
Yeah, they have just Thursdays and Sundays as my off days.
Is that because you choose to, or from experience you found that it was an overkill to do it every day?
Well, if you want to see results at the gym, you're advised to work each muscle group at least twice a week. And to be able to achieve that, you have to work Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, rest on Thursday, Friday, Saturday. So you can repeatedly work on certain muscles twice a week. So it was a productivity-based decision.
Okay, I guess everybody, not everybody, but I should say most people who start going to the gym, you start and then you begin to see gains and then you get disciplined. Was that your experience?
Yes. The truth is, with everything that you do, the gym is really related to real life. I believe that with everything that you do, if you're able to see results on time, it can really help with your motivation to continue. But with the gym, the results do not actually come early. So you actually have to build a discipline even when you're not seeing that result. It takes an average of 1 or 2 years to start seeing effective results when you work out. So 2 years of no seeing no results and keep going in every day. It takes a lot of mental work to do that.
It does, right?
Yes.
So what is it for you now? Is it still to see results or a ritual?
It's now a lifestyle.
Right.
Because the results are already there. So it's been so conditioned to being part of my lifestyle that if I do not work out, it feels as though something's not right. So it's now a part of me. Yes. Yes. Though.
Diet.
Do you work out?
Myself, I try to, but I'm not consistent. I guess for me, I think I have high metabolism. So I can eat everything in the world, but I won't get that fat.
That's a blessing.
It's a blessing, right?
Yes.
Some of us eat to get fat, but we don't get fat.
Yeah, it's a blessing. It's really, really an overlooked blessing.
Yeah. I use everything in the house to work out because my schedule sometimes gets too busy.
Yeah.
So I don't get to go to the gym. But, I remember back in the day, we had different styles of, back in the day in school, we used the bed, the bed, the head of the bed.
Yeah,
We use
yeah.
it to work. Yeah. Then you use the wall to do planks.
Yeah.
Everything is a strategy for working out.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah. So now, do you plan your diet, your meals and stuff? Do you take supplement? Do you plan your meal?
I do plan my meals. My meals are actually very protein based because, but I think that's something that I really appreciate the gym for. It really helps me to learn, and it's still helping me learn about diet.
Right.
The both of them go hand in hand. Actually, diet is about 80% of the work, and 20% is actually the exercise. So you have to have a vast knowledge of your diet to actually see results at the gym. So with dieting, there's no way around it. It's a must. You must learn and you must practice good diet to work out properly.
Yesterday, I had one of our speakers from yesterday, Kingsley Ify. I was asking him about meal plan. He was telling me how he conditions his own. He eats his vegetable first, and then eats the meat or fish, whatever the case may be, and then the food. Back in the day, we used the meat as the crown of the meal.
Yeah.
Do you follow that strategy?
Yeah, because protein are actually feeding in nature. That's actually what happens there. They're able to, because of their high fiber content, they're able to make you feel full for a longer period of time. So they reduce the rate at which you eat. So when you're presented with a plate of food, you're advised to start with protein so that you can start feeling full early, so you don't consume too much of the carbohydrates. So that's actually the knowledge behind it.
Right.
Yeah.
That's really smart, eh?
Yeah.
But we did it upside down back in the day.
Well, that's why most of us grew up the way we did.
That's true. Yeah, that's true. So for a man, how important is it to really be conscious of the personal grooming side of things?
Well, I think that is very, very important because I feel that grooming, how you look is a form of communication. It tells a lot about what's going on inside you. I often say that one of the easiest signs of someone that's not psychologically balanced is how they dress. Sometimes you see someone that's on the road and how they're performing, you see that they're not properly dressed. So I think it's a non-verbal form of communication. So if really you want to communicate rightly, you must put into really, really high importance how you look. Because sometimes you're not presented with an opportunity to speak, but someone can really look at you and say, okay, something is going on with this person that is okay mentally. So yeah, so I think it is, I often say it is even more important than verbal communication sometimes, because like I said, you're not always presented with the opportunity to open your mouth, but people will always see you. So you always want them to, the first impression of you to always be that of someone that's really, really intentional.
Yeah. But you know, it's here and there, right? Because today you see some guys on Instagram, all they do is do skincare every morning, every evening, and some of them don't actually have nothing to add as value.
Yeah.
So the question becomes, should you focus on skincare and grooming, or should you, hustle and find some way to make your life progressive? So is it that if you don't do grooming, you are not a real man? Do you think that?
That's a very complex question. Well, I would say that it takes, there's a real man and there's a complete man. Okay.
There's a real man and there's a complete man.
Yes.
Okay. Explain it for us.
Also, so completion comes with a little of every aspect of it. Nothing should be underlooked and nothing should be overlooked. It's not nice to look very outwardly appealing, and when you open your mouth, there's nothing to deliver or there's no value. So I feel that the outer personality is just a circumference of what is inside. So no matter how much you try to, you cannot overvalue the outside and undervalue what is inside. Mostly they say do not judge a book by the cover. So as much as you're putting in so much work on the outside, you must just create a balance to make sure that even on the inside, you're not empty. Because at the end of the day, your looks would attract, but what will keep is what is inside. So you must have a balance between the both of them. So I say that the image of self actually starts more within. The outside is just the expression of the person that you've perceived yourself to be within. So if you perceived yourself to be, I don't know the word to use at this point. At the end of the day, all of this is just to appear clean, actually. Just make sure that at all points you're clean and that inside there's value, actually. So just create a balance. So to be the complete.
Right. That I think that initially, let's say 5-10 years ago, it wasn't so popular as it is today that men do even like skincare, for example.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, what's wrong with that guy? Why is he rubbing that thing on? Even powder is like extra, for men.
Yeah.
You wear your t-shirt and you go your way and you do your thing and come back. But today the system is gradually changing. Men are beginning to pay more attention to their outlook and presentation and even Dwayne Johnson, that does not have any hair on his head, launched a shampoo line, hair wash line to show how important it is. So the other side is lifestyle. You know, um, back in the day, actually, I do like from my childhood. I've always loved quality materials. I don't care about brand name, but I like quality materials. Um, but it wasn't something like I put a lot of premium on dressing. I dress when I want to. Then when I don't want to, I just wear whatever I want and go my way. But more recently, I'm beginning to pay more attention to lifestyle. So talk about lifestyle and how you approach organizing your home, your wearables, and the things that you want to be associated with you.
Okay, like you had earlier said before you asked the question, is that times are changing, and it will be wrong for us to remain a cake in an ever-growing world. You understand? So, truthfully, like you said, there was a time where being extremely extra about how you look as a man was really out of it, right? But the truth is that times have changed, and you have to change with time in order for you to remain of value. With lifestyle, I would always say that sometimes the best things are not the most expensive things. You just have to have an eye for quality material.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And again, it also remains a reflection of the person that you are. I could wear a $200 outfit and I'll body it properly, and somebody that's wearing a $10,000 outfit may not have the confidence to even carry what they're wearing. So fashion is just an embodiment of what you really have. It's just an expression of the person that you are. Lifestyle is also an expression of the person that you are. What are your beliefs to life? I think they actually cut across a lot of things. So even in your material, so I just keep it clean and easy for myself. That's how I work. I'm actually very minimalistic. I'm not after the price and the tagging. I'm after what's quality and what will last a longer amount of time, because you also have to think about things from an economic standpoint too.
Yeah. Yeah. So does that also, include the people that are in your network?
Yeah. Tom, communication is one of the biggest things that we do in life as we go through this journey. I think it's one of the most present, the people that we meet. I often say that every other thing is just conditioning for happiness. True things that matter are the people that we meet, because those memories are the only things that we take away from this place. So I'm very, very particular about my network. Very particular. I'm not friends with any and everybody. I'm very selective with the people allowed into my circle, and there are values by which I make this selection. So anybody that doesn't fit into these values properly, sometimes I just have to do what's necessary.
Right.
Yeah.
How do you buy your watch?
I think anyone that knows me knows that.
Or should I say jewelry?
Well, let it be watches, because I'm actually very big on watches. I love watches. But because of my positioning in luxury fashion business, I can get a lot of things for at better. I'm positioned to get them sometimes, often, almost directly from the factory, because that's how I'm positioned in the business. Right. Yeah.
Right. So do you look for brand names or do you look for designs? Or is it is it utility value, like the things that will match your hand, your clothes, or your personality, or the brand or the country where it was made? What do you look for when you want to buy some of those accessories?
I think a watch is one of the most important accessories. See, I was smiling on true that a man can own. There are watches for different how do I put it? There's a word I want to say, but I don't know how to find the place it. But there's a watch for every occasion. Okay, there's a watch for the boardroom. There's a watch for the club. because watches are very good conversation starters. Whether you like it or not, if you're in the networking business, marketing business, I often advise them to get good watches because people that are into watches, they know themselves. And for a man to have matured to the point of valuing craftsmanship and watches, there's a lot of value in that person. So I have quite a number of watches. A very few number is brand based, and it's because I personally loved the brand, and I loved how much time and effort with watches because of how sometimes expensive they can be. You're not necessarily buying the watch, you might be buying the experience, the craftsmanship, the years of consistency. That is what really passes out for you. So I have a couple of brands that it's like art. I appreciate their work and I get their stuff. And for other times, I have watched that utility based, like my iWatch. I take it to the gym. I have leather strapped watches, but I only wear mechanical watches because they show that time has actually been put into making the stuff. I hardly wear quartz watches. So yeah, so it's just also a representation of value. I would always spend money on a watch than I'll buy a car because I often tell people that my watch will go with me into any room, and I really can't take my car into a meeting room and I want to meet people. I'm going to park it outside. So you may have to follow me down to see what I'm driving, but my watch is on my hand and we could start a conversation. It's not ego-based, but it's just understanding that we relate at certain levels of value appreciation. Yes.
Right, right. I hear you. Do you wear earrings, right?
I do. I wear earrings.
I think I've seen, yeah. Why? When did that start, and is there a story behind it?
There's no story behind it. I just like it. I just like the feel of it, so that's why I wear earrings.
When was the first time you wore earrings?
That was just one. Yeah, it was early. Just one. Yeah, junior secondary school one. That's grade one. Yeah.
That early?
Yeah, really early. But I did music at the time, so I guess that influenced. I was a rapper once, so
okay.
Yeah.
All
So
right. Okay.
Yeah. So that
what did your parents say?
No, of course, you know what the African parents would say. So it was a sneaky thing at the time.
Right.
Yeah, but
I had a long hair.
Really?
I had a long hair to this place. Yeah.
Wow.
I did.
And
I would have also worn earrings, but my sister would kill me.
How was it with your hair?
Yeah. Well, the pressure became too much, so I had to cut it.
It doesn't look bad, eh?
But I love the hair. I love the hair. But maybe my child, my son will have a long hair.
Well, I think that you can control, so you can have that.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. The people were giving me so much pressure, even strangers. Everybody was like, "Why do you have a long hair? Are you Are you
Yeah, I get it.
It got so tiring.
I get it.
Okay. So let's talk about shoes. You make shoes. Do you wear your brand?
Only my brand. Aside sneakers, I wear only my brand.
Okay. What do you take into consideration when you're making those requisitions?
Why I say I wear only my brand, because I would sell something that I can wear because of my value.
Right.
I place value to stuff. So I can boldly say that my shoes can sit on the same shelf with with whatever top brands are there in the world. So
right.
That is it. That's about it. So that explains why I can confidently wear my brand. It's just also an expression of my value perception.
Right.
Yes.
Right. Okay. Now, did you start cutting your hair by yourself, or it was always barbering?
I've never tried to cut my hair by myself.
Okay.
Because I really like my hair a lot, so I don't want to ruin it.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've never cut my hair by
You
myself.
use only one barber, or whenever you travel, whoever is available?
I would advise every man to stay loyal to their barber.
I know, right?
That's a relationship you really
I
cannot
know.
have your way around it.
Yeah.
The few times I've tried to cheat on my
Yeah.
papa, it doesn't always come out nice. So you have to keep still there.
Yeah.
Yeah, so if I have a
Yeah.
long trip to go on, I'll just
I know.
come there and try to maintain it until I'm back. Because the way the hair is done is not
Right.
something you can undo if there's a problem. So you just have to live with the
Yeah.
consequences of your action
Yeah.
at the time. Yeah, so
Yeah.
yeah, that's it.
I will never forget that guy, that guy. Jesus is Lord. Jesus. Jesus. Look. I'll never forget that guy. Oh man. Men are struggling with babas, eh? And babas are
Yeah,
the most stubborn people in this world.
actually, but
Eh?
I think if you can find a way to relate with them and make them understand, and you find the one that
Yeah.
understands you actually, uh, it,
Right.
sometimes it doesn't have to be the biggest baba in town, funny enough. It can be just somebody that can listen to you and understand that this is how you want it done.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it.
You want it done, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely agree. Okay, so now I guess the other subject that we haven't covered is where you live and how you live. Do you plan where you live based on budget or based on where your friends want you to be?
Nah, I could never do anything that is influenced by anybody else.
Mm.
I live where I can afford at the time, so it's never gonna be ever gonna be influenced by anything. Not social influence, not personal, not now. I'm really a self sufficient person, so a lot of things don't really affect my decisions. So yeah.
Right. Yeah, your own man.
Yeah.
Excuse me. It's important. Um, many times young men, you know, rising young men make decision for other people and not themselves. For example, some cannot control it because they are bankers. And so because of the bank they work in, the manager says you cannot live there, you cannot drive that car, you cannot, because you are representing the bank. And so they find accommodations the accommodation they cannot afford, and they drive a car they cannot afford, and they buy their fridge with salary on loan, you know. So yeah, those things some are unavoidable. But so how do you get to that point where you know your own voice and you know your own person and you can walk in your own lane?
Like you said, it's if your job determines your lifestyle, do you really want to be in that job for long? That would be my question, because it may not be fulfilling to you. It may just be fulfilling your financial needs. But if again it puts pressure on your financial needs, you just really need to ask yourself what's good for you at some point. So if I was in such a loop, I think I'll find my way out, because I cannot continue to do something that fulfills someone else's wants than mine. So yeah, that's it.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Have you always been like that, or as you grew in life, experience shapes your decisions and character?
Experience is the greatest teacher, Tom, because the brain actually learns by registering patterns according to experience. So yeah, so I would say some of it is naturally inspired, and others have been through mistakes and experiences that have happened in the past. And as you grow, learning is always a continuous process. I don't always want to believe that I knew myself at some point and that is how it will be. I believe I'm able to unlearn some character. I've made some mistakes, financial mistakes in the past that I will not make again.
Yeah, we'll talk about those.
Yeah, I've learned a lot of things. I'm learning new things that are now more in alignment with the person that I'm knowing myself to become. So I just believe that you should never put a stop to the knowledge of yourself, that as you grow and as you learn, you're able to change, because change is always going to be constant at every point in life. So you're able to change towards a better self with time.
Right. So do you agree with the statement that the essence of a man is how he handles money and not necessarily how much money he makes?
True.
Okay. So when did you learn about money?
Oh, I learned about money very early in life because I started actually making money very early. I actually found my way around money easy. But I made a lot of financial mistakes because at the time I wasn't really mature enough to handle all the resources that was in my possession. So
Right.
with money, you have to actually intentionally learn about money management. I read a lot of books about money management. And I read somewhere that if you do not know what to do with money when it comes, you keep wasting money and always having to need money. But if money makes you prepared, you would know that money is actually a tool and it's not really a fulfillment. It doesn't really exist. It's just a tool to get things done. So yeah, with money, I would say that the way you use money is always going to be more important than how much money you make.
Yeah.
I agree to that. So yeah,
Have you ever been in debt?
never been in debt.
Even to your suppliers?
Never been in debt.
Why?
Let's say I'm able to understand my cash flow properly and understand where the needs are and how to meet them over time. I'm someone that do not really believe that. I believe you should do what you can. Not that if you need debt to scale, you shouldn't get it, but you should be aware of the kind of debt. You should actually don't go into debt blindly. I would say that if you have to go into debt, let it be for a purpose and something that could actually refurbish the debt without putting any pressure on you. So
Right.
I've not been in debt personally, and I've also never been in debt commercially. That's with my business.
Right. So I guess sometimes also it depends on the nature of your business, right?
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
It does really do
So
depend on the nature of your business sometimes. But my business, I don't think I've actually consciously tried to build the relationship of having them to give me supplies for free for before time. I believe
yeah.
maybe if I try to, I may be able to get it because well, I don't want to mentally put myself there. That's the word here. So I'm just mentally okay with working with what I have, and so far so good. God has been helping us. So
Right. Okay, so let's talk about blood tax.
okay.
Is it a problem for you to discuss?
I think it should be.
Why? Why is that?
Well, can I ask that we skip that, please?
Well, you have siblings that, see your post getting millions of views and see you wearing suit all the time and see your shop moving into a new venue, a bigger venue. Now they want money from you. So do you say no, or do you say just tell me how much?
I must tell you the truth, Tom. I actually got into the position of responsibility very early in life. So I'm actually responsible for all my younger ones, and so I've just been built that way. So when they want something that is necessary, they get it because life happened early, and I had to be a parent to them early. So I've always been used to being there for them as much as I can. So as much as I
Right.
did get someone to be there for me, I try my best to be there for them as much as I can.
So it's not a problem for you.
No, it's really not a problem because I've also been able to make them understand my position financially, and everyone kind of knows when they can get something off me and when it's a no. So I think it's easy for them not to come when they know I have a project going on. I have production to do. But even in this, I still find a way to get a balance to make sure that needs are met, not wants, but real needs are
Yeah.
met. Yeah.
Needs. I ask this question of different kinds of people,
Yeah.
and because some people find it to be a problem, I ask it to our brothers and sisters abroad, and I ask it to fast rising individuals like yourself at home, because I try to understand how people think about, like, for example, footballers. Of course, Mikel,
Yeah.
and yeah. he was once talking about this, and I totally understand what he's saying. Like, he earns a lot of money, and at the end of the month, he wouldn't see the money because everybody in the village, had opened their hands, and at the end of the month, they spend the money also. He wouldn't see anything, and they are getting richer, buying houses, and
Yeah.
he that is struggling, he's wondering why is he getting poorer, and these guys are getting richer. Yeah, so I understand those. But sometimes also you engage working professionals and they are like, oh, family back home is the biggest problem I have because every money I make, they are all coming with open hands. And did I give birth to you? Those kinds of things. And I wonder, is it, the way our generation is seeing it now? Because I know, you know, if you don't, people pay for you, probably, some people might have paid for you. So it shouldn't be a problem if you have, right?
No, it should never be a problem if you're in the position to. But I would tell
Yeah.
you this from experience that it's easy for people to fall from the point of responsibility to entitlement. So that
Yeah.
is the line that you must make sure is not crossed. It's really about the environment you create for yourself, okay? And the kind of family. I extend my hand to the extended family, but it's really about my close-knit family. And
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
understand that whenever they come, because there's an actual need. But it can get really frustrating sometimes, I have to be
Yeah.
honest. But I think I'm natural at it. Okay. I think that's my God-given gift is a free hand. So it doesn't really burden me that much. And I guess over time, I have now become very accustomed to it. And I keep telling people that if I raise a family now, I don't think I'm going to have any issue within my own immediate family because that is all I've done all my life. You understand? So
Right.
I try to see the positive, even sometimes it can be really stressful, Tom. Sometimes I have to deprive myself of a lot of stuff to make sure that
Yeah. Yeah.
they have what they need. But
Yeah.
again, I don't ever want to have to see it as a burden because the minute you mentally start to see it as a burden, it becomes a problem. So I'm always
Yeah.
grateful for the opportunity to be the one to give and not to be the one that's asking. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Agreed. Um, oh man, it's the top of the hour, and that's all the time that we have. We
Oh, we've
only have
spoken for 1
2 minutes.
hour. I will never
I
believe
think
I can speak for
45
1
minutes.
hour.
I know.
Yeah.
I still have some questions, and
Okay.
anyways, you are coming to Ghana anytime soon, right?
Yes, I'm coming for the celebration.
You should.
I will.
And I want to show you a project.
Okay.
Young men need direction, and I think you have found your footing, and I believe there are some young men that can use your voice, your insight, for direction.
Yeah.
And I think I have an idea on how you can do it in a more practical and effective way. So when you come, I will show you some ideas that I have in my head.
Oh, I'll be happy.
We'll see if it works. Hopefully it works.
Yeah, because that's
But
something I'm actually diving into now. Because I see that I'm actually a self-inspired person, and people are kind of inspired by me um, indirectly. So I'm trying to work in that purpose now to make it something that's more tangible and something
yeah,
that could be more related to. Yeah, so that's it.
yeah. Well, say some final words to those that have listened to you and are getting inspired by you.
What I would say is the first thing in life is to discover yourself. A lot of us do not find it easy because when you discover yourself, you're able to know what you want and what you do not. And once you found that person, you can have different levels of fulfillment as you go in life. You must understand what you need per time and just keep your head in it. Consistency is one of the biggest things that anyone can do for themselves. So whatever you find positive that's working for you, stay in there and make sure that you do it to the best of your capacity. That's all.
Wonderful. Where can they find you?
I'm on Instagram, Chemistry Luxury. that's about my only social media active.
Wonderful. Well, also on the agenda, they can click on the link here and it takes them to your LinkedIn. Sorry, to your Instagram.
Yeah.
Yeah. Great.
All
Thank you,
right.
my man. Thanks for
Thank
your
you for
time.
nice
Really
coming up.
appreciate
Okay.
it.
Yeah, I appreciate this time. Do have a nice
Thank you,
day.
bro.
And I wish you
You
luck
as
for
well.
doing this. Okay, bye.
Thank you.
Yeah.
All right. Jarvis. Please let in Travis and Akosia.
Yeah, hi Tom. Can you hear me?
Hi, Travis.
Hi.
How's it going?
It's going well. Yeah, I'm back. I'm back home, so yeah.
Yeah, I saw. How was Lagos?
It was great. It was a fantastic show I had, I believe, and I'm extremely excited about it. Yeah.
Wonderful. So, Akosia, after 2015 to today should be 9 years. 9 years. After 9 years, we see again. Do you remember the first time we met?
I think I do. I think I
Yeah.
do.
So it was on the morning of I'm not sure whether it's May, Saturday morning. I'm not sure whether it's May in 2015 at British Council. Then this car came and they drove straight, windows rolled up, so serious. And then this nice lady walked out majestically. And I was standing there wondering, oh, is she part of my speakers? But I don't know her face. And then she came and she was like, are you the one having this event? I was like, yes. And she said, okay, well, tell me about it. And I told her about it and she gave me a card from, is it one of the banks then?
Yeah,
It
from me.
was, yeah, it was an amazing experience. I kept your card for a very, very long time.
Yeah.
It was a great experience that day because I didn't know how you saw the event. It was so encouraging. In my head, I was like, oh, so somebody actually saw what I'm doing here.
Yeah.
Do you remember how you saw the event?
Oh yes, I do. I think I was actually at the British Council for another meeting, and anything on youth development, student affairs, entrepreneurship, it just excites me, and
Right.
it was a good program. I wish such programs are still organized even today,
Yeah.
so that it will be able to bridge the gap between the unemployment and what other people need to do. Yeah.
Yeah, we would organize a career for next year. So put us on the timeline for that
Most definitely.
special edition.
Most definitely.
Okay, so let's start. Both of you are sharing the panel. And I have lots of questions to ask. Yeah, because you are speaking on skills, education, and impact on the Ghanaian economy. And of course, Travis is on the future of textiles, reviving Ghana's weaving traditions. So please introduce yourselves for our audience online.
Okay, so my name is Travis Oben Kaspar. I am the founder, creative director of Ajaben. So Ajaben is a Ghanaian fashion brand. And basically, you know, our major thing is that we explore the purity and vibrancy of African culture, that infuses post-colonial optimism with a Pan-African spirit. And the whole essence of it is that we want to use the simplest way to represent Ghana and then the continent as a whole. And the way we've themed the brand is that it's an Afro minimalist brand. So basically just using the simplest form of medium, simplest form of way to represent Ghana and then the continent.
Wonderful. Akosia.
So my name is Akosia, and I'm into youth development, youth support, been in academia for a while, and currently I'm the Vice President of Operations for GSEW Design Institute Africa. It's actually the first creative private university in West Africa, and I manage the entire operations of the business. So.
Great. So yesterday I had, did you listen to yesterday's session? Did you happen to watch or listen?
Yes, I think I watched some of them. I watched Mr. Alan's
Yeah.
and a couple of them.
I was actually going to talk about Mr. Alan.
Oh.
Yeah. He was my lecturer at Radford. So we were talking about the state of higher education in Ghana. Do you feel like institutions like yours brings new dynamics to the existing framework of education and training?
Yes, I believe so. I think that part of our culture as Africans have always been to see some other jobs as more important. And we've left the skills for quote and unquote the uneducated. But unfortunately, we all eat, we all listen to music, we all love paintings, we all wear clothing from the time we are born to the time we die. And these are areas that we need to have a shift in mindset. And I believe that institutions such as ours is bringing a different pedagogy and a different way of doing it to be able to bring an all-inclusive form of a curriculum to help young people to see their creative potential and of course add on to the economic prospects of the country.
Tell me more about the pedagogy.
I think it's always for a typical Ghanaian university, it's always been a matter of we would give you theories, and then when you leave outside of here, you would be able to find practical or what actually happens on the ground. For us at JCCD, it's because it's a skill-based or practical-based institution, we need to be able to find ways to still have the theories, but be able to put in the practical. So that, and apart from that, also bring industry to the classroom. So you do not finish before you have the aha moment that, oh, that's why this happens. But you're able to still have a real world experience of what happens out there even before you complete school.
All right. Speaking of industry, Ajaben has been busy recently, huh? Travis.
Yeah, very, very, very much busy.
Tell us about it.
Well, I mean, it's a very amazing journey. So I think early this year, in February, I mean, it's been one of the things that I wanted to, not necessarily change, but I wanted to explore. So for me, I've been very interested in textiles. And one of the things that, as a fashion designer, one of the things that I've been yearning on is to, produce my own fabrics from scratch. And so obviously you are thinking about the local textiles or fabrics. However, the traditional one we have in Ghana, it's not super conducive for the environment we are in, right? So it's a bit thicker, it's a bit heavy, and then it's also stiff, right? And for me, the kind of pieces I produce are very easy casual wear, right? It's like everyday wear. And one of the things I've been, thinking about asking myself that I want to use our local textiles, to make everyday pieces, right? That you can just pick a random button-up shirt, random, pair of pants, and then, just go your way, right? So it's like, how are we creating value for it, right? Outside of, just the cloth. and also using it for the corset gowns and whatnot, right? So I was looking at that direction. So somewhere in February, I was like, this year February, I was exploring. I mean, it's been a whole thing on my mind. So I was exploring, and it's two countries. For me, I thought, okay, would be able to give me that sort of like texture and then feel I want, which are Burkina Faso and then Kenya. Because also the Burkina grows the cotton there, so they're able to get like the different types of yarns, produce, get a different texture. So I was going to explore, and I chanced upon. So one time I think I was stepping out, and then I go into an Uber drive. I go into an Uber car, and I was having a conversation. The Uber driver asked me, questions. What do I do? And I said, hey, I'm a fashion designer. And said, oh, he can actually tell from the way I'm dressed. And I asked, hey, what do you do as well? I said, and interestingly, he's actually a multidisciplinary, artist. He's a 360 artist. So basically, that was like his leisure time, kind of like moving around and all of. So he's a fashion designer. He's a textile designer. He's a sculptor. He literally does everything. And so
Wow.
then, like, this is amazing. So I shared my I shared my vision to him that this is what I want to do with our local textiles, right? And he said, hey, bro, I've been doing the same thing. Like, I've been thinking about the same thing, right? So mind you, this is the first like set of like, you know, uh meeting with, that's who the Uber driver is called Mr. Aubrey, right? So this first encounter with him. And then he said, hey, he was at this exhibition, and then what he saw, it was amazing. And it's the same thing, the way we are thinking, it's exactly what they've done, right? And then fast forward, I was like, sure, I would want to, go to this place and see. So in my head, I thought I was actually going to go to like a weaving center where people are doing crack, 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 crack. And then we'll just be talking, and then, oh, I want to change this, I want to change that. And interestingly, we went to meet Mr. Kofi Setoji. So Mr. Kofi Setoji is the former co-founder for Nobuke Foundation. And
Right.
now he's the founder of Art House and Design House. And basically what Mr. Kofi has done with Nobuke Foundation was that, so there's a documentary we've done, and then, it's going to be premiering very soon. So what he did with Nobuke was that they explored the whole of Ghana when Ghana was 50 years to understand what are the art forms of Ghana, right? And so they explored the whole of Ghana to understand the different, art forms. And then weaving was part of the art forms they discovered. And then they decided to also go to different centers to understand the weaving styles, techniques. So, Bonre, Agbozome, Betwe, Aflau, all of these, the northern region, all of that, to understand. And then for him, he realized that we can actually do so much to this thing that, it's just involved in Ghana, right? So for him, he was also looking at the value side of, our local textiles. So he has explored, he has done the samples, he has done everything. And basically what he was doing is that he was waiting for me, but not literally like waiting for me, but waiting for someone who was also thinking, beyond that direction, and say, okay, how can we create value for our textiles using it for, a whole kind of like product options, lifestyle options, and all of that. So then Mr. Aubrey took me to Mr. Kofi. And before that, I already know Mr. Kofi Setoji. I respect him so much. I think he's done an incredible job in the art space. And also there's this one weaver, Mr. Kofi met. He's from Agbozume, and he's a master weaver. And then basically he told his family that he also wants to change the traditional way of, like, not necessarily change it, but he wants to see value, right? And he's been thinking about that direction of, reducing the texture, the weight, the feel of it. And then I think Mr. Kofi saw his work, and then he loved it. And then through someone they met, and then he asked him to come and do a residency at Art House. So Emmanuel was working with Mr. Kofi. And then, so this is what happens. Me meeting Mr. Aubrey taking me to Mr. Kofi, and then Mr. Kofi introducing me to the master weaver, Emmanuel. And that has been the thing for me to, like, with the exploration. However, I was from the beginning, I was saying that I was going to go to Burkina and then Kenya to explore because they were going to give me the texture that, I think I would want. But for all of us to have the same like mindset, for all of us to have the same feeling around these things, like what are really the odds for us to meet? And then for me, we've done, everyone shared the same vision. So basically we kind of like have an ecosystem now where there's a designer, there's a master planner, there's a master weaver, and there's someone who has like the knowledge and skill around all of these things. So that has been the journey. And then we've been able to weave a few things. My goal was to create a hybrid Ghanaian fabric. So not necessarily like kente, fugu, or the kente from the Volta region, but create a hybrid Ghanaian textiles. So kind of like bringing everything together and create that sort of like fabric. So that's
Right.
what I'm learning about. And then, thanks be to God, we've been able to complete that.
What a journey. And I saw you had an exhibition at the High Commissioner's residence.
Yeah.
And also Lagos Fashion Week. How was the experiences?
It was, again, I mean, this has been an incredible journey experience. So what happened was that there was this mayor dialogue thing. So basically, from these guys from London, they're called the Real London guys. So basically, what they're doing is that they had this mayor dialogue, and what it talks about is they kind of like want to reduce textile waste in some parts of like cities. So Accra City, London, Milan, Paris, and all of that. So, but they came to Ghana to explore first, and it was like I think between the British High Commissioners and then Real London, and because of what I was exploring, it was very key for them because I have some few contacts with people working with the British High Commission. So I've been sharing with them that, hey, this is what I'm working on, this is what I'm working on. So it was very easy for them to like send my contacts so I can be part of that initiative. So that was how come I got in the space to talk about it. And I think we had a dinner session where it was like an open space where we were all talking, discussing about how textiles waste can be reduced, especially the secondhand clothing and all of that. And also looking at coming back to our local textiles, how best can we expand it, how best can we basically make sense out of it, right? And that was kind of like the conversation. And also Lagos Fashion Week, last year I got an invitation. I went. I believe it was incredible for them. And then this year, they decided to invite me again. I was like, sure. I mean, this is amazing. And also it was like a great timing because that was when I've actually discovered, being properly explore this textile thing. So it was necessary for me to like, showcase that to say, Ghanaian textiles can be done in different ways, so it can be worn, as part of our daily lives, right? So that's what actually I went to showcase at Lagos Fashion Week. Yeah.
Impressive. Sounds like a fruitful journey.
Yeah. Yeah. And there's actually more to come. I believe it's going to
Right.
be like a national agenda. It has to go beyond Ajaben, but it's going to be a national agenda.
Great. So Akosia, you work in TVET.
Yes.
So do you believe that TVET is or could be, the solution to Ghana's youth unemployment?
Yes, I believe TVET is our next cocoa, oil and gold. Africans are naturally born creatives. So we need the education that goes with it, the passion, as well as, for instance, what Travis is doing, the futuristic level of fashion and other areas of TVET to push us to open our economy wider, as well as be able to curb the unemployment that we find ourselves in.
Wonderful. So what has been it seems like the industry hasn't really come to full force. Now, I don't discount the fact that there is so much work going on, but it seems like it hasn't come to maturity. Would that be a
That's,
true assumption?
you are very right. And this comes from different angles. It comes from our educational system. It comes from um, um, societal issues, before we even come to the governmental issues. So, for instance, when it comes to our society, TVET has always been relegated to the background. You have parents who tell their children that if you don't pass your exams, you go and sew. If you don't pass your exams, you go and do music. Some even go to the extent of they see somebody sewing or painting, then they will tell their ward, you see that man, if you don't learn hard, you'll be like him. But trust me, you cannot do pattern drafting if you don't know math. You cannot do textile to a level that Travis is taking if you don't understand science. So it is a shift in mindset that we all need to have as a continent, that fashion TVET education is not for illiterate, is not for those who are not good academically. Um, it is rather for those who both of their side of the brains are working, for them to be able to critically think through a garment, critically think through music, critically think through drama, performance, painting, and all the other plumbing works and all the other angles of TVET. When it comes to our curriculum in the various institutions, we still are focusing on more on the theory than understanding that it is a skill-based or a practical-based program. Anything TVET, you would have to be able to still add the theory to the practicals. And unfortunately, we still feel that once, for instance, you go into a classroom, you're supposed to do more theory. Then it comes to the government regulations. Currently, with the Ghana Tertiary Education Commission, which is GTEC, that oversees universities in Ghana, there's a set of criteria for you to be called a lecturer, for you to be a professor in a university. When you look at TVET in Ghana today, or even in the whole world, you go to Parsons, you go to FIT, people who are teaching TVET and teach it well are people who are from the industry that add education to it. In this part of our world, we want people with PhD in fashion, PhD in textile, PhD in other TVET related programs that don't have the industry practice. So somebody like Travis can teach students very well for them to understand sustainable fashion or sustainability when it comes to fashion. But the regulators would want you to have some qualification before, and even for entry into the universities. Elsewhere that they are advanced in TVET education, you can have your portfolio and you'll be admitted to do a degree program. Here, you would have to pass 3 courses, 3 electives, and portfolio and all those things do not really matter because it's not part of the minimum requirement. So I think the future is bright, but there are several roadblocks that needs to be removed for us to see the brighter and light of TVET in Africa and in Ghana as well.
Great. All right, Travis, you already have a success story that young people who want to go into fashion admire, do they come to you to ask how you became? Yeah, what do you tell them?
Yeah, I mean, interestingly, I have this like platform basically where I have dedicated myself to like assist guys, students who wants to look at fashion a different form. I have trained myself to understand that I have trained myself to kind of like learn certain ways. I have three different um, design steps I personally use, and I thought it's for me it's worked so well. And so the platform is called like the Ajabin Way. And so I assist these guys if they reach out and say, hey, I want you to help me with this, all of that. And these three steps are, so the first thing I do is research. And then the second thing I do is reference. And then the third thing I do is creative direction. For me, I believe that design is born out of research, right? Whatever that you bring to life, there needs to be some form of research, right? Because again, there's nothing new, right? There's nothing new. So you can say that I just woke up and then decided to design this thing, right? So it's either you saw something, you felt something, you heard something, and then you look at that and say, okay, how best can I, you know, change this thing and make it my own, right? So you sort of like pick those things, bring it together, and then you reference. I mean, I have my own way of referencing. I have direct and indirect referencing and all of that. And I mean, time, wouldn't permit us, for me to explain all of that. And then creative direction is basically you understanding what you want to talk about, what you want to communicate. And, you can have a theme out of that research. And then the reference is like, how do you break it? The reference is that, in the clothing and then in the theme, what's the relation there? What should people, pick out from what you are communicating? And then that would come out from the creative direction. So that's where you see the colors of the pieces. That's where you see the design of the pieces. That's where you see the lookbook of the pieces and then the campaign and everything, right? So that's like the balance, bringing, merging everything together. So this kind of like my process that if, any students, anyone that comes to me say, hey, I want you to assist me, help me understanding the different lights or level, this is my approach to them. And I believe I've done it to, a few of them. It's been incredible. It's been amazing. I'm so proud that I'm able to share this experience with them. And like, Damakusia said that there are some things, because you are so much into it, it's very easy for you to properly communicate that. It doesn't necessarily require you to have a certain kind of degree, a certain kind of like level of, academic, experience, right? For me, like 90% of everything I do or I know is or was self-taught. I went to Radford University as well. I went to Rios Originates. I didn't complete. I had to leave Radford because of COVID, all of that. Rios Originates, I did part of it. But when I was at Rios, the authority there, Richard, one of the things he told, one of the things he told the students was that, because I think there was a time where we actually drafting, there was pattern drafting class, and then I said something and it was confusing to everyone. And then he said that they'll be seeing me at the Paris Fashion Week, then Milan Fashion Week, and all of that. And for him, because he knows what it means to, to have someone like, like me in that space, like he knows he's been in the space, he understands this. So he could see beyond what, I was probably thinking or I was probably saying, right? So that require, people like that. For someone meeting someone like Mr. Kofi. Mr. Kofi, I believe, hasn't been in a fashion class. He hasn't been in a textile class. I don't think so, right? But he is an expert. Like he gets it. And for him to, sit down and say there has to be a proper way for us to, promote this thing. This is the way to do it, right? And then we need the likes of him. And so for me, my approach is it's not like the traditional typical way of going to school and all of that, but I believe that what I know, makes a whole lot of sense, because again, design is born out of research. You can't do anything without properly understanding why, you are doing it. So yeah, so that's my approach. So when they come to me, this is how I share with them. Yeah.
Impressive. So, Akosia, do you support young girls who are looking for mentorship to start their career?
Oh, yes. I mean, mentorship is key, is key. I think what we've not done well is to let people understand that mentors can come from different areas, sometimes not even within the field where you want to be at. Because there are some skills that are transferable skills, there are some skills that are inter-program skill. So you need to look for someone that can be able to guide you. And it is not always finance that starts first, but getting someone who gets you, who understands you, and who would more or less be a guide for you to be able to reach the goals you have set for yourself. Yes.
How many girls do you mentor?
That's uncountable.
Right.
That's uncountable. I do some mentorship for the Ashesi Venture Incubation. I do some for the Ashesi Career Services. Do some for blacksmith. Do some. Different areas. I believe that the things that were not in place for us to be able to have direction, these are the things we should be able to make available to other students and other young people, for them to be able to have it easier than we did.
Right. So when it comes to skills development, what is the one thing that individuals, because yesterday I was speaking with Mr. Allen and he raised a vital point, which we all know. The attitude of learners sometimes determines the outcome of education, right? So what is the one thing you would like young people to know about their own personal education and how they approach skills development?
I think it is critical thinking and concept development. We've left critical thinking for it to mean English or comprehension. But critical thinking, I always tell the students, is when both sides of your brain is working. You cannot begin anything if you do not understand concept development, the why you are doing something, the solution what you're doing is going to provide. You cannot just do something and say, I like red, so I did red. What solution is that going to perform? So that your brain is working at not just providing a product or a service, but the brain must work that I need to be a problem solver. I think that is one key thing that if you want to be in the skills industry, or you want to be anybody as a student, it should be able to have it right at the word go, so that you would be able to answer the why and be very inquisitive. I loved it so much when Travis said that most of the things he's learned are self-taught. And currently, there's a lot of resources that you don't confine yourself to what you paid for to be in the classroom for, but you open yourself up wide to be able to learn from other places, from other people as well.
So, Travis, now we're talking about reviving Ghana's weaving traditions, and from what I understand, there's a new signature you're trying to bring back with inspiration from Kwame Nkrumah, if I understand.
No, I mean Ghana as a whole.
Right. So tell us more about this concept.
Okay, so I mean, again, I love textiles. I enjoy fabrics. I And one of the things I said from the beginning was that I want to produce fabrics from scratch. Right. I used to do textile surface design, like the prints and all of that. It's self-taught. I learned it on my own. And because I was doing 3D garment design as well, that was like during COVID. So I was doing that and I actually got a job from that. I was one of the few people that got a job during the COVID era. Because I mean I found it very like cool to kind of like do this textile, surface design thing and blending it with 3D and 3D garment design and all of that. Um, but yeah, for me it's like I want to celebrate Ghana. I believe that I've been put here for a specific, purpose. I've been put in Ghana for a specific purpose, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. Because I mean, my first love was football, right? And then they hit me one day. I was like, no, I think fashion is it for me, and I just got into fashion, and that kind of like feeling. I used 2 days to learn how to use the machine on my own, and right. So for me, it's like how I want to celebrate Ghana. And one of the things that I can use to celebrate, promote Ghana is to get back to our local textiles because also the kind of pieces I produce is very easy, casual, clean, simple, right? The only thing that makes sense out of it is, the kind of cuts I have and also the kind of story I add to the pieces. So it's like a normal shirt pants, and then you're going, and then the colors are also very specific and all of that. But that's not enough, right? Because when you think about the kind of people, in the world trying to do this fashion thing, even students from, again, even Ghana, look at the students here when you go, outside to the Patons, FITs, Central St. Martins, these guys are trying to do something and they have the fabrics that we want, right? Obviously, you cannot compete with them. It doesn't make, and they have the resources, they have the machines for specific finish, all of that. So we are using one machine for everything. And for me, one of the things that could change everything for me and Ajabin is to change fabric, basically. And so I was exploring, and to explore is to understand what's on the continent, because the brand also celebrates that, right? It infuses, post-colonial optimism with a Pan-African spirit. So basically, what does Pan-African spirit mean? Me being able to go to the next neighboring country to understand what they have, so I can use that so it still stays within the continent. So as exploring, I realized that of course we have different types of weaving techniques in Ghana, but the most popular one we know about is kente, which has been because it's been communicated for several times, right? But when you go to the northern region, there are people weaving there. Even when you just go to the Volta region, you can have 3 different or 5 towns, and they are weaving differently. Agbozuma is weaving differently, Ketu is weaving differently, Afla, they are all weaving differently, right? But it's not, we don't talk about it. We don't talk about it's like, okay, it's fine. But for me, it's not fine. And one of the things I wanted to do was that, no, for me to make sense out of these things, something has to change. And the change is that when I look at the stuff, the kind of things I produce, it's very easy, simple. You just pick it and then you go. And then I say, no, I want our local textiles to behave the same way. Because before, colonialism, that was basically what they were wearing, right? They were just using the cloth and all of that. And for me, it was like, how best can I do that? So through that exploration, I understood that, okay, I can actually break that texture, the weight of it, so I can be able to produce that. But I wasn't sure if it will be done in Ghana, because it's again our thinking is is very stiff, in the sense that you don't change, you don't change anything. Senior, yeah, so you just have to keep it that way, right? I mean, who are you to go and tell people weaving in Bori to change texture, and then who are you to, right? So, and for me to meet Mr. Kofi, and then that's for me, it's I believe that we had to meet in that way, so that we will be able to create this sort of like texture. And for me, we've done incredible. We are not the only people who have been able to done this. When you go to Burkina is like weaving all kinds of texture you want. They can actually weave like a linen texture, by hand woven, right? But I want it to be here. Like I want it to be Ghana, so that it makes sense beyond Ghana. So when you're outside of Ghana, you're not just mentioning Kente, Fugu, Kete, or whatnot. You are mentioning it's from Ghana. So for me, I want this to feel like when you listen to Osibisa, it reminds you about Ghana. When you open like Club Beer, and you're out, it reminds you about Ghana. And I want this to feel the same way. Like I want you to, the moment you see this kind of like weave texture, Ajabin, it reminds you about Ghana. And so it's the way of thinking about having a cross-cultural like weave to create that kind of like hybrid Ghanaian textile. So yeah, so that has been it for me. Yeah.
I like your passion, man. Okay. We are gradually coming to the top of the hour. Akosia, what do you have to tell young people starting their careers, looking to progress in the workplace? You've had different exciting careers in corporate Ghana. Talk to them.
I think never be afraid to explore. And although all the time they tell us to have a plan, but if the plan changes, be able to use the skills you have, regroup yourself, and venture into something else exciting. Rightly, as you said, I have had very interesting career path, and I am happy. I am happy that at the end of the day, it still goes to the core of what I believe in, which is youth development, entrepreneurship, and of course, support for the needy. So be yourself, be authentic, and always and always and always, everything that you do should be with the mindset that how would Ghana benefit? How would Africa benefit from what I do or what I want to do or what I am doing?
All right. Travis, many people want to start a business. Should everybody start a business?
Of course. I mean, I believe we are here for that. I For me, it's like a real representation of that. It's going to the market, right? It's like going to, for instance, the Mokola markets, right? And it's you have about 10 women lined up, and then they are selling exactly the same thing, and each and every one would have something to go home, right? And I mean, starting a business, it's like when you begin, you would understand if you have to start or you don't have to start. And I think it's like that, yeah. Because for me, it's like, again, I used to be a football player, and I was like top two in where I was playing. And I've been to like soccer academies and all of that. But I felt it that no, it has to be football. I got insults, from my peers and all of that, because they knew how I could play. And for you to all of a sudden fashion. And again, when you think about fashion here in this space, it's like, bro, what are you doing? It doesn't what do you mean fashion, right? But they forget that the richest man on earth, literally like second or maybe third now, is like invest in fashion. So invest in luxury goods and all of that. So it's for me, yeah, anyone can start. a business, because also, I am a Christian. I believe that, we are born in the likeness and image of God. And what does that mean? It means that we are able to create. And what does creation mean? Creation is to bring out businesses. Creation is to showcase your talent, your skills. So it's very important for us to, be in that image of God. God didn't just put us for us to look at, the skies and all of that. He wants us to do something, and for us to do something is to create, is to do businesses, is to strive, is to endure. Like, just, whatever that you want to build on this earth planet, you should be able to do it. But again, the moment you start, you would understand if I need to move forward or I need to stay back. So yeah.
Wonderful. Well, we still have some few minutes. We have like 14 minutes. So perhaps you can talk about your next plans, where people can access your materials. And of course, I would like to understand also, what do you think about the skills development landscape in Ghana, future of skills development, how technology is impacting your career and things like that. Are you worried at all that tomorrow they might not need you again? They might have a replacement in the form of Elon Musk's robots that will be, standing in front of them, giving them instructions.
No, I believe in, progress. I believe that. I mean, in a way, I'm actually a huge fan of Elon Musk. Because, for someone to think about the idea that I want to build something just beyond our thinking, right? And again, I believe that's why we are here, right? I believe that because you can't think as if it's just only you. You need to think beyond. You need to think and understand that, okay, the next 10 years, what's it going to look like? Who is celebrating? Who is enjoying all of that? And again, there's a thing with, craftsmanship that no machinery would probably be able to do it, right? And one of the things I'm very excited about this weave, or, the local textiles and all of that, is that you can have, let's say, 100,000, yards, and every yard could have a different sort of like hand weave in it. And that alone makes it extremely special, right? Because there was a time we're doing a sample, and then, the master weaver, Emmanuel, called and was like, he has actually made a mistake, right? And that, I feel like this is what I'm looking for. I want the mistake. Because again, if a machine picks that and then decides to create something out of it, Emmanuel can understand that, all of these things, it's been done in a certain way, right? The machine only looks at what has been created and then replicates that, right? But the machine cannot do from scratch. So even, for example, when you look at the chats, GPTs, and all of that, the responses they give is based on the data it's been given, right? So it cannot respond to, questions outside of the data it's been given, right? So even, for example, the robots, they cannot give instructions that are not given to him or to them, right? They need to give instructions that humans will give them, to that I need you to do X, Y, Z before they'll go ahead to do it. So for me, I am not scared at all. I've done, I've used, I use AI in my work. I do my best to use AI. I do my best to use AI. I've done, 3D garment design. I've incorporated that in my work. So for me, I feel like it's the way to move forward. I'm going to be a part of it. I'm going to see the best way to use it, to leverage it, to take advantage of it. Because for me, I believe in progress, and if that's going to allow me to be progressive, I'm more than happy to be a part of that idea, and then we just. But I'm not scared. I'm not scared about it at all. We will continue to be who we are. We continue to be human. I believe that we are extremely superior than any other living thing on earth, because we are created in the image and likeness of God, and we would continue to behave the same way God behave. So nothing will break us, and nothing will take any other thing from us.
Akosia.
I think that's all that Travis just said. The future looks bright, but it has to be bright for those who would want to wake up from their dreams, who would want to explore more, as well as look into the future. Fashion is not just doing bridal wear for people to do weddings and engagements. Fashion moves beyond that, solving real challenges. We have very many differently abled men and women in Africa that do not even find clothing that is functional enough for them. And we are looking for people with that mindset. Ghana happens to be a hub for secondhand clothing. And how do we use this negative to still come up with something positive by having sustainable fashion and clothing so that we can be able to solve some of these societal issues? So I think that we need to be able to have conversations such as we are having for people to be able to understand what really fashion is and what we can do to be able to help the society solve some of the challenges that we have. And technology is coming to aid. It's just like you using a rice cooker to cook. It's helping you to think better, helping you to act faster, and putting you in the future. And we have all the technology that there is in our palms, and we need to be able to take advantage of it and also be prepared with AI, with 3D, with all the other technologies coming up to be able to still meet the international standards and quality assurance that is necessary for us to be able to make it. Yeah.
All right. Thank you to both of you. I sincerely appreciate you for your time and your contribution. I thank you also for joining forces with me to break this record. We are at 52 hours. The pressure is there, but the excitement is also building. And I would really thank you. I would really have to make a lot of noise to invite you when we have broken the record so that we can celebrate. So thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for having us, and we know we are breaking the record. So
yes.
We'll also be coming around to give you all the support that is necessary. I was telling somebody today that if you do things that people are not, everybody wants success, but they don't know what goes into the success. So don't be deterred that it's not all over social media, it's not all over the news. The most important thing is when the record is broken, it would be all over. So we are with you both in spirit and in physical, and we know we are breaking that record as well.
Yes, we are. Thank you. Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
Right. Hi, James.
Hi, Tom. Can you hear me?
I can.
Very well.
It's good to see you.
How are you? How's it going so
Very
far?
well. Thank you. Well, it's good. It's good. Better than by this time yesterday, I was really in a different zone. But today is better than yesterday.
That's good. I've been quite busy, but I managed to capture a little snippets of other interviews.
I appreciate it.
The floor is yours. How would you like us to start?
Yeah, so please introduce yourself.
My name is James Earl. I'm Liberian, currently residing in the United Kingdom.
Right.
My primary role is governor of our family foundation, which is the Calling Foundation. It's my principal role right now. I'm coming from a background of design, consulting, investment, and family business.
Wonderful. Now, your topic is quite strong. We have faith and religion, governance, entrepreneurship, geopolitics, and history. This will be a rich conversation that we'll have. But first of all, yeah, firstly, for some, reference points, I always like to go back to the early childhood stages. If I were a classmate of yours in high school, what would I think of you?
What would you think of me right now or then?
Then.
If you were a classmate of mine in high school, you'd probably be surprised at what I'm doing right now.
Right. Why
That's
is
because
that?
I was a very wild and mischievous individual in high school. So I'm sure most of my friends then would be quite surprised to see me in formal and
Right.
very mature and
When did
leading
the
other people.
transformation? Right. When did the transformation start?
I would say my late teens.
Okay.
My late teens, combination of my own personal faith and then a change of transition. So I grew up
Right.
in England and then I relocated to Scotland and Edinburgh to study. So it was a very different environment.
Right.
There were elements of my personality that I didn't really feel comfortable showing those in the setting I grew up. I grew up in the north of England, and relatively that's a lower income of the UK.
Right.
But Edinburgh is like a clean slate. It's a very cosmopolitan, intellectual, international city. And it gives you the platform to really be whatever you want.
Mm. That's interesting. Um, did you have your high school in the UK?
Yes, yes. I came
Okay.
to UK when I was 7. So we left during the Second Civil War in Liberia.
Right.
Yes, and we came on asylum to the UK. Then they had most Liberians tend to go, at least during that period, went to Ghana,
Mm.
or they went to America, obviously because of the ties that we have with the States. But the UK had a small opening that for Liberian refugees, so we took advantage of it. And that's how we came here.
What was it like, living home at that period of your life? I guess a 7-year-old, it was, for many, it is like the high point of your childhood.
Yeah, at least from my knowledge of psychology that I've studied, by 7 years old, personality of a child is learned.
Yeah.
So that there are limited memories I have of Liberia. But coming to UK at that age, it was quite a struggle trying to
Right.
figure out your identity, whether I'm Liberian, and it was only, it took about 10 years or so for me to really embrace both. Because I grew up in Liberia long enough to feel Liberian. Now I'm in a foreign country. I'm not here long enough to feel British. It took some time.
Yeah. When did you find the alignment? How rather?
Probably my undergraduate.
Hmm.
Yeah. I'd say my undergraduate in Edinburgh started, I think, age 20.
Okay.
That I started to really ask myself what sort of person I want to be, who am I? Really do some deep self-reflection, different personality assessments and tests, and looking back at my life, right to a lot. So in the process of trying to understand who am I, what I want to be, I became aware of the different aspects of the two cultures that were reflected in my personality. So I could see myself in both realms, anyway.
Yeah. Did that help or hurt?
Oh, it helps immensely.
Right.
Helps immensely. And it also gives you a clarity as to which aspects of the two countries have really impacted you.
Which is it then?
I'm Liberian at heart, so I'm more drawn to the continent. My siblings came here a little younger, so I think they see themselves as a little bit more English or British than I am. But uh, I do like the system that the UK has, both culturally or their governance system. There's a lot that we can learn from that, especially its longevity. And people talk about American Dream, but Britain actually has a good life. Understand the system.
Hmm. That's impressive.
And interestingly enough, it was the UK, I believe, that was the first country to recognize Liberia as a
Oh yeah.
republic, not America.
Hmm. That's very interesting. Because the identity, finding your identity is a lot of work for some people. And when you've made that peace, then the struggle ends, right? The voices in your head seems to come.
I think we can extrapolate that beyond the individual level to Africa as a whole.
Absolutely, yeah.
That for me, that's the primary thing that we're struggling with is a sense of identity.
Right. A sense of identity.
Not because we don't have one, but because it's the knowledge of our identity has kind of been either stripped or suppressed from us.
Mm-hmm.
So that there's a deep and very complex journey that we need to go on as Africans to rediscover that.
Do you read a lot?
I did when I was young. Now I consume most of my information via videos.
Right. Which is your favorite medium?
Well, videos is easier. You can assimilate the information. Reading, it's better for my imagination. I can put myself in
Right.
a situation
Right.
much more.
Do you think you live in your head a lot?
Yeah, I would say so.
You have to.
Yeah.
Yeah, because it's okay. So there are so many thoughts I want to explore. I hope that's okay.
That's fair.
Great. Now, first, you found the identity and school started. What were you studying?
I did economics and management.
Right. Okay. So now you are continuing the education in the UK. Was there any contact with Liberia afterwards?
No. No, I have not actually.
Right.
This year made it 22 years mark.
Do you intend to come back at some point?
Oh, definitely. And we
Right.
did intend to a couple of years. Well, my mother lost the for the savings.
Mm.
It's both a desire and a necessity.
Impressive. How many siblings do you have?
Two. Two.
Right. Boys or girls?
One male, one female. My sister takes after. Comes after me. My brother's the youngest.
Right. Okay. Which of those do you prefer to be the one you call when you have a big news to celebrate?
Let's hope this doesn't get into their hands. Yeah, my sister.
Of course. Okay. So when you graduated from the degree course, did you immediately look for work or you tried to do something else?
Well, I've always grown up in a family that's entrepreneurial.
Right.
So even when we came to the UK, my mother broke it. She managed a catering manufacturing facility for one of the major food production companies here in the UK. But then due to childcare issues, she had to leave that job, so she went back into business. She did the same program as me, though. Her passion was food. So she
Mm.
engaged in the food industry, cafes, baking, restaurants. And the three of us were thrown into that setting. So whether we liked it or not, we're exposed to business. And then the exposure to watching her fail a lot of times and still get back up. The exposure creates it, the desire. Observing her fail kind of strips me of that feeling of failure. And so I've always been inclined towards business. Very hard to see myself working for someone else. I did work for marketing agency. Then during my undergraduate, I met three individuals. Together, we set up a consulting company. Initially, it was a focus on social impact evaluation and monitoring, working with third sector organizations. Then we were asked to do a presentation in Barcelona. They invited C-level executives from Africa, Western Europe. And then that's when we gained exposure into the financial services sector. The biggest players and the biggest contributors of impact socially, usually the banks, sovereign wealth funds, insurance companies, the huge financial institutions, but they're the most illiterate when it comes to social. So that gave us the impetus to expand our service offering into the impact investing strategy of the financial services. So during undergrad, I was working as well, doing my own thing.
Mm. Did your mom appreciate the fact that you're trying to help?
Oh, no, she appreciates it. I don't know. That and the fact that she taught us a lot of things. So, for example, the administrative tasks that people struggle with when you set up businesses, especially in highly regulated environments, in the UK, your tax, your accounting, bookkeeping, stuff like those were all stuff that she taught us. So,
Right.
and taught us at a very young age.
Mm.
And so I was quite used to that. When I was about 16, 17, she required a health food shop business. Gave that to me to manage and run it.
Right.
That was a good learning curve as well.
It seems like you were pretty good with that one.
Yeah, I think that went well.
Okay, so did that business grow to become what shaped your career, or it was just a phase?
That was a phase. That was a very good phase, actually.
Okay.
I learned a lot about managing small business and also there's
Right.
healthcare in the entire alternative health industry.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of opened my eyes to that as well, coupled with the fact that I did athletics. And so
Okay.
that was a very important aspect of my expansion. Basically, my health and well.
Right. Okay. So eventually you have to step into real corporates. What was it?
You say this. I was tempted during my undergrad. Most of my friends were in these roles, investment management.
Right.
Again, this was the time where I'm exploring and finding stuff. So I looked at the investment banking sector from the limited knowledge that I had of it at the time. And I looked at myself and I was like, oh, I don't think my character is mature enough yet to sustain my morality. So I chose not to go into that small. However, I did set up my first investment fund until I was 17. That was purely by necessity. I had someone who was setting up a business. They needed capital and very bespoke structure for that. And they
Right.
came to me and had a solution. And that was my introduction to investment.
Right. Impressive. So when you look back on your career, which would you say made the most uh, definitive mark?
The development of TruePact, which was the consulting.
Right.
I had no desire to go to consulting at all. And I kind of looked at the whole charities and third sector as a facade.
Why is that?
I didn't really buy it because I'm observing a lot of the aid that's coming into Africa and all these NGO activities. And didn't really see any systemic impact. That was based on two things: a degree of ignorance, and also the actual visible lack of a change at a systemic level in Africa, despite 60 years of aid and foreign NGOs. So coming into TruePact now, I met a very, very incredible lady, medical doctor by profession, Nigeria,
Right.
with exposure in that sector. And she wanted to set up this company, and she needed someone who's good at strategy. Friend, we had a mutual friend that introduced us. That's how we came together. Doing that really helps me understand the failures of these NGOs, how they fail in Africa, not just a surface level observation. I really got to understand the nitty-gritty of why and how they failed, but also how they could succeed. And then what else was missing in the African governance ecosystem. There's an over-reliance on foreign aid and NGOs, and we have huge deficits in the domestic infrastructure as well. So a lot of my understanding for that, for African development, actually came from persons.
Okay. So, I guess, was that when you began to create your own framing for, framing and thought process, or it was a gradual process that eventually became visible to you?
A bit of both. So
Okay.
from my mid-teens, I always very curious about the world. When I was a teenager, I was quite fascinated with specific fields I was studying about the UN system. Used to read a lot about financial services system. Yeah, I used to read a lot about quantum mechanics and genetics. So the way my mind works is that to understand I explore complex system sciences also. From 14, 15, I always had ideas of what I think the world should be. But that experience of truth had helped me see which of those ideas were feasible and which ones had intrinsic value. So that was a refinement process.
Hmm. How did you, because one of the challenges is that for people who often who live in their head more than they live or interact with people, sometimes you you kind of lose interest in the real world. What were your signposts to ensure that you still maintain human contact?
I can benefit from my personality, so I'm not sure an extrovert, even though I think so I need a value human interaction.
Right.
And then I like listening. So interacting with people, I listen and I my exposure to different beliefs and thoughts and experiences kind of refines the thought process anyway.
Mm.
So my human engagements were a good refinement process to filter what's going on in my
Sounds very interesting. All right. So I guess that introduces us to the topic of the day: faith and religion, governance, entrepreneurship, geopolitics, and history. Let's start with the first two compound words, um, faith and religion.
Yeah.
When did you build your framing on these two very broad topics?
Ooh. Generally speaking, I grew up in an environment I was raised biblical teaching by our mother principally. So I've always been exposed. Then in around 14, 15 onwards, that's when I started exploring my own person. Then at the latter stage for now, I'm looking at missing pieces of African puzzle, seeing the myriad of dialogue about what we need to develop Africa, talk about science, education, government, economy, but no one talks about, at least extensively, about faith. I use the word priesthood to capture faith religion. Africa. And for me, I think that is the first thing that we should focus on as Africans is priesthood. Why?
Why?
Because we have a very different way of living.
We give two to play.
Let's say this. In the Western world, there is a separation between the spiritual, religious, and scientific. But you come into Africa, the indigenous way of living is that our scientists are our priests. And our priestly systems are also our knowledge and scientific systems, structures. The two are not separated. Once as Africans, once we try to live and develop without a solid spiritual priestly foundation, we will struggle because that's not something that we're used to. That's not indigenous to us. There are a number of examples for this. We could start with Ethiopia. We all know Ethiopian society. We all admire Ethiopian society or respect it. Ethiopia was described as one of the great civilizations with Persian or China. The bedrock of their foundation, the bedrock of their civilization is their priestly system, the Ethiopian Orthodox country. So what you change. Before then, it was their Ethiopian system, and even other forms of monotheism. Their religious system served as the backbone and the cornerstone of this element civilization up until modern era. We still see that the church is a significant part of the governance infrastructure. It's preserved, their religious system has preserved the history of their people, it's preserved the literature, it's preserved the technologies, whether it's making, stone masonry, writing, it's preserved all the knowledge of the ancient people. So it's preserved their language, indigenous language, indigenous script. And that's why today you look all over the world, Africans see Ethiopia, the epitome of liberation and autonomy from colonial influence. Then we come to the West. You look at the Yoruba people. It's quite the same in within the Mande group of people as well. But the Yoruba religion is the best. If you look at all the people that were taken from sub-Saharan Africa as slaves, whether it was from Angola, Congo, Biafra, Senegal, the single group of people who have retained their cultural practices the most, the strongest are Yorubas. And the reason for that is their preservation of their Ifa practices. So to the modern African mind that has been exposed to a European form of Christianity, Ifa is a divination system that's pagan. So quite often we don't touch subjects like this. But at a fundamental level, what divination systems are systems of information communication. We even see practices of that in the Bible. The question is, who are you communicating with? Why? You look at the Ifa divination system and you see that it is very sophisticated, very complex, and encodes a lot of principles of mathematics, quantum science, and even computational sciences. So, for example, the Ifa has a binary system. It has 16 principal signs that can either be represented as either single line or double line. It has that same binary system we see in computer science of 0 and 1. Then, once the Ifa priest of the Babalawo now cast the lots on the table, the Ifa tray, these 16 principal signs now have a combination of 256. And from that 256 Odu combination, that's how the Babalawo priests now can discern and extract different information and provide guidance to society. We see that same structure of 256 combination and binary system in computer science, right? Why is that important? If you look at Ifa, instead of teaching our children mathematics or quantum science from a Western perspective, we could use Ifa as a tool actually to teach mathematics and computer science, artificial intelligence. It's actually interesting. Someone asked ChatGPT to give an outlay of the world in 2100. And it actually projected Nigeria as being a role model in quantum computing. And I suspect it's because of that Ifa divination system.
Interesting. Interesting. How many people know this?
Well, there's a lot. There are very educated. You know, well, you're exposed to Nigerians, you're Igbo, and I'm mistaken.
Huh?
I'm trying to guess if you're Igbo from your name.
I am, yes.
Yeah, I thought so. I grew up a lot of Nigerians. So you, if
Okay.
you know that Yorubas, they like study, they like,
Mm.
so yeah, very well educated Yorubas that are also well versed in their tradition, the practices,
Mm.
And are far more capable and well versed at communicating the scientific principles of Ifa. I agree.
Mm.
So there is a lot of knowledge about it. And we have a few Nigerians in the diaspora, mainly America, that study computational science that are now making the link between the two.
Mm.
But
Very interesting.
that's very different than a widespread adoption in the education system. And that's going to take some level of creativity and exploration. The stigmas around those sort of practices.
Okay, that brings us to governance.
Again, governance is very important. It has to be performed in an indigenous style. And we are really struggling in Africa because we're trying to develop our civilizations with a foreign language and a foreign system of governance and foreign thought. And there's no way we can develop like the best example we have in the world today is China. China is the only one, and I stand to be correct, that has developed their country with their own language based on their own civilizational principles and culture. That's what Africans need. There are many aspects of our governance systems that have democratic values and principles embedded into it. But the traditional structures of governance in Africa have to be utilized without ignoring.
Entrepreneurship. This is Student Entrepreneurship Week, so
there's a scripture in the Bible. I think it's Psalm 24, verse 1. It says, "The earth is the Lord's, or the fullness of it, the world and the people therein." And I use that scripture as the framework and the model for impact. And it divides impact into 4 realms: the earth, which is territory and environment; the fullness, which is resources and economy; the world, which is a system of governance; and the people here. And it's interesting that you see the order. The territory comes first, then the resources and the economy of that territory comes second, then the governance system is built upon, and that's the system in which the people dwell. A similar thing, you go back to Genesis, God created the world, garden, and put everything in it, then put man into. So we've been focusing on human development, that's good. Governance, that's good. But we can't have human development and good governance if we don't have strong economy, strong markets, strong entrepreneurship. That was the backbone of the Mali, Ghana, Songhai empires. These were trading empires. That's the backbone of Chinese civilization. They're an ancient, profoundly proficient trading civilization. That was the backbone of East African civilizations, is trading. We need entrepreneurship and we need trade. But we don't, there are many reasons why we don't have that. We have a lack of private capital in Africa. We do not control our monetary and financial and trade policies as much as it's like the big people. We are heavily indebted countries, primarily to Bretton Woods institutions. So even if governments come in and they want to do things, their hands are tied because most of the vast majority of their budget is spent on service and debt. We don't have a continental-wide entrepreneurship strategy, and one that embeds our traditional practices, whether it's susu, our savings and financial systems, our trade in gold, precious metals, oil that we've been profoundly good at for centuries. And I speak as a Mandate person as well. That's the heritage of my people. And then we don't empower women a lot in the area of markets and trade. For that to change, private capital, empowerment of women, and autonomy over our national finances. Those are the three things we need to foster entrepreneurship in Africa. It's going to be very difficult to do so out there.
Geopolitics and history.
We can do history first. Goes back to the sense of identity.
Right.
People who don't know who they are and where they come from. They're moving around like headless chicken. And it's not that we don't have a history. We have a very rich history. We have a rich history going back from the Nile Valley to the medieval Nigeria. Where was that history kept? It was kept in the libraries of Abyssinia. It was kept in the libraries of Egypt. And what a lot of people don't know is it was also kept in the libraries of Western Sudan, Mali, and Ghana. Two major cities principally. I'm sure you've heard of Timbuktu and in Changeti. Changeti in Mauritania had a library of over 800,000 manuscripts. That was at the time the center of mathematics and astronomy, between 300 AD to about 700 AD. Timbuktu Library took over, produced about 2 to 3 million manuscripts, most of which were owned by private families, and they were buried and hidden and preserved. You started to see French colonial expansion in Mali. Those two libraries alone, Chingeti and Timbuktu, hold a wealth of Africa's historical knowledge. This was recognized by Thabo Mbeki, the former South African president. He made a state visit to Mali and acknowledged the importance of the Timbuktu's manuscripts and how they are the repository of not just Mali, but Africa's history as well. It's going to be very important for us to unlock the knowledge in those libraries and to teach the young generation that knowledge. That will give them a sense of identity. It will cure them of a sense of inferiority, because many Africans feel inferior, particularly to Western civilization. But if we know who we are, we know what we've done, we see that much of what is in the West is actually coming from Africa, whether from Egypt, coming to Greece, from Mali, and brought to Spain and Portugal by the Moors. Most of the science and knowledge that Western Europe has now in the Enlightenment is coming from Spain and Portugal and was brought by African Moors. If we look at the history, we will also know that we don't need outsiders to teach us about human rights. We have something, for example, called the Mandan Charter, 1222, the oral version, 1236, the written version. That's one of the oldest constitutions in the world and incorporates principles of human rights 600, 700, 800 years before they were vividly present in Western. So there's a lot that we can benefit from by knowing our history and proliferating the knowledge of those libraries. Without the priestly system, without a knowledge of our identity, it's going to be an upward struggle. We'll be trying to develop ourselves through someone else's way of thinking.
Geopolitics.
Geopolitics. Well, that's a very hot topic today in Africa with the coups. In Mali, Niger, Burkina Faso, Guinea. Though Guinea has not joined the Sahel Alliance yet. My personal view on geopolitics in Africa, the verdict is still out on these coups. The fundamental motive of pushing back against French colonial activity, yes, I agree with. But I see these guys as military leaders. I see any vision being brought forward. We'll need to wait and see if they can transition from functioning as military leaders to functioning as statesmen that can lead their countries with clear and concise vision. Then, in terms of alliances, I think as Africans, we will do well to exercise some form of autonomy on our alliances with other countries. I think Africans should push for deeper ties with China. Some people that dispute that, but if we're going to develop, we will need a development partner that has shown its ability to develop itself. That is the world leader now in infrastructure development, that has shown a willingness to provide the capital to develop and the technologies to develop. And China and Africa also have a long heritage of trade that goes back to the ancient period, the maritime Silk Road. And we do not have a colonial baggage with China. Some people fear that Africa is being colonized by China. If you study Chinese culture and civilization, they're not really expansionists. They're not imperialists. They're very protective of their backyard, East Asia. But in terms of their relations with the rest of the world, it's predicated on trade and non-imperial expansions. I don't see any other partner in the world that we can work with that has that set of pedigree. Russia has been in Africa for a while. In some ways, it's done some good. Personally, I see Russia as the opposite side of the same coin. We can have a very productive relationship with them, but we should also set some boundaries.
Bringing it all together.
Bringing it all together, let's go back to fundamentals.
Right.
There's entrepreneurship. I'm sure we're doing it because we want to push entrepreneurship as a form of development, or as the catalyst for development. Very important. Earth is the laws. You need to have some form of territorial autonomy in Africa. The fullness, we need to advance our own economic autonomy. That's going to come from pushing back on the debt that is being given to us by IMF and World Bank has crippled us. Pioneering entrepreneurship, especially by lifting women in the marketplace. I mean, I don't know about you, but most of the markets I see in Africa, it's women on the marketplace. And they're a very important catalyst that we can use of ourselves. Once we have territorial autonomy and we develop our market systems and our economy, we'll have the resources, we'll have the standing to now focus on political transformation and the human development.
Mhm. Do you teach this body of knowledge to younger people in your community?
Within Edinburgh, yes. Well, part of the work of our foundation is to push the knowledge of these things across Africa. We want, at the moment, we're predominantly working in the Caribbean area, and that's like Niger, Guinea, Cote d'Ivoire, Sierra Leone, and wider West Africa. But that's one of the core mandates of our foundation is to push the new philosophy of thinking in Africa for development. And our own models and systems as well for development.
Very interesting. So, in closing, where is the priority individually?
On an individual level, knowledge, that's the priority.
What is knowledge?
Knowledge of our history. I'm speaking in African context. And individual level, the priority is knowledge of our history and identity, even if it's on family level, because I know I'm somewhat privileged to be in the UK. I can learn more about Africa being in the UK than an average African child ever. So they might not be exposed to the resources, but even something as knowing about your parents, family, your lineage, where you're coming from, is very important to have a strong sense of identity. Knowledge of your identity and history, I would say, is the priority in the individual level.
Identity and history. That makes sense to me.
And possibly even on a national and continental level, should be just there's not much that we need to reinvent here. We already have tried and tested systems for developing markets, for developing governance systems, for education, for learning, Timbuktu, who came from Morocco, Western Europe, from Arabia, from Persia. We've done it before. It's nothing new. Everything that we need to develop, we've done it in our past. So if we go back to our past and learn it, we have the tools to do it. We need to reinvent it.
We will talk again on this. I feel it's important. I feel there are some aspects we need to revisit. I feel there are thought processes that need to be clarified.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, feel free to reach out. We can do another one. Quite flexible.
Yeah.
Hopefully in person. Have you been to Accra?
Yeah, that would be wonderful. That would be wonderful. Are you married?
Not as yet.
Hoping to?
Hoping to.
Do you want to?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
And there's a strong possibility that who I want to marry Probably what knows who she is.
Mm.
Everyone,
I
so very
haven't
important.
come
Family is
again.
very important to me.
Yeah, it has to be. It has to be. I have only met very few people like you.
Is that a good thing or bad?
It's a good thing, of course.
And how would you characterize from our discussion? How would you characterize it?
Opening. Um, more of introductions. Some,
Yes, sir.
yeah, some uh re-echoing, I can say. Some thought processes are re-echoing some of what I know already. But some are introductions, which I would like to revisit again.
Well, definitely. Quite a lot of the topics I've touched is on the surface level. Each of them could have its own discussion.
Yeah.
But it's definitely a good initiative. It starts from conversation.
Yeah.
Starts from us
How do you
conversing ourselves.
Mm. How do you spend your idle time? Do you have idle time?
That's a good question because I'm always doing something. Um, I like writing. So I spend my time writing.
Right. Where do you store
I
your
write
material?
I have on my computer. I prefer handwriting. Usually when I write, I explore the concepts I will handwrite.
Why?
It just makes me think. For some reason I struggle to think clear when I'm typing from scratch. So I will have to write, explore on paper. And once the idea is concrete, then I can type.
Do you write at any particular time in the day?
I prefer the evenings.
Evenings,
Yeah.
not the mornings.
Evening person. Evening is where I find myself engaged.
Escape or reconnection?
Pardon?
Is it an escape or a reconnection?
It can be both. It can be an escape when I had a stressful work week. And it's a way of reconnecting with yourself.
Yeah.
And it's good to do in the evenings as well. People can meditate. So you are you're wired even so why to go set the pace with the next one.
Mm.
How did you end up in Ghana? If you don't mind me asking.
Come again?
What's drew you to Ghana?
What brought me to Ghana? Education. And then what kept me in Ghana is stars from all nations building the company.
Very interesting. It's the first time I heard of it when I see campus.
Yeah.
In circles level, I like it. Okay. What's your overall goal?
I lost some words.
I was saying, what's your overall broad vision for the country?
To establish a digital university that solves Africa's youth unemployment crisis.
Have you engaged or met with different governmental entities? How receptive have they been to your vision?
Government?
Yeah.
Our governments are always changing. So, and the other thing is, as a foreign national, maybe I don't know if it's the right approach for me to establish my vision. I'm more of private sector.
Have you collaborated with other organizations extensively?
Oh yeah, yeah. I have worked with British Council, some private sector individuals, banks, yeah, and we are actually collaborating with Visa, the payment giant, for content. Yeah. But we're looking for more. We are looking to sign on more organizations.
I think you're in the most important field of education. Goes back to knowledge.
Yeah.
There's a lot we need to do.
That's impressive.
And together, it's going to take a network effort.
That would be wonderful. Well,
and how are you guys with funding and financing? How stable? How effective are you guys at getting capital to move your vision?
Still developing. Not where I need to be, but it is progressive, I should say. What happened to the call? It went off. Hi,
Yeah,
James.
apologies, just switching to my phone.
Yeah, so let's reconnect,
Yeah.
Let's continue the conversation. I would like to explore some of the thoughts we've started, and but I thank you for this opportunity to be part of our Guinness World Record.
You're most welcome. It's a good initiative. You must be physically fit for you to attempt to do this. It's quite a toll.
I don't know. I don't know if I'm as fit as I was 2 months ago, because this month has been extremely busy for me.
Oh wow.
Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I'm sure I will be able to come out at the finish line in one piece.
Oh, you have lots of supporters.
I do. I have wonderful people cheering me on, and all the speakers have been amazing as well.
That's great. That's
Yeah.
great.
Yeah.
Oh, you know how to reach me.
Yeah.
Always available for a conversation.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I
You
appreciate
take
your
care.
time. Sure. Bring the Next speaker is okay. We have a break now, right? Oh, glorious!
Or somebody will be on his scores.
For Youth by Youth company, stars from all nations, understands these challenges firsthand. And we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our Epic Us Fan events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy to use pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data driven decisions. ASFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market, meaning the education company for the young and ambitious thinker. For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous burden to the world. They tell us Africa cannot help itself. Its youth population is deplorable and must be cut down. But how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to serve
the aged is depression out as a result of loneliness. And so how do we give her a chance to actually to be in touch with people, even when we are not around? That is how it started for me. And I also was thinking about how do we create a space for her to work, get something to do. You understand? And I feel that not many people prepare for the retirement of their parents.
Yeah.
Right? You think that for those who have SNPs, you would expect that the SNP will take care of them, but it's not. The amount they receive the stipend they receive on a monthly basis, depending on what you are being paid, it's not like substantial enough to really take care of you. And so at the end of the day, the burden comes back to you. Those who, the children,
Yeah.
if they don't have kids, then what happens to them?
Yeah.
You find a lot of these people, begging on the roadside. There are some of them that their families have also abandoned them. And every human being, fundamentally, no man is an island. God said it's not good for man to be alone. And so it's important that we create a space that would actually allow them to still thrive, irrespective of how old they are. And so that was where it started for me, generally.
Wow. One of the saddest things, or should I say hurtful things, is to watch your parents get old. Yeah, nobody wants their parents to get old. Okay, so how far have you gone with the dream?
So currently, I got someone else as a co-founder who believes in the same idea, and we are still coming up with how to actually go about it. So we're still in development phase. Hopefully, when we come up with how we want the initiatives to work, we come for partnerships and all that. But I think what we have started is in the area of student entrepreneurship, where we are hoping to roll out entrepreneurship programs with universities. Generally, we got a curriculum that we believe that we can help the students, because there are no jobs. And I believe that we have within us the ability to create those jobs. You just need proper direction on what to do. And I think one of the previous speakers said something about the fact that God created us and we are made in His image, and as such, every person should be able to create something. And so I believe that we just need to find a way of getting people to understand that, especially from a young age, because the current educational system, unfortunately, is not the kind that actually fosters that. Some of them are embracing it. They are starting out, but the practicality of some of the things that they teach, especially in respect to entrepreneurship, is not really available. And so I think that this is one of the ways that we can help students grow in entrepreneurship, or grow their knowledge in entrepreneurship. And I'm actually finding out about Ready for Work is refreshing. And so I think after this,
thank you very much.
Have a conversation.
Yeah, we should. Okay. Are you the first daughter?
Did you guess that?
I just guessed.
So, of my daddy, yes, I am the first daughter, but of my mom, I'm the third girl.
Okay. Did they live together?
Yeah, so I lived with my sisters. I have 4 boys after me.
Okay.
So my dad, I'm the only girl of my dad. I'm his first born, and there are 4 boys after me. And yes, for 2 of those boys, they didn't live with us, but I think my sisters and the rest of us live together.
Okay. What is it like being the first daughter?
When you are in denial of, sometimes there's this feeling that you do not want. I used to say I hate responsibility, because when you give me responsibility, I take it like it's a World Cup, as some people would say. I don't know how to say it, but I used to avoid responsibility. I think I realized that I couldn't do that anymore when my dad passed. He literally said to take care of my siblings. And since that time, I have had to grow up and I have had to do a lot to take care of my siblings.
Right. So, besides the pressure of being the first daughter, you have a business to run, and you have other things that come to your mind. How do you distress?
I think that one of the things I realized, or I have realized, is that I think between last year and this year, I realized, or I have finally understood that my calling was leadership.
Okay.
Generally. And I know that even for the people in the Bible who have been leaders, they have not had it easy. Is there uneasy wears the head that would uneasy lies the head that wears the crown.
Yeah.
And so it's not easy to juggle so many things.
Yeah.
The past year and then this year has been particularly crazy because for me, I think for a very long time, since I started working after my national service, I got used to a particular routine, going to work, church, home. It was like that most of the time for about 6 years. I woke up to my own potential last year.
Yeah.
To start to think about myself last year. When you have to take care of people, sometimes you do this at the detriment of your own self and of your own goals, personal goals and all that. And it felt like, I think like I said, last year was like a wake-up call for me to grow out of a comfort zone, because I feel that I created for myself a comfort zone.
Okay.
And I was just okay, except I was not feeling okay. It felt like you go and you know that you are capable of doing so much, you're capable of achieving so much, but you're stuck. But last year,
Why?
I think, like I said, I got used to a routine.
Right.
I wake up very early, go to work, and then come back home or go to church. And it felt like, maybe I would say probably exposure, my level of exposure to certain things as well, because I had that routine. So out of that routine, there was nothing else. I was not the only social association I had was church and a few friends that you meet once in a while. I was not necessarily exposed to attending certain conferences and certain events and all those things. And I think that because of the fact that I was not necessarily as exposed, I did not know what was out there.
Okay.
And I made a conscious effort to start working on myself last year. And I started looking out for these things personally. You know, I don't, sometimes I still ask myself whether I'm introverted or I'm an extrovert. I just like being in my own one corner somewhere. But I decided now to start exploring. And by God's grace, after I started doing that, after I started exposing myself to these things, I realized that the world has so many possibilities. And God has put so much in me that I feel that I was sleeping on. And so it was now time for me to start acting.
Oh, wow. Yeah, giving me a lot of information. So we come to the power of self-leadership for aspiring entrepreneurs. Okay. Tell us about that.
So, like I was saying, I woke up to myself last year.
Right.
Because I was stuck in a comfort zone. I didn't know that I was stuck in a comfort zone. So nothing grows in a comfort zone. There's just this routine that goes up and down, up and down. And the parable of the talents, God has put something in every single person. Now, you are supposed to do something with what God has given to you. And your decision to either do or not do is, I mean, they are all choices.
Right.
Every choice has an outcome.
Right.
So if you say that, probably you are not necessarily a leader, because some people would say self-leadership or whatever it is, I'm not a leader. So this has nothing to do with me. But God put us here as stewards of ourselves first, and then as stewards of everything that is around us. And so if you're a steward of yourself, that means that every decision that you take is actually you leading yourself without you necessarily realizing or recognizing that that is what you're doing. And so if I'm deciding that I'm sleeping late, it's actually a choice I made. If I'm deciding not to do anything, it's a choice that I'm making. So the question is, as a human being, you know that you are meant to do something. You know that you don't want to stay at a particular place. You know that you need to succeed. But the question is, success doesn't drop on your lap. People will go and then will go to prayer camps. God gave you hands. He gave you a brain. He gave you so much. Question is, what are you doing with that? So the concept of self-leadership here is, discover what God has put into you.
Right.
And then start doing something about it. Start multiplying it, because we were put here to multiply. We were put here to make or should I say, to have other people be impacted by whatever talent or whatever skill that he has given us.
Yeah.
So we putting things in place and we making sure that that is what we are doing is how we can say that we are leading ourselves. Because
So-
everybody.
So the question is, could it be that you created a life that didn't have any pain and you got tired of the pleasure of a comfortable life, and you just needed pain and you felt you are missing something?
No, I don't. I think even being stuck is painful.
Okay.
So, and
How did you know
everybody,
you were stuck?
I kept asking myself, what next?
Okay.
And I felt that I had peaked from wherever it is that I was. I felt that I had peaked, and I was asking myself, how do I climb further? What next? Generally.
Was there signposts?
Was there a signpost? I don't think there is, but I think that there are sometimes that you have certain encounters that makes you realize, it makes you go back and ask yourself, okay, what's am I like? Am I where I'm supposed to be, or am I really done? Is this it for me? Especially when
I get what you're saying, 100%. I get it 100%. I'm giving you another alternative so that it can help you question your assumptions.
Okay.
What if your assumption is wrong?
What if my assumption is wrong?
Yeah.
I think that every human being at any point in time, there's learning, relearning, unlearning.
Right.
It's possible indeed that my assumption may be wrong. When I come to the junction where I realize that that is the case, as a human being, I'm supposed to adjust and adapt. And so I would unlearn and relearn, essentially.
That's good. Yeah, that's a good attitude, because let me tell you a story. Somebody, let's say Miss X, was doing a particular role. She has been on the role for, let's say, over 10 years. And she had everything she ever wanted. And then she was feeling bored by the role because she has been there for a very long time. Like, there was no extra challenge per se that she could not, like when you've done something for a long time, you create your own shortcuts and things like, yeah. And then she was like, she's not too excited about this role anymore. And then she said she has this intuition to move on, or rather, let me say it the right way. that God told her to move on. And now someone else has occupied, actually, there was a restructuring, and the role has been restructured, not into a group. It was a role before, singular role, but now it's a group, and the person has lost her place.
Okay.
And the moving on is nowhere near the role she was in before.
Okay.
So would you say that she was a bit carried away or misinterpreted the move on?
I would not say that. And I think that once we're not really seeing the next step after the move on, or what she's going to do next after the move on, we cannot necessarily say that she has made a wrong choice. I think
But
that
it's been a while,
how long after she moved on
maybe 3 years.
did she give up?
She didn't give up,
So she's
but
still in the move on.
she's still in the move on.
She's still in the move on. Is she? Because I think that
So the reason is, I like to question my own ideas. I'm my first critic first. And, just because my mind thinks it's the best idea doesn't mean that it's the best idea, you know? So I create arguments in my mind to see which of my ideas will win, and then the one that wins is the one that I prosecute. Not that I'm not saying that what you said is wrong, but I always like to question people to see how they come up with the things they hold dear. And the fact that you were not defensive or I saw God told me, yeah, it shows your character too. So yeah. I like that. I like that you are open to being wrong, because you see, we have I was talking to a lady yesterday. Was it yesterday or the day before? She said, I have 8 lives like a cat. We have several lives. We are, if God made us in his image, which means we are infinite. You can become a lot of things. The only reason why you are this margarine is because probably the school you went to, your family and your friends, and the voices you heard, the friends you made. Yeah. If you chose a different school or chose a few different friends, maybe you'll be carrying Rasta and you will still be a complete margarine.
that's true.
Yeah. You'll be a different person altogether. You might even never wear trouser. You will say trouser is not good at all.
That's true.
Okay. Let's explore the power of self-leadership for aspiring entrepreneurs. So tell me, how should people who are maybe in their first jobs or even those in the mid-career, because it's not necessarily entry-level people who are struggling with self-leadership. And I wanted to continue with your own personal experience.
Yes, because I think that even personally, I'm still when someone tells me whether I have defined my purpose, yeah, I will tell you that I'm still on my way. I'm
Okay.
still learning even about what I can do. And I think for some time now, like I said, I woke up to myself last year, and
Yeah.
for some time I have maintained a self-discipline,
Right.
essentially. And in between last and this year, I realized that people are what makes the world go around.
Yeah.
Now, how do I make my relationship with people better? How do I actually, because if you want to lead anyone, you first have to lead yourself. And then after leading yourself, if it is people you're leading, you need to know how to communicate the way people communicate. You need to understand how they communicate. And so one of the things that I set out to do was to learn how to relate with people.
to start listening to people, because sometimes we get ahead of ourselves and we just want to project and project and project. There's a lot of people who want to be listened to. Sometimes when you actually
Do you want to
listen,
be listened to?
I'm a human being. I want to be listened to.
Okay.
We crave that
Right.
attention to be listened to.
You like attention?
I love attention.
Does your boyfriend give you enough attention?
That's right.
He's trying. Okay.
So generally, I think that when you listen to people and you hear about their struggles, you hear about what they're going through, and you can resonate with them, it makes it that much easier for them to give their best to you, because they feel that you understand them. They feel that you know, because some they'll tell you that there are some forms or some types of leaders that I'm giving you work to do, work, and they don't really ask what's really going on in your life. And I realized that by doing that where I currently work, I think that it has made it easier for us to one communicate, for certain tasks to be done. It's like they give themselves off naturally. It's not like you're forcing them to do A, B, or C. And so I believe that anyone who wants to lead needs to learn. Someone will call it emotional intelligence, but you need to learn how to interact with people.
Is it emotional intelligence?
Yes, so some people will call it that.
Okay.
I think that, like I said earlier, no one was made an island. And if you can clearly communicate with the people around you, if you can actually make everyone around you feel that they are important, because the fundamental, everybody wants to feel like they're important, no matter how society makes them look, whether they look a particular way or not. Everybody's important, and giving that 5 minutes to listen to someone talk, it's not going to do anything to you. No matter how busy you are, someone will say, no matter how busy you are, you still have time to eat. You still go to the washroom. And so I think cultivating a habit of active
Your
listening.
voice is like lullaby.
Sorry?
Your voice is like lullaby. Go on, please.
So cultivating a habit of active listening is one of the fundamentals for any aspiring entrepreneur. I think that we need to learn how to lead other people by listening to other people and by discovering what actually makes them tick and what makes them excited. That's how you carry people along with whatever vision they and inspire loyalty.
Right. Interesting. What does your siblings do? The boys.
So one of them is a facility manager, I would say, and he's got his own cleaning company. And then the second one is a data analyst. He's working with an agri-tech firm. The third one is he's in school currently. The fourth one is a software developer, and he's also a graphic designer.
Interesting. Do they pamper you or you pamper them?
I think I received when you're with boys, you grow up with boys.
Yeah.
Boys have a funny way of showing love.
Okay.
And so yes, I think that we have this synergy that sometimes we say people don't talk like us. People don't understand things like the way we understand each other. We have a particular way we communicate that sometimes when we are outside, we forget that we are out. And people look at us weird because we formed this bond that I feel that we've got a great synergy. And yes, for siblings that have, it's not all house siblings that are properly, they have the share particularly strong bond. And if there's anything I'm grateful for, is that my father actually facilitated that, that we have a strong bond.
Oh.
Bye, Jared. Okay. So, when do you intend to launch your new venture?
So I'm looking at first quarter next year.
Okay. Do you have, go on.
I had wanted, if all things go well, I had wanted to do a mini pilot.
Yeah, you have to. What would it look like?
So I wanted to start in my church with the old folks in the church during Christmas. I think what I wanted to do was to bring health personnel to come and then speak to them the issues that they face health-wise, and then to use that platform to tell them that, because one of the issues in every church is the disconnect between the younger people and the older people.
Right.
So to create an avenue for them to tell whatever issues or they may have and how they would also want to be approached by younger people. So more or less like a forum for them as well to express themselves. And then we have health personnel as well come to talk to them about issues and then how they go around them.
Very interesting. Okay, so you're not going to have anything like app, no technology.
So tech is the way right now. I don't think that there's not going to be any form of tech in this. If I'm creating a retired professionals network and I need the what do you call it to create a database of this, by all means,
Right.
I may want people to sign up. So it's possible that it's very highly likely actually that we may have to create a platform that would allow people to sign up to want to be part of this network. The same way, because I think in Barcelona, they actually have a concept like that, where what happens is that there's a website that both young and then old people actually sign up to. So in exchange for knowledge, the younger person does a chore for you, the older person, because probably
a chore.
So maybe you need someone to garden.
That's interesting.
Yes, I was actually surprised to find out. You need someone to garden. You need someone to probably pick some things up from somewhere else. So the person comes to you, you give whatever information you can give to that person, that young person, and then in exchange, the person does a chore for you. But it is a platform, and so I think that definitely we would have to create something like that.
Okay. I think it will sell though, because there's nothing like that on this side of the ocean.
Yep. But the issue with that is that how many young people are willing to do that?
To do a show?
Yes. Well, the culture is different
over there. Yeah. But it must not be a show. You said counseling before. Yeah. There are older people that would, I mean, there are several young people that would like that kind of older person, or even you can make it in such a way that they, to the extent that there is strong security on it, you can even use it for, you know how you need a listener, you need someone to listen.
Exactly.
Then you call this older person. He doesn't have to say anything, just listen to you talk, you know? So, yeah, there are so many things you can do with it. Unless he has something to contribute, then he says otherwise. I'm sure there are many young people that would not like to tell their friends what they're going through. But since it's a stranger, anonymous call, just call, vent yourself and listen, and then they'll, yeah.
Yes, actually, that's pretty interesting.
So I've given you an idea.
Yes, you have.
Yes, majority.
Yeah.
Okay. So what else do you have up your sleeves?
What else do I have up my sleeve?
Yeah.
So I think I also want to build a career at speaking
Okay.
as well. And like I said, I discovered that leadership was purpose.
Okay.
And
So in 3 points, give me your story. Bullet
I thought
bullet
I
points.
had mentioned my story, but
No.
okay. So in 3 points.
Yeah.
So
Bullet
one word,
points.
one word,
Yeah.
one word. I'm a leader.
Okay.
2, I'm striving to be not a people person, but someone who loves people.
Okay, so let's do it this way. Do you remember Kingsley? Did you watch it before yesterday, not day before? Yesterday? Did you watch yesterday?
Oh, just a couple yesterday.
Okay. There was a storytelling guy that came yesterday. He gave a blueprint on how to tell good story. So you go into the past of your life.
Okay. Okay.
And then you pick a date when you either your first awakening or a major incident.
Okay.
So it could be your parents, your dad's, was there a separation or just passing?
Passed away.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm sure that made an impact.
Yes.
So you could pick that date as your first awakening. And then you think about how that shaped or changed or reshaped the family life. Then you track it forward to the next date, major event in your life. And I'm guessing that will be your school days and things like that. And were you a good girl or bad girl in school?
I was a good girl.
Right. So you trace your journey through those years. Then you come to your final awakening. Say you woke up to yourself. When was that? Last year. Exactly. And you have your story. And the next one is your business. And then your call to action. Okay, can we try some? Okay, try it in your head.
Try it in my head.
Okay.
Let me try.
Yeah. Right.
So in 2019, I buried my daddy in 2019. And before that, I think I had been in denial about the fact that I was the first girl and I had been daddy's girl. The kind of things that I had access to with my dad, I don't think my brothers had that kind of access. The point where I was called his walking stick.
Mm.
And so when he passed, it was really tough. But instead of breaking down, I realized that it was time to grow up. And so I had to take charge and become the breadwinner at home and start making decisions that I had never made in my life.
Mm.
I didn't know about bills. I didn't know anything about that. And I had to learn the hard way because even though we knew that, because he was sick for a while, even though we knew that that was a possibility, I never thought it would be that abrupt. And so I had to learn how to take responsibility of my siblings, how to take responsibility of the home. And as a result, I started to think about my siblings more than I thought about myself. He has to go to school. He has to do this. By God's grace, I was working. I had just started working then. I think I had worked just about 2 years then. And I had a really supportive boss at that particular point in time in my life. And I was still growing as a manager in the IT firm and still learning new things. And I was still very excited about where I was at that particular point in time. And I started realizing that it was really easy
or I leaned very easily into leadership positions. I started taking roles in church. I became the leader of a theater group in church. And since that particular time, till I think around 2022, I was just okay doing that, taking care of home, taking care of my siblings, taking care of whatever my responsibilities were in church. But I realized that whatever group that I was put in, if there's a gap or someone is not taking control, I was extremely uncomfortable. If I expected that things were supposed to be done a particular way and they were not being done, I felt really uncomfortable. And so when you're put in a group, automatically, because you're the ones who is actually moving things along, you become the go-to person for decision making. Then in that particular routine, I met, there was someone who was my friend for a very long time. I knew what he was doing, but I did not understand it until he gave me a platform. He gave me an opportunity. It was an enterprise support organization, Tent Maker Ghana. He said, I have this, but I'm not here. I'm not in Ghana currently. And I want you to take charge of it. And that was the moment where I realized that, because for a long time, I was scared of exploring other things. But when he gave me that opportunity, I said, why not? Let me do this. And when I started, that was where I realized that, wow, there's a lot I can actually do. There's a lot I need to learn. There's a lot I can actually give. And it was that particular platform that really made me realize my need for social impact. As a person, I started to want to actually make social impact.
Okay.
And so whatever.
Imagine your story is too long, but it's not bad. The dates are correct. The life event, the lifeline or timeline, they are also easy to understand, easy to follow. You just have to chop it down. Okay.
Sure.
All right. Do you want to try again?
You want me to start all over?
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Trim it
Okay.
to come again. Yeah, but it's not their turn yet. Who is that? Bakari. Okay. So it's his turn. Sorry. All right, Marjorie.
Thank you very much.
I hope it's been useful.
It has.
Okay.
And I was telling your guy I wanted to pray with you if you would allow.
Oh,
I had wanted to do that in the beginning, but
okay.
let me just say something short.
Sure. Go on.
Our Heavenly Father, we thank you so much for Tom Chris. We thank you for how far you have brought him. And we pray, Lord Jesus, that the strength that is in you, we are made perfect in our weaknesses. And once we actually lean on you, you make us strong. And so, Father, Lord Jesus, we pray that you will strengthen him. We pray that you would lead him. We pray that you would guide him. We pray that you would grant him the wisdom that he needs to navigate through this next couple of days. We pray for supernatural grace. We pray for supernatural strength. We thank you for his life. And we pray that, Lord, you would take him higher and higher. In Jesus' name we pray with thanksgiving. Amen.
Thank you, Asafo Mame.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
Perfect time.
Wow, Marjorie.
To set the record. Powerful, powerful, powerful.
Okay, let's go.
Thank you. Oh my God.
Bidemi, is that you?
Yeah, that's me, Fat Eye, Bidevi Bakari.
How are
Been
you,
a
my man?
while, Mr. Tom Chris.
Yeah, it's been a while.
It's
How
been
you
a
doing?
real while. I'm okay, I'm good for the most part. Can't
Right.
complain.
God is good.
Awesome,
Where are you?
all the time. How are you doing?
I'm all right, thank you.
Awesome. Good to see you.
Likewise, man. Where
Yeah.
are you?
Okay, so I'm presently in a small city called Sarnia. It's
Okay.
located in Ontario, in Canada.
Right. How's the cold treating you?
Sure, if you look properly, you'll see me on my big jack, even though it's
Yeah.
we are just entering fall. We are not yet in winter, but fall
Right.
is actually as cold as it
Yeah.
can get.
Yeah. I can
Yeah,
understand.
yeah.
All right. I hear you have some arrangements, so let's get into it.
Okay. In what
Please
regard,
introduce
please?
yourself.
Okay, fine. So, where do I start from? I like to be as brief as possible. I
Yeah.
see myself as a lifelong learner, and I see myself as just a simple guy on the streets who's always been an entrepreneur all his life. I'm Fatai Bakari. I'm originally Nigerian, and I'm presently residing in Canada, Ontario.
Right.
Career-wise, I'm a project manager and a food systems specialist.
Right.
So let's leave it at that.
Right. Okay. So why Canada?
Why Canada? Okay,
Yeah.
so I've always wanted to live on the north of America,
Right.
right? And my goal had always been the United States of America. But somewhere along the line, that goal got changed. Let me say partly because of my wife. She's always been a Canadian fan all along. And when the opportunity came for us to decide either the States or Canada, obviously, you know, women always have their way of suppressing what they want over us. So she had the better at the end of the day.
Right.
And that's why we are here in Canada present.
Okay. How's work going?
Come again? I didn't get to that.
How's work? How's work going?
No, awesome, awesome. We can't complain.
Right.
We are contributing our own part to society.
Right. Your
Yeah.
topic is the role of mentorship in shaping career.
Yes.
How has mentorship helped you?
Okay, so if you look around you, I'm sure you will be noticing lately we have more young people.
Yeah.
And the trend has been going this way for a long time, and it will keep remaining like this for the next longest time I can think of. The trend of the youth, the younger people keep multiplying. And if you check the society, the menaces we have in the society keep increasing. And this can be contributed, or let me say attributed one way or the other, to lack of mentors in our society. Like people are no longer as credible as they were years ago. I remember as a child growing up, we had figures we looked up to, people who we wanted to model when we grew up. But if you assemble maybe 5, 10 young people today and you ask them about who are their mentors, who do they look up to, you'll be shocked to see that these people don't even understand what the role of a mentor is. They don't even know who mentors should be. You see most people looking up to maybe somebody who is rich out there, maybe someone who is a musician, a superstar. And when you ask them, why do you want to be a superstar? Why do you want to be like this person? Why is this person your role model or mentor? Most of their ideas about having a role model or a mentor is maybe mostly because of the fashionable lifestyle they see these people live. But then this is a trend I see. It's not just lacking perhaps where I am in Canada. It's a trend I've noticed while I was in the Caribbean. In fact, it was even worse in the Caribbean because I came from Africa. Africa, at least we still had some good norms. We still had parents who were instilling some good values in us and stuff. But back this way in the Caribbean, in Canada, this way, North America, you find that this trend of mentorship is no longer a value people hold with high esteem anymore. And now, bringing it back to career-wise, like I personally, if not for the shoulders of some mentors I stood upon, I don't think I would have made it, or not, I don't think I would have come this far. Let me use the word, not make. I would have come this far in life. And sometimes the place of mentor in shaping one's career goes a long way. It can't be underemphasized, or let me say overemphasized, because a mentor in career is someone who will guide you into a role or into your future or into what you should become out of life, what you should make out of life. And I just feel this is a topic, this is a subject, this is a debate that is long overdue for people should begin to maybe advocate towards, so that we can bring back the era of rightful mentorship, not just in life, but also in career and in every other aspect of living.
Right. I hear you. Do you plan to set up a mentorship project?
Well, since all what I've always been doing, let me say because like I've always been an entrepreneur all my life, and my style of entrepreneurship is more about giving back to the society, right? In everything I've done, I've always been guided by my principles and my standards. And I always use this as a measurement to see, because I know there are a lot of people looking up to me, just as I am looking up to a whole lot of people. So within my sphere, within my space, in everything I do, I've always factored in the place of mentorship. I've always factored in the aspect of mentoring the younger people, or not just the younger people, but at least people at large, people within my sphere and society. So coming back to your question, if I have it in mind, maybe to set up a mentorship program, sure I do. And I'm working towards it.
Right. Sorry about that. So, the question still becomes, there are reasons why it seems there's a disconnect between the older generation and the younger generation. And for the most part, it is because there are not enough systems where young people are hearing the voice of reason. So, I mean, since this awareness has come to you, not just in Canada, but from the Caribbean, I think when you have the ability, you should consider to do something about it and build that system that will help young people to get that transferable wisdom from the previous generation. So that the next generation behind them can have some springboard to operate from. What do you think about that?
Yeah, and this is a perception I really always all the time get to correct, because a lot of people think mentorship starts with someone pivoting it, and that's a misconception. You see, the aspect of mentorship is a general activity that everyone should participate in. Just you yourself, me, myself, everybody should always be a mentor in your own space, in your own sphere. Mentorship has to start with one's ideals. What are your ideals about life? What are your lenses? How do you view life? We all have to create a kind of a personal development plan where you and I together collectively can be a role model out there to people coming up and people around us. Like, I don't believe in starting up. Let me not say I don't believe in, or maybe let me say because of how it's been degenerated, how a lot of people start up NGOs, and at the end of the day, most times it becomes kind of a platform maybe for siphoning, for begging and other kind of things. I don't believe in that. What I believe in practicals, right? It's easier said than done. But as little as we can work together, holding our hands, each and every one of us, knowing that we are accountable for our actions in our own little spaces. This is the best way I feel mentorship can be brought back into the society. Because if you take, for instance, if you look back into time, I don't know what era. Okay, I want to believe you should be from my own era because I'm approaching I'm above my middle 30s presently. I remember way back when I was a child, when I was growing up, the society then was more sane than it is presently. I don't know if it is because of the triple C's, according to Peter Drucker, who says we are in the era of the accelerated change, overwhelming complexity, and tremendous competitions we find happening this day. I don't know if these are the reasons that are drifting people out of the norms and values we hold so dearly. Because you find it very difficult lately to say maybe there's a pioneer mentor out there who is maybe pushing for the growth of some form of mentorship. It's difficult to locate. Yes, we have a few here and there, and if you check it deep down, these few here and there, perhaps maybe they're already made in the sense that maybe they are stupendously okay, comfortable, and then they don't have a reason not to maybe be perceived as a model or perhaps give back in their own way. But if you check down, how do they make their funds? How do they make their money? How did they make it to where they are? You cannot see a straight jacket document, or how will I say, you cannot most times, just for a very few, like I said, but most times, if you check deep down, you will find that there were flaws along the way, one way or the other, before they got to maybe the limelight or wherever they are. And most times, people are only blinded by the limelight. They don't get to look beyond the limelight or deep down into the limelight to see, okay, how did this person actually arrive here?
Well, I mean, you are like a man looking at a house from the window. You see the shelves, you see things on the floor, but you don't know whether they are decorations or they are things that were thrown down. So unless you enter the house and make an informed, objective excavation of an observation of affairs, you can't really say this is what it is, because most of the statements that you made now are subjective, you know.
Yeah.
To categorize a generation is as this or that, or to say that the platforms that are pushing for mentorship are probably established for some other purposes, or that the individuals that establish those platforms might have had some other things, in their history. I don't think that's objective, to say the least. But yeah, obviously, is your perspective, and I respect that. Um, in my little understanding, I feel like yes, there is need for mentorship. There is need for transfer of knowledge from generation to generation. Um, it is happening in different ways. Um, the the reason why people see things is probably because they have a solution to it, or maybe just because they are awakened to the issue that they themselves need. So I'm not sure which one it is for you. What I do know for sure is that it's more profitable to, create a change than to criticize a problem. You know, um, I every time I admonish, our young people to be contributors to whatever problem they have solution that they have going on around them, be contributor to that solution. If you see a problem that you have capacity to solve, yeah, you do your bit on it, because we have, if you begin to list all the problems that are in the world, there are many of them, right? So
I think
yeah.
I think you're getting me a little bit twisted in a way. What I'm saying is far from where you're headed presently, because I was only giving you my own perspective. Because, like I said initially, I said I've been to the Caribbean. I spent almost all my life in Africa, right? I left Africa, I've been to the Caribbean, and also over here in North America. I said the challenges I see are the same everywhere. The younger people of our
Yeah, but
time are going through
our
this.
generation also, if you ask the previous generation from our generation, I'm 38, going to 39. If you ask the previous generation, they will tell you that our generation also are not listening to them. So the same thing you say about the generation following us, the Gen Z and Gen Alpha, the same thing the what are they called?
So
The
are you
previous generation will say about us.
are you saying the world presently is people are tilting in the right direction presently, the younger generation, in terms of holding our people accountable for their actions? Are
It's
you
not here or there.
justifying?
I mean, I don't have enough data to, generalize such a statement because it's
Okay,
not here nor there.
that's
Um,
why I'm saying if you let me not digress rather, but comment. That's why I'm saying I've taken time to study these things, and I'm saying this is the phase where we are at presently. We lack the right mentors, and the younger generation don't really understand the concept of mentorship to a large extent. And that is where I am saying mentorship is a concept that should be brought back as much as we can
who will bring
into
it back?
shaping people's career. And I said it
Who?
is a problem is a work for me and you and I. That's why I said it's not one person who is meant to pivot mentorship. It is both you and I, every person. If I
What do
preach,
you
advocate for
what do you
mentorship,
think you are doing now? What you're doing
presently,
now is still
presently,
mentorship because
exactly,
somebody
exactly,
can listen to you and
yeah,
they hear some wisdom and they use it and it's mentorship. I think that
exactly.
the problem is um, short form conversations don't always have uh, enough strength of argument inside it because if you had 1 hour, I will push you back, you will push me back, and at the end of the day, we'll find a middle ground or we will understand each other better. My platform, anybody that comes on my platform, they know they can't just say something and I will say, okay, I'll push you back. Whether you're saying the purest form of wisdom, I will push you to know if the wisdom is
Valid.
intrinsic from you or you just learned it from a book and came to rehearse
Yeah.
it for the public to say, oh, he's very smart, you know? So, yeah. But in any case, let's put a pin on it. We can always have another call later on in our next event. I have Victory on the call. As you know, the slot reallocated to you because of your schedule is 20
Yes, I
minutes.
have a
It's
very
22
tight
already.
schedule.
So
Yes.
let's bring in Victory and perhaps
Okay.
in the future we'll continue from where we stopped. Thank you
It's
so
a
much,
very
my
good
friend.
time. Thank you, Mr.
Sure.
Tom Cruise, and I wish
Sure.
you all the best in
Thanks.
this project. And I want to see it successful at the end of the day. And please, as much as you can, I know you're using S-Fan to do a lot of mentorship in your space,
Yeah.
and I want you to keep pushing the younger people you get to see on a daily basis on the reason why they should have clean lenses in selecting the right mentors for their own
Right.
career and life. That's
All
just the
right.
message,
Thank you so
basically.
much. All
Thank you so
right.
much. Yeah. Have a good one.
Victory, over to you.
Hello, Tom. It's amazing to finally be here. It's so good to hear from you. Can you hear me very well?
I can hear you loud and clear.
Yeah, that's perfect.
Please go ahead. Introduce yourself.
Okay, so my name is Victory Chinedu, and yeah, I I work with students a lot. So specifically, I work as a time management coach when it comes to my profession. Yes, and a bit about my passion. I love working with people. I love sharing minds or rubbing minds with people. It's something that I enjoy doing. Yeah, so that's what I can say for now about myself.
All right. Good to know. So, where are you based right now?
Okay, so I'm currently in Ghana. Yeah, I'm based in Ghana.
Okay. Wonderful. Yeah, we are talking about the time management, time management for professional development and career success. Correct? Great. So what is it that people are missing when it comes to time management?
Okay, so that's a big question because it's something that time management is something that has been in existence since time immemorial. But the only difference between then and now is that just like how the world is improving, we are going from we went from the stone age to the iron age, and now we're in the digital era. That's the same way time management is evolving. So I
Right.
believe that the mistake, or let me use the word mistake. The mistake on our part is that as we are evolving digitally and in every other area, we seem to forget that our time management is supposed to be developing with us. We seem to
Yeah.
forget that we are supposed to adapt to our environment based on the changes we are seeing. So I think that's one thing we are missing when it comes to time management. We fail to allow our time management skills to grow with us. Yeah. So there are a lot of myths on time management that people are still holding on to. And because we are still holding on to these myths, that's why it feels like time management is something that's no longer working for us. But when we get to understand these myths and break them, it helps us to adapt. And that's when we begin to see the results and the importance of time management. So yeah, that's the mistake. That's one thing I can say about that.
Wonderful. Okay, so how do you help young people who come to you for guidance on time management to refine their practices?
So I mentioned earlier that I work more and a lot with students. I've worked with professionals before, but
Right.
not as much as students. I am specifically specialized in working with students. So what I do is I have a coaching program, and by the means of this coaching program, we have both group coaching program, like a group coaching sessions, and one-on-one coaching
No
sessions.
worries.
We blend these two, and we use these two methods to train students. And what we simply do is telling them about time management strategies, making sure that they understand these strategies. And then aside understanding, the next thing we go on to show them is how to apply them and when to apply them. So these are the two main
Right.
things we focus on with the coaching program. And we blend two different ways of coaching just to make it tailored to everyone, because the way one person is going to learn and practice is different from the way another person is going to learn and practice. So we blend it so that everyone has an equal opportunity to blossom. So that's the simple explanation. And even outside the coaching sessions, we also blend in exercises. So the practice, like whatever that's being taught, you are practicing it at the spot. So that by the time you are done with the program, you are used to whatever you've heard and you've been listening to for a period of time, and then it's easy for you to incorporate it in your normal day-to-day activities. Today, that's what
Right.
I do for students.
Great. So walk me through the best time management strategy that you usually share.
I didn't get the question.
I want to improve my time management. How do I get to do that?
Okay. That's a big question, because improving time management is a whole journey on its own. Like I always say,
Yeah.
and I continue to say, it is not a one-day stuff. And for my coaching program, it goes for 21 days. Neither is it a 21 days journey. I always say this. It is something of a lifetime. It's something that you have to keep on putting in the effort to improve every day. So you might think that, okay, I've gone through the courses, I've gone through the program, I feel like I know the strategies. It doesn't stop there. The first thing you have to put in mind is that it doesn't stop there. It continues for the rest of your life. The learning continues. So let's come back to the question. So how do you improve your time management skills? I'll just give a brief summary on that. So the first thing, like I said, is to keep it in mind that you have to prepare yourself to continue learning, continue improving, continue building on what you have. Now, the second step is to be perseverant. To put it in a very simple English word, is to be serious. Now, why is this coming in? If, like I said earlier, time management is something that is gradual. It takes a while. It takes gradual steps. The issue is that people are not very serious about it, and they're not very perseverant to maintain that consistency to see the results. So the second thing that I always say is to improve your time management skills, you have to learn to be serious. You have to learn to be perseverant. You have to know that, yes, it's a continuous thing and it is gradual. Now keep on putting the effort little by little. That's the second point. Now, the third point is to then seek help, right? So you want to improve your time management skills. After you've taken over taking control of the 2 points I've mentioned, the next thing is to seek help. So that's maybe reaching out to an expert.
Seek help from victory.
Pardon?
Seek help from victory. Seek help from victory.
Yeah, could be, or you could reach out to any other person that is possible for you to reach out to the person, and you're sure that that person is going to deliver. I don't want to second it to just, yeah. So the next thing is to reach out to someone who is going to definitely help, because it's very important, because it's a journey you are starting, you don't know much about it. So you need someone who knows a lot about it to help you, to guide you. Yes, so.
Right.
Yeah.
So that's it. Is that it?
Just giving a brief summary.
Okay.
Yeah.
So if I come to seek the help, how would you help me?
Okay.
Let's assume that I'm always running late to events, and I come to you to help me with my time management skills. How would you help me?
Okay, that's a bit more specific. Okay, so let's take it. What I got from what you mentioned is lateness. Let's just take it simple, lateness. So we have someone who is, okay, let's say you're probably struggling with lateness. So the first question I'll always ask is, do you plan your day? That's always the first question. Do you plan your day? And then whatever answer you give me, the next question will be, how do you plan your day? So for instance, to avoid late coming, it means that you should be very conversant with your time schedule. Because if you ask a lot of people questions, why are you late? Why were you late? Why are you always late? There's always something they always keep on saying. It's either they say, oh, I don't know what happened, or I don't know how it happened. Like, that's the first thing they always say. Or they either give you excuse of something that came in without them planning for it or something. So planning is very, very key. So the first thing I'll ask is, do you plan? You would have given, or you should be able to give specific time allocations for particular tasks. So for instance, you're going for an event. If you planned your day, that event is supposed to be in your task. So then the next thing is estimation. So let's say you are leaving from home to the event. The next thing you ask yourself is, how many minutes or how long will it take me to go from my home to the place of the event? You should be able to estimate the time. Another issue people could have is estimating the time estimation. So you should be able to estimate the time. And you only do this based on just knowing how to estimate the time. And you should be able to get the right estimation, because if a journey is supposed to take you 20 minutes and you estimated 10 minutes, definitely it's going to affect and it's going to definitely make you go late for the program. So time estimation is something that is very important that you should work on improving. So you plan your day, you work on your time estimations. Now, when you're able to work on these two, you'd see that automatically you're able to curb lateness to an extent. So for instance, if you are coming in for the coaching program or whatever, you've brought up this issue, I'm always late for events, what do I do? The first thing we do for you is that we give an assessment. Why is he always going late? And I've given two reasons. It's either you are not estimating the time properly, or you are not planning your day as it should be. So if you take the assessment and we get to know the reason for being late, it helps us to know how to tackle it. So I'm putting a question to you. You've given me the scenario. So next question is, why do you think you are always late? I don't know if you, yeah, that'll help me to help you better. Do you understand my question?
Is that to me?
Yes, it's to you. Because you gave me a scenario, so I need to understand it better to give an better answer.
Yeah, but you've answered already.
Oh, okay, then that's perfect. And that's perfect.
All right. So are there tools that you give to your clients that you work with? Are there tools that you give to them to help them in planning their day?
Okay. So one of the tools, like I mentioned, was the first thing we always do is an assessment. So aside the assessment, when we get to find out the problem through that tool, the next thing we do is the sessions, and then straight to the question. We then give out templates. So we give templates, we give worksheets, and a whole lot of things. Templates to help. One of the templates we have is one to help with scheduling, know what to put in your to-do list and what should be there. So we have such templates. And then we have another template that helps you to track your energy cycle so that you know what part of the day to put a particular task and what part of the day not to put a particular task. So we have so many templates, but these two particular templates are what we use especially to help people know how to plan their day, to help them plan their day better. Yeah, so yeah, we have tools.
Okay. So what do the people that you've worked before with, what do they usually say? Do they say you help them, or have you noticed something different in their time management skills?
Okay, so like I mentioned earlier, the program is within a particular duration. And then we have a lot of, myself being the coach and then whoever I'm coaching, the coachee, we have a lot of interactions. So based on the interactions we have on a regular basis, I get to know if there has been improvement from when you initially joined the program till the particular time I'm here, till now, or till whenever we are comparing. Then aside that, we also have opportunities for them to mention or to state how the program has helped. And with that, we've had a lot of testimonials, let me put it that way. We've had a lot of testimonials. A lot of them have always mentioned how the program has helped them see significant improvements in a particular area or another. Mind you, everyone comes with their own unique challenge. So yes, we always have, yeah, we've always had that. We've always had that. Testimonials of them stating how the program has improved a particular area of their life or the other, depending on the issue they came with from the beginning. So yes, aside my personal interactions, we hear from the people we are training, and then it's been helping us know that we are doing a good job. We are meeting up to the task. Yeah.
Do you have case studies in your head that you want to share?
Do I have a what? I didn't get that.
Do you have case studies of people you worked with off by head?
Oh, okay. Yes. I think this is the most recent one and it's my favorite. So for instance, recently I had a participant, or let me say client, whose specific time management issue was screen time. So he mentioned the fact that the amount of time he spends on his phone, especially social media, was something that was really preventing him from achieving his goals, or let me be a bit more specific, preventing him from studying as a student. So we started the coaching program, and then he joined the coaching program rather, and then we started working together. So aside, like I said, we did assessments, and then we got to find out his actual baseline. So when I say baseline, we got to find out the on a normal occasion, how long does he spend on his phone? So when we got the baseline and we started applying strategies, we started meeting, we started having discussions and all that. By the end of the program, when he sent us, so during the program, he kept on sending his base, like how long he spent on his phone, and we kept comparing it to the initial baseline. By the end of the program, he sent a final screenshot, and then we saw a great decrease. Like when you compare the two screen times, we saw a great decrease. He was able to decrease his time, the time spent on his phone from, I think, 3 hours, 30 minutes down to about 2 hours a day. And that was something that was very big. So yes, that's a case study that I can say I can really remember, because we saw it as a big thing. He was able to cut down the screen time by about 1/3 of the usual time, and something great. So after by the time it was done, we gave him, or we didn't even give him, he mentioned that he was going to continue to cut it down to a lesser amount. But at the time he was completing, it was already at 2 hours. So that was something great. Yeah.
I see. Okay, that's nice. So how does time management lead to career success?
Okay. So first off, let me take the phrase time management. So let's take time management. There are two words in time management: time and management. Time is, let's take the word time. Time is sometimes constant. The same 24 hours, sorry, I have in a day, it's the same 24 hours that you have in a day, and that's the same for every other person. But the only thing that differentiates one person from another is, how do I use my time? How do you use your time? That's what differentiates. So you see that some particular amount of people are able to achieve more within the same 24 hours, whilst others are not able to achieve as much within the same 24 hours. So the question is, why? So now let's move on to management. Now, management is simply, in layman's language, management simply means to control, right? To control. Now, it means that, so putting this words together, it means it gives us an idea that what differentiates an achiever from, I don't want to use the word, I don't want to say non-achiever, but let's say from an achiever to a lesser achiever, is the fact that one of them is controlling their time better. So that's where time management comes in. One of them is able to control their time better to achieve more. So now let's bring it to the professional space. Now, one reason we work, or we go to work, or even let's bring it down to students. One reason why students are in school today is to eventually complete whatever they are studying and become best in whatever they are doing, so as to become productive, and every other reward can then come in. So productivity is something that is very, very important for everyone, because we want to see results. We want to get the reward of being a professional or finding ourselves in a particular career space. And then if we want to see that productivity, if productivity is something we all want to see, then it means that we have to learn how to control our time. We have to learn how to manage our time in such a way that we are able to achieve more. So that's where time management comes in. Time management gives you the opportunity to achieve more as a professional. Time management gives you the opportunity to achieve more and then gain that career success. So yeah, that's where time management comes in.
Okay. Well said. Okay. So, do you work with people that are not young people like yourself? Do you work with the older generation?
Okay, so not really. I work more with youth, yeah, students. And
Why?
because I believe that's my specialty. that's where I find my core strength. And for me to be able to help, it means that I should be able to use my core strength to help. So yeah, so I work more with students. I work more with the youth, to be more specific. Yeah.
Okay. All right. That's all the question I have for you. Is there something you need to say that I haven't asked you?
Oh, I can't think of anything.
Okay.
But maybe I'll just say this real quick, in addition to the explanation I gave earlier. So, and as one of the reasons why I work with students is because I believe that students of today are the professionals of tomorrow. So when you go to workplaces, you see that a lot of employers are putting a lot of effort to train their employees when it comes to their time management skills. It's something that has become very important, especially in this digital age where AI is coming into the space, and then we're getting to realize as humans that there are a lot faster ways to do stuff. Time management is something that has become very, very important in the workspace today because every employer wants to see productivity and see his company or his business or his organization grow. So the reason why I feel we should start training people from when they are still students, because like I said, students grow to become the professionals of tomorrow. So if we start training them now, if we start letting them know that there is something like time management, we start letting them know that time management is something that they have to learn to imbibe. We see that while they are still students and able to practice this, by the time they become professionals, they are used to managing their time. They are used to controlling their time, and they are used to seeing productivity. So if we're able to start on time, it makes it easier when they get to being professionals as compared to leaving them out of the picture and waiting till they are professionals before we start training them. I remember, like I said at the very beginning, time management is something that is very gradual. It takes step by step. So when you start on time, it allows you more time to take that gradual steps to becoming the person you want to be or to become a person of productivity. So that's one of the reasons why aside working with students is my core strength. Another reason why I chose working more with students is because of this fact. I feel like students are overlooked a lot and we're waiting for them to become professional before we start training them. I feel like that should not be the case. Like they say, catch them young and they'll be yours forever. So yeah, I think that's something I wanted to add to what I've said before.
Why are you too serious?
Pardon?
Why are you too serious?
I have a serious face naturally.
So if you had this beautiful smile, why are you showing me your bone face? Huh?
I have a serious face naturally. That's okay.
Victory.
Yeah.
Why are you showing me your bone face? The face you show those junior high school students. Why are you showing it to me? Don't you know you are joining history in the making? You are there showing me your bone face
Forgive
when you
me.
have that beautiful smile.
Forgive me.
Victory. You know, if you are from my village, you have to buy a white goat and come and beg me to forgive you. Do you know?
No, I don't know.
Okay. So next time, smile, okay?
I will.
Right.
I will.
Especially when you are doing a digital presentation. You are still a very young lady and you have a beautiful face and a beautiful smile. So smile, okay? So that people who are receiving your message will appreciate it, especially when you're talking about time management that people find to be abstract sometimes. You have content, but delivery of the content should be sweetened. Okay? Sometimes it's not about the content, it's about the delivery. How you say what you said is more important than what you said. All right? Okay. Let me give you a few minutes Say more words. Go on. Sell yourself. Sell your business.
Oh, okay. So
How do the people that work with you, how do they find you?
so a lot from where I school. I've had participants or clients from where I school, and then a lot from a lot of people I don't know. So we got to meet, let me say that way. We got to meet via social media, from my social media handles. Maybe they seen my posts or came along across my profile, and then they got intrigued and then they decided to join. So that's the two major inlets, my colleagues and then my social media handles. And yeah, so we do a coaching program, and the coaching program lasts for 21 days. We try to truncate a whole 6 months course into 21 days because I mean it's a time management course, so we have to start showing time management even from how we plan and organize our modules. So yes, it's 3 weeks, 21 days, and we have a mixture of coaching, group coaching sessions, and then one-on-one coaching sessions for a more personalized touch. And then we have exercises you take to help practice whatever that has been taught. I think that's one thing that's different from so many other courses we come across. We ensure that we are part of your journey when it comes to time management. And even after the course, we don't just, our relation doesn't end after the course. It continues. We allow for opportunities to bring up questions and even have one-on-one consultation and all that. So people that, or clients that start with us, we make sure that we continue with them. Like we are in it for life. So that's what I do basically. And aside that, by the time, whenever our clients are done with the course or the coaching program, to show a proof of completion, we give certificates and letter of recommendations upon request. Yeah. So we try to make it a whole package as much as possible to meet everyone's needs. So this is what I can say about my coaching
Do you have a
program.
website?
Pardon?
Do you have a website?
For now, no. We're working
Do you
on
have
that.
Okay, so where can people find you exactly?
So I'm very much established on LinkedIn. So on LinkedIn, to make it easy, just type in my name, Victory Chinedu, and then my profile will just pop out, or you see my profile. Yeah, and then I have opportunities where you can send me DMs, personal DMs, where you see the link when you go on my profile. So just click on the link and then you can have a DM, or you can have the ability to just register for the coaching program straight up. So I make it very easy for me to be accessible. Yeah. So LinkedIn, yes.
Okay. Say some words to young people who are entering their career on the importance of the subject we've treated. So those who are just, excuse me, young people who just entered their career, what would you like to say to them about time management?
Okay. So one thing I've always come up on, or I've always hit on, is that never start your day without planning. Entering a new career or starting up your career as a new person, or yeah, newly, let me say that way, it's sometimes going to be daunting. It's going to be a lot because it kind of like starting something new, something you've never done before. One thing that will always help is planning. So before you start your day, plan. And yes, plan your day based on your schedules. And then when it comes to planning your day, one key I'll always mention is the first thing is list out your long-term goals. This is something you should just do on your own. List out your long-term goals. And then when I say long-term goals, I mean what you seek to achieve in a long term, maybe in the next 5 years, for instance. You list them out, and then you come back to listing out your short-term goals. So your short-term goals should tally with your long-term goals. anything in your short-term goals that will not help you achieve your long-term goals shouldn't come in your short-term goals. Now, when you have these two lists on standby, it helps you know what to put in your daily to-do lists. That's how you start planning your day. So get your long-term goals, just sit down and think about it, list it out. Then decide if you put on your short-term goals. Your short-term goals are goals you can achieve in the less amount of time, maybe 2 weeks, 1 year, few months. Or even every day, you list them out and you should tell you your long-term goals. Then when you want to plan your day, you look at those short-term goals, and whatever that is not in your short-term goals shouldn't come in your to-do list. So yeah, that's one thing I would say. And always, like I said before, starting a new career is something new, something you've not done before. So keep it at the back of your mind that you have to be perseverant, right? Gradual steps. You have to be perseverant and consistent, sorry. And before you know it, it's perseverance and planning. You'd hit it, you'd get there. Yeah, so that's one simple message I have for you.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Victory Shinedum.
Thank you too.
Which one is your first name?
My first name is Victory.
Okay. Shinedum is your last name. Okay. Thank you very much. You've done well. All right. Take care of yourself. And since you are Madam Time Management, let me not waste 1 minute of your time before you come for me.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay. Bye-bye for now.
All the best.
Mr. Lenny. Hello. Are you ready? Okay. Introduce yourself.
My name is Lenny Jones Ajoda. I'm a Ghanaian. I currently work as a motion graphic designer at Ultranet, Ghana. I graduated Ghana GTUC in 2022.
Have we met before? Okay. Go on.
So I'm currently a motion graphic designer. I'm interested in cybersecurity, programming, and IT in general.
Great. Your topic is current technology and Ghana economy, correct? Okay. So let's go. What is the state of the current technology in Ghana?
You say technology in Ghana. It's poor.
Okay.
The
How so?
spirit of information technology in the country. It's not that great compared to outside.
Outside is where?
Pardon?
Where is outside?
The West.
Outside the road.
Okay, compared to other African countries and the West mostly.
Okay.
So we are just consumers. Sometimes it looks like we are pioneering, but we are just consumers if we really study it. And I think,
Let's go back.
Okay.
Let's go back to creating. I like to always put some, introduction into helping people understand your career journey before we jump into the main topic. I have a question to ask you about the outside, but let's put a pause on it and then go back to the very beginning. What did you study in uni?
IT, information technology.
Okay. And then your high school, did you do science or
I did
arts?
general arts.
Arts. How did you study information technology with arts?
So during that time, I wasn't that sure.
Okay.
So I became a little bit certain after, before university.
Okay.
I decided to go for IT.
Okay.
So that's how come I did science.
Right. Was this a product of counseling or just your indecision?
No, it wasn't counseling. I felt more inclined to IT.
Okay.
As I went on in high school.
Okay. You did the research and
Yeah, really research. It just came natural.
how is that? You dreamt of it?
I did. I did actually.
You did.
But
Tell me about it.
a couple of things, but I found myself being attracted to the field of IT.
Okay.
As time went on.
Okay.
So I was indulging, I was studying, doing research, and then I decided that's where I would like to. That's my field.
Right. Okay. What type of student were you when you were in high school? If your friends that knew you then, if they are describing you to another person, how would they describe you?
Starting off, I was actually very rowdy.
Okay.
Someone would describe it.
You stole the chalks and the cleaners from the other classes, eh? Okay. You went home before the closing bell. Definitely. You came to school with mufti. Yeah.
We're allowed to.
Okay. You don't wear uniform. Okay. Okay.
Last time went on, I became a little bit more reserved.
Was it like a mixed school? Okay. You went to ladies' hostel too? Once in a while. Okay.
I got in trouble for that once.
Right. Did they lock you in that room?
I was getting to my completion, so it was ignored.
It was ignored. But if it was like middle, they would have locked you in that room.
Time for me,
All right.
I guess. So I became a little bit more serious myself as I grew up.
Okay. How did that happen?
I think it happened naturally.
Okay.
I can't tell what triggered it. It's just natural.
Mm. Not bad. Usually is either we hear something from somebody or somebody insulted you or somebody challenged you or your mates begin to leave you behind in academics. Yeah.
None of what you said.
Okay.
I think it was a bit of maturity.
Okay.
Yes. Intellectual.
I see. Go on.
Yes, so asking how someone who knew me in high school would describe it.
Yeah.
Well, I became known for being really into IT.
Okay.
Last time we talked.
You repair things for people? Like what?
Laptops, phones,
Okay.
headphones.
Okay.
I like to open stuff just fun. People know for that too.
How did you learn?
I began at a young age.
By spoiling them.
That's how my dad would.
Okay.
Became more and more. I started to do more and more as time went on. And I was known for that.
Okay.
So I decided to go into IT and programming.
As a degree course. Which university can you study? GTUC, right. How was the experience?
Normal, nothing interesting.
Okay.
Very normal. And I found it easy.
Easy. Because you knew it or because you were not interested? Okay. It was what? Okay.
Well, I learned a lot. I picked up design. I picked up 3D design.
Right.
Really interested in 3D design.
Okay.
So I currently it's a career.
Okay.
That was in university.
Okay.
Still open some.
Okay. That's interesting. So the art is suspended and now information technology. Okay. Do you think your foundational years in art helped your information technology in any way?
I think my foundational years in IT helped my
IT. Okay.
helped my art.
Right. You started with IT and then now 3D. Okay, okay. I was getting it the other way. All right. How so?
How so?
How did it help?
How did it help me? I mean, it got me a career.
Okay. Tell me about it.
It's really recent. I started working as
Okay. Okay. What do you do?
I'm a motion graphics.
Okay.
So far, it's okay.
So how do every designer or creative or artist have a unique process? So what's your process when you work? Mm-hmm.
Two categories, which is the first one will be getting ideas.
Right.
They want to work on a design or a 3D video.
Okay.
First one will be getting ideas. The second one will be actually going.
Okay.
The hardest part I would say would be getting ideas because it's not something that you just do.
Right.
Something you kind of wait to happen to you.
Mm.
If that makes sense.
Mm.
It's not straightforward. So if you're able to get past that stage and then get creative hints or something, and how to do that's no problem for me.
Mm.
That one takes less time.
Okay. How do you search for idea then?
Pinterest, YouTube, other websites, art station, LinkedIn. Sometimes you have to wait for something to hit you. That's sometimes annoying because it wastes time.
What's the something?
That's sometimes annoying.
Okay.
Because it wastes time.
Okay.
Because you know what to do, but you don't know. You know how to do, but you don't know what to do.
Okay.
Getting ideas and then actually working.
Okay.
That's my plan.
Getting idea. Okay. So now you are told what to do, then you search for idea, you get the idea, you work on it, and what's the closing loop?
Yeah, I'm either working on something for myself,
Okay.
for my portfolio, or I'm working on something for a client, or I'm working on something for my work.
Mm.
Yeah, so for a client, the client will tell you what to do.
Okay.
Or he or she will give you an idea of the final product.
Okay.
Then you have to go and search for the ideas of something which takes the time. Then you actually work on it.
Mm.
But if I want to work on something, maybe for my portfolio, I would have to first think of what it's going to be before how it may look like. So that's two.
Mm.
Two more than if it were just a client. If it were for myself, I have to come up with what it is or get an idea of what it's going to look like.
Mm.
And then maybe draft it before actually working on it.
Mm.
And if I work on it, because I publish it.
Have you worked on something that you thought it was beautiful and it was condemned before?
That I thought it was beautiful and was condemned.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
I designed something for you.
Yeah. And I condemned it. Why did I condemn it? Okay. So it wasn't my fault. And I helped you to get a new job. And I put you on a stage, a global stage. So have I tried?
Yeah, you have.
Okay. Okay. So I'm not in the wrong in any way. I wasn't mean. Good. let's talk about young people and job search and the antecedents of those ones. How long were you looking for a job for?
I have been a freelancer since 2019.
Okay.
But after university, which was 2022, I had my national service for 1 year.
Okay.
Through 2023.
Okay.
After that, I was actually searching for a permanent job. All
Okay.
while with my freelance.
Okay.
So that would be 1 year.
1 year. What was the experience like?
Stressful.
Okay. What's one thing that people, let's say employers, don't really get about job seekers? Let me not say one thing. What are the things that employers don't get about job seekers?
When it comes to entry job seekers,
Yeah.
they expect you to have experience from wherever. You need to get a job before you get experience. So there's some conflicts here.
Okay.
So it's hard to get experience before you can get. Sometimes they need experience before you get internships. I'm not sure why that is. Yes, they don't get that. So it's hard on job seekers. So that would be a problem.
Okay. Is that all? Okay. So let's review the other side of it, which is interview. What do you wish the employers know in the process from interviewing to whether you get or not get?
Ambition, please.
Yeah.
I think they should know some people are able to learn on the job.
Okay.
They don't need to come knowing everything at once. You can learn and become better. So they should consider entry level people who are very enthusiastic and are willing and hardworking. So they should consider that.
But how do you know who is hardworking?
You can tell during the interview.
Okay.
Ask, you interview a person, you ask into their background. Maybe for artists, you ask of a portfolio or something. I think you can tell.
Okay. Let's go to the other side. How of how much relevance is feedback after interview is to you? Very relevant. Yeah. Okay, let's say to job seekers.
Very, very.
Why?
Feedback for if you are rejected or something.
Yeah.
Yes, it's very relevant.
Why?
Because I would like to know why I went wrong.
Okay.
What I can improve because I'm job seeking.
Okay.
So the event of another interview, at least I remember what you criticized and I'll improve on that until the next one.
Okay.
If I get criticized again, I'll add that and make some changes.
Okay.
And I get better and better.
Mm.
And then finally, hopefully, I land the job.
But the HR manager is busy.
So he or she doesn't give feedback.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a problem.
Okay.
So you can go online and search or ask your mentors for feedback and tips. But that won't be that much helpful because you are not criticized based on what you did. So you're not able to correct your exact mistakes.
Mm.
Yeah.
Okay. Now, another side is do you did your this in national service last year or last 2 years? Last year. Do you think national service is still of high relevance? Okay. Was yours useful for you? Okay.
My field, and I gained experience right out of university.
Okay.
So familiarizing with the workplace.
Okay.
It's compulsory though. I don't have a choice, but
Yeah, but if it wasn't compulsory, would you have done it?
maybe 50-50.
Okay.
But it's very relevant.
All right. The current technology and Ghana economy. All right. What do we need to know in this direction?
Yeah, so as I said, Ghana is quite becoming poorly the IT space.
Okay. Regarding which particular aspects?
Finding people who are into STEM.
Okay.
They are not at the forefront of STEM. And I think that's bad. Work on that.
So what can be done? Yeah.
At a young age, you can introduce the youth. Maybe some of them have interests, but they wouldn't know unless their attention is called to it. Provided with an environment that will let them nature any talents or interests. Yes, and in general, just getting the public to adapt digital technology and trends, and then go in depth rather than just being consumers and building on what's other people have done. And that should help.
But people are working on technology in Ghana. There are payment companies in Ghana. There are several technology companies in Ghana. So it's not as if there are no technology companies in Ghana. The problem is, when you, for example, let's use the issue of feedback to employ job applicants. As important as it is, for a job applicant to get feedback, the fact is sometimes even the most well-intentioned HR manager might not have time to send individual feedback, especially when the application was done in a way that he or she cannot excavate the emails easily, because, okay, say for example that everybody is sending their resume to a particular email and you receive 200 job applicants or applications, and now you shortlist your five. You do interview, and you select your one. Now you have to go back and start copying the email of all those 200 people. That's a lot of work.
For feedback.
Yeah.
To criticize their application.
Yeah, to tell them that the reason why they weren't chosen.
Yeah, that's a lot of work.
Yeah. So using that imperative with the state of technology in Ghana. Oh, yeah, obviously we know that Ghana is underperforming in terms of competitiveness, but still we have, people trying to create technology. You are part of the technology ecosystem now.
I still view them as consumers.
Okay.
Yeah, or we are not. We are not that.
Now you are using the right acronym, because I was going to ask, are you talking about other people in other jurisdiction or all of us here in Ghana?
How about the general population? On average.
Okay. Let me even push you on that. How many apps do you have on your phone? Do you know?
I have a lot. I can't put a number on it.
Okay. How many are paid? Yeah.
Three.
Which ones and which ones?
I have 2 music apps and
Okay.
Spotify.
Spotify and 2 other music apps, and that's it. So you are a consumer. You are part of the problem.
No, that's not.
No, but that's it. Eh? That's exactly it, because the problem is, let's say that a Ghanaian technology company created an app that is a premium app. Nobody will. Most people.
When I say consumer,
Uh,
I'm referring to the technology company that created the app.
Okay.
They are the consumers.
The technology company that created the apps are the consumers.
Kind of call them consumers.
Okay.
I don't know if that's too strong.
Explain. Let's hear.
As I said, Ghana is not really at the forefront.
Okay.
So maybe if you create an app for my company,
Uh-huh.
I will mostly get all my hardware from overseas, the West.
Okay.
Currently, we use serverless systems, so I'll probably go to Amazon and then set up my cloud solutions there. So, like, we are building on top of other things, even the companies.
Well, yeah, I get what you're saying. But then, yeah, infrastructure, but even more mature ecosystem like China, there are some of their frameworks that are America, and vice versa. So, yeah, I get what you're saying. It's like the way NVIDIA is. NVIDIA is being used by even Apple. Let's say that NVIDIA is an Australian company. It's either you become your own NVIDIA or you use the system that is available. You understand? So, yeah, that one, before we get, don't forget that America is way older than Ghana. Ghana is just 60 years. America, how old is America? 100 and? Yeah.
I don't think it adds up. I understand they are older, but
It doesn't add up. Really. Oh, then you need to answer the call of creating technology. Do you realize that some of your age mates in China have created apps that are serving the whole world already? Yeah, so we are all part of that.
China.
But then you are comparing Ghana to them.
Very, I'm saying we have kind of surface level tests, and then we outsource almost everything in depth.
Okay.
So we have a lot of programmers in Ghana. That's a good thing. But we don't see a lot of people interested in the hardware.
Sorry to cut. America is 248 years.
248 years. Mm.
Still not quite.
Still not quite. You, how many siblings do you have? 2 siblings. Do they all like you? Are you sure? Because you are the kind of person that your junior brother don't mind is a cynical senior brother. Are you cynical to your siblings? I know. Well, they will like you like that. You are their siblings, so they won't throw you away. The one good thing about being a cynic is that you can be a good critic and you can help a company ensure that they don't make, if you are in quality control, then every company will be very, very happy to have you. because anything that they brought to you, unless it's to a certain perfect position, then whoever made it will go and have to remake it again. Where did that start from? Mm-hmm. Was it, is your dad still alive? Is it like that?
Yes, but
Yeah,
I mean more.
more than him. Is your granddad alive? Okay. Yeah, I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. I think I've said this like more than 5 times. When you are young, you idolize your father. Then you get to a certain age, you antagonize him. Why is he not? Why didn't he buy the land that Zoom Lion was buying that time? Why didn't he do this? Why didn't you do that? And then you get to a certain point, you begin to humanize him again because you understand his struggles. So every child or every parent and their children go through these phases, especially the guys. Go through those phases with the parents. You know, what are the revelations that you're getting now about your parents?
Okay, so I guess we were right about a lot of things that I didn't see
Yeah.
early on.
Yeah. Yeah. It's always like that because then you didn't realize how much they were carrying or how much they were protecting you from until you get to the age of decision making. And then you realize that the world is somewhere. Have you apologized?
Apologized.
Yeah.
I mean, I gave them credit.
Okay. Those days.
No, the recent.
You have to apologize.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, you have to apologize and make things all right so that they can bless you and pray for you. One of the major secrets that children will ever get from their parents, prayer of the father or the mother. And the worst thing that can happen to any child is for the parent to curse him or her. Yeah. If you want to have an easy life, just lobby your parents to bless you. Yeah, because somehow God has put them in a position where most of what they say about you comes to pass. Yeah, I know that from a personal experience. So, do you know your dad's birthday?
Of course.
Yeah, so you have a secret of how to get him. You buy him the things they like. Ah,
I'm out to.
of course. Yeah. Your mom will be easy to, she won't even hold it against you at all. She will be easy to lobby. Yeah. So, do you have siblings that are girls?
All my siblings are girls. I'm a middle child.
Oh, okay. Then you don't have a problem because you're the middle one. Your elder sister has collected all the blows for you.
I still collect some of my.
Yeah, because those are self-imposed pressures. Oh, okay. Okay, makes sense.
I understand.
It makes sense. So your sister, what is your sisters, I should say, what do they do?
Younger sister just completed high school.
Okay.
He's about to go into university.
Okay.
Waiting on the results.
Right.
My older sister is a K-12.
Okay.
She's 1 year older than me.
Oh, then I know you did a lot of stubbornness for her back in the day. Oh, you have a lot of course correction to do. Just go and build her website and she will forgive you. Although she would have. And build a website. Sometimes people say you can find friends that are better than your siblings. But I feel like your siblings are still your siblings, and there are things that they will do for you that many people will never do for you. My personal experience, though, obviously, there will be some that won't mind you at all. Maybe one person will not mind you, but there are times when you just know that siblings are powerful. Yeah, like this project that we are having. My immediate elder brother, he was very, very, very instrumental in this program. You know, yeah, even just the concern alone or mobilizing people to come and watch it, you know, that kind of thing. And he's not even close to me. Nah.
Physically close.
Yeah. He's very, very far away. So what else are we talking about? What's our next subject? What's our next subject? Yeah. Technology. Are we done with the technology? Okay. Okay. So which part of Ghana would you prefer to live if you had to live in Ghana in your old age?
But I would like to live in Ebre.
Where?
Ebre.
Where is that?
It's just outside north of Accra.
Okay. Why there?
Why there?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
It's not that dense.
Right. Okay.
It's not that far from Accra.
Okay.
It's quite quiet, but there are amenities there.
Okay. How come there are amenities there? How come there are amenities?
That, but
Okay. Is there a retirement city for rich men? Okay.
probably.
Yeah, because if it's just ordinary city, I don't think there will be amenities like that. Just 1 second. Yeah, maybe it's a retirement city for some rich guys. Have you been there? Like, been there, been there?
Been there, been there.
Yeah.
I mean, I know where it is, and my younger sister's high school was there, so
Okay.
going there, I got to know the place.
Okay. All right. So if someone wants to go there, how do you book a car? Like, what do you tell the car?
Tell the car.
Yeah, if you're going there.
I wouldn't remember directions. If you ask me, I might get you mixed up.
Okay. I would
If
like
I'm
to.
going to go there, I think I'll use the map and I will get there.
What do you call it again?
Ebre.
Spell.
AB.
Ebury. The way you called it, Yeah, I know that. Yeah. No, it's for big boys. It's for big boys. Mm. Your dad tried though. That's where your sister went to school. Your dad tried. I should say your parents tried. Interesting. All right, Lenny. You've done 34 minutes. You've tried. Or we have tried. Yeah. Okay. Thank you for your time.
Oh.
All right. So tell your friends that you are part of history that has started because as at this time, we have crossed the current world record. Yeah, it was 55 hours and change. We've gotten to 56 hours. Yeah. But we are still going because we're aiming for at least 96 hours. Yes.
Yes. Sorry. Oh, you're doing
You want to do more? Mhm.
So, yeah, just put it. Or maybe it will press a button. Yeah, so you just.
Yes, it's correct. Yeah, it's correct.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
Correct. Yes.
Okay, awesome.
All right.
Hello. I should congratulate you, Charlie. You've done so well. I mean, now let's.
Yes,
Yeah.
let's bring you home.
How are you doing, by the way?
I'm all right, my man. How's it going?
Cool.
Too long, eh?
Yes.
Where have you been hiding?
I mean, life and all that. So, the last time we met in Accra,
Right.
so I moved to Kumasi, where
Okay.
I'm originally from.
Okay.
Yeah, and I have come back to Accra.
Right. Welcome back.
Thanks, man. All right.
All right. Let's do the
Yes.
Jojo.
Let's do it.
Please introduce yourself.
All right. My name is Enoch Apia Jr., but friends in the industry calls me a robot boy.
Where is that from, actually?
That's actually a name my mom gave me when I was a kid.
Robot boy.
Yeah.
Because
it's
he's bought
based-
every technology in the house.
No. It's based off an animation that I love.
Okay.
Yeah, it's robot boy animation, and I'm also into it. So
Right.
it's sort of, yeah. She started calling me that.
Interesting. And he's stuck.
Mhm.
Okay. Wow.
And funny thing, when I started using internet and I create an account, all the username tend
Yeah.
to be Joseph.
Right.
So I was like, let me just do Robot Boy.
Uh-huh.
So from then, every page that I create, every account that
Robot
I
boy.
create on online, Robot Boy is not taking. So I kind of stuck with it.
Very interesting.
Mhm.
Do you think in the future you will use it to create a business name or something like that?
I haven't actually thought about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, Dwayne Johnson, he has $7 in his pocket now.
Mhm.
His company is $7.
Mm.
Yeah. So it seems like Robot Boy can be maybe a gaming company or something like that.
I mean, what am I thinking? I'm at S-Fan. Of course, that idea.
Oh, yeah, you're at S-Fan, the home of ideas. Okay. So Let's begin from the very beginning.
Mhm.
You know, the first time I met you was at iSpace. How did let me begin from earlier than that.
Earlier than that.
Okay, so you have a cartoon that you like, which I suppose gave you an introduction to the world of tech in your boyhood years. Okay. So did that carry on into school?
Mhm. Surprisingly, no.
Okay.
So when I went to uni, I did biology.
Right.
Yeah, but then in uni, I was running a tech hub, not a tech hub, but internet hub with a couple of
Right.
friends.
Right.
So I was handling the digital marketing side,
Okay.
and my guys were doing the operation. So
Okay.
that was when marketing sparked in me.
Mm-hmm.
I started doing digital marketing from there.
Right. Was that how you got the job from iSpace?
Yes.
Okay.
And partly based on my networks that I fall in, because I mean I'm from Kumasi,
Right.
and that was where I was staying when I got the job.
Okay.
So it was because of the networks that I found myself in,
Yeah.
and I got the job offer
Mhm.
from Josiah and
Right.
Fifi,
Right.
and they brought me down here.
Okay. That was awesome.
No,
Yeah.
no. I joined them when iSpace was at Labon.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Okay.
2016.
Laboni.
Near Bosphorus.
Right.
You see
Right.
Bosphorus down there,
Right.
you
Right.
remember?
Yeah. 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 Ah, man, it's been a long time, man. That tall building.
Bosphorus, yes.
Yeah. I remember because there was one evening that you had we usually have those
Unlocked
happy hour.
series. Yes,
It was
happy
happy
hour.
hour.
Yes.
Yeah, there was unlocked series, but there
Yeah.
also happy hour off and on. Then I came and there was this guy. He had just sold his company from I think LA or something. I think it was LA. He had just sold his company and he came to Africa. And this guy, you can like he looks like money, right?
That's right. He smelled money.
He smelled money. And I was organizing a breakfast meeting. And so, we got talking. I shook his hand. His hand was so cool.
That's right.
And I was like, "Would you like to come and speak at my event?" He was like, "No, now, no, now."
That's right.
That voice, I never forgot it in my life.
I mean, yeah. Was he a diaspora person or
Yeah.
like white?
No,
Was
Black
like,
American.
yeah. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Yeah. He lived in Ghana for a while. I think he was trying to create some agriculture product of some sort. Yeah. I should have his contact somewhere. Yeah. Every time I remember his voice in my head, I remember iSpace. I was like, yeah, it's been a while.
Yeah.
What happened actually?
Me living iSpace.
Okay. First, Fifi left.
No.
Or he didn't leave.
No, they are still running iSpace.
Yeah. But is he still involved?
That one I can't best tell.
Okay.
Yeah, but we still do interact, but then I can't best tell if he is like
actively engaged.
Exactly, 100% engaged.
Because Josiah is the one that everybody sees now.
Yes, senior man.
Yeah. Man, it's been too long, right? Okay, so why did you leave?
I mean, I'll say career path.
Right.
Because especially if you're in digital marketing and an opportunity comes up that is way challenging, you need to take it in order to develop your skills. Yeah, so that was what happened, and I took it. Yeah.
iSpace was like the primal hub then, even
now.
Even now.
Yeah.
But it seems like the strategy is no longer what it was.
I mean,
businesses change strategy anyway.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. All right. So you started running the cyber cafe.
Yeah, as on campus.
Right.
Yeah. So basically, we're running. It wasn't a cyber cafe per se. So it was quite innovative. What we did was that we didn't have computers.
Right.
which is your typical internet cafe or cyber cafe.
Yeah.
We didn't have that. But what we had was internet.
Right.
So we went to Bolga. I completed UDS.
Okay.
So we went to Bolga and, we proposed to the Vodafone cafe over there that we want internet in our campus.
Right.
They should just bring it.
Mhm.
So they came to our premises. We were like, you guys trying to run an internet cafe here? I was like, yeah, we are running it. I was like, where is your computers? And we just told them, you fix the internet, the computers will come.
Mm.
Because the whole plan was that we will give the internet, then the student, because we realized a lot of students had laptops.
Mm.
But then one good thing was that the school's internet was trash.
Right.
So we sort of rode on that. So students will just come into our premises, they just hook up their laptop into our internet and start using.
Right.
The following month, the Vodafone guys came in to sort of do some sort of
Right.
reconnaissance,
Right.
response, and that's their tech there. And they realized it was full up. They're like, yeah, this is the internet cafe you're expecting. So basically, that's the whole idea.
That was smart.
It was. And we went to do the normal degree biology.
Right.
At the same time, the internet cafe was helping, put some cash
to
my pockets.
Right. That's impressive. Yeah. Okay. So after leaving iSpace, you started your podcasting.
Podcasting.
Yeah.
I actually started podcasting in 2018.
Okay.
But the whole issue was that I will put out, let's say, 3 episodes consecutively.
Right.
And go on a hiatus for like a month, 2 months.
Right.
Then I come back and put an episode.
Mm.
So it was just on and off.
Right.
So, but then 2024, I decided, Charlie,
let me do this thing.
Yeah, let me do this thing because I was getting a lot of questions on digital marketing. Maybe WhatsApp, Charlie, how do you like, Charlie, how about I expand these answers into an episode and just put it out there?
Right.
And just, a way to help the community.
Okay. What's the secret to podcasting?
You want to know?
Yeah.
Of course.
Yeah, I do.
Tenacity, Charlie.
Okay. Because it's a lot of work.
I tell you. And me being a perfectionist, Charlie, yesterday I slept, I think 1, because I wanted to put out a trailer.
Right.
Not just full episode.
Right.
A trailer.
Right.
Of an episode that is about to come. Yeah. So you just have to be all in all. If you want to do it, you just have to do it. You just don't dip your toe in and leave like that. So you have to be tenacious.
But it's coming back, right? Yeah. Or should I say it's fully back, because it's shaping the direction of the US election. Like, I've been following. It played a crucial role in the election period. Yeah.
And I like that. Because I actually I want that to happen in Ghana.
Yeah.
Yeah, I actually want that to happen in Ghana so that we will get various forms of education and not just only videos. And not just only articles reading and all that.
Yeah. Which some are propaganda.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. Because you talk about CNN as an example. CNN has been losing, numbers to podcasters.
Yeah.
In fact, there's this podcast that I really like, Valuetainment, PBD podcast.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Oh, Patrick Bet-David. If you listen to him, the guy is so good. Yeah. Patrick Bet-David.
Patrick Bet-David.
Yeah.
Let me note it
He
down.
is so good. Like, he even interviewed Donald Trump. Yeah. So one day he released his numbers. The podcast number is higher than what CNN was getting.
Wow.
Yeah, because CNN, for the most part, they don't do journalism anymore. For a lot of Well,
I understand that direction because for podcast consumption, people can consume it whilst working because it's just you use your ear.
Right.
And if you're able to multitask like me,
Yeah.
I love listening to podcasts whilst working.
Right.
You just be raking in the numbers.
Yeah.
Unlike
Yeah.
watching, that is how to be.
Right.
You can't do it whilst working. Yeah. So I understand the numbers.
Yeah. It's a huge new market now. The only problem is how do they make money? Apart from sponsorship and maybe
so what I want to take Colors on Social Media podcast is what I do to rake in money, but it's not a lot. So if you want to go into my buy me a coffee, it is there. It is not a lot, but then the angle that I want to take that is you subscribe to buy me a coffee, but then what you get is you won't only get the episode that I put out, but then you will get the behind the scenes. Like sometimes if a guest comes on and I'm just, conversing, some insights will pop in. That insight, probably my video is off, my mic is off, but my phone is running, the audio is running.
Yeah.
So that insight, it will be given to those who have subscribed to my Buy Me a Coffee.
Right.
And the good thing for that platform is that there's no cut up cost or charge to pay the creator.
Right.
The creator can, the supporter can decide to give $5, $2.
Right.
After all, you just want to buy a coffee for the creator. So that is one way that I'm using, to monetize the podcast. Another way is my merch. I have t-shirts, I have hoodies, I have a t-shirt that I love based on some t-shirt that I want to bring out it was made by a friend of mine.
Okay.
It's a unique t-shirt. I love those kind of t-shirt,
Right.
tie and dye.
Okay.
You see, the batik material, but then this one is tie and dye.
Yeah.
So those special merch also. I will
So
monetize that.
where would you be selling them?
Buy Me a Coffee also have a platform for shops.
Okay.
Yeah, so you can support by just buying me a coffee and take it a step further.
Yeah.
And purchase a merch.
Right.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Okay, so some episodes are exclusive to premium subscribers.
Not episode per se, but I would say segments.
Right.
Segments. Like maybe behind the scenes. Because what I will put out publicly will just be us conversing, but then I can take the opportunity to bring the guests in by giving them the behind the scenes of the studio.
Okay.
How probably I wasn't even wearing shoe, nobody will see. But then I'm not saying that shoe is a selling point,
Right.
but I'm just trying to picture paint the picture. Yeah.
Is it of higher incentive then for people to buy you a coffee?
I don't mind because the whole idea.
No, I mean the behind the scene. Is it?
Right.
Yeah.
Like something for them to spend money on, right?
Yeah.
No. So the thing is that I don't just give them the behind the scenes.
Okay.
I also give them sort of behind the scenes conversation.
Okay.
You see, that is one.
Right.
And some templates that I do, my own personal templates that I think it helps.
Right.
It will help a digital marketer.
Right.
If you're a supporter, you get access to all of those.
Okay.
Yeah, and basically you get a first-hand notice of an episode that goes out.
Right. Have you tried already?
Sorry?
Have you tried already?
Yep.
And it worked? Okay.
It works.
Yeah.
Initially, I thought it won't work because, we are in Ghana.
Yeah.
But then I saw that you can connect it to your Stripe.
Okay.
So once you connect it to Stripe, it works.
You have a Stripe account. How did you create it?
It's there. You go to their stripe.com.
Yeah. With what did you register with?
The normal usual ways.
Right.
And then you connect your bank account.
Okay.
A bank with GT.
Right.
Connect it to them, then it works.
So you could effectively use Stripe without having to register.
Change VPN or
Yeah.
No.
Okay.
So I don't need to change my VPN now.
And you didn't need to register your business with
US
Stripe
Delaware.
Atlas.
No.
Okay.
No. I think they are running is sort of an API thingy.
Right.
Buy me a coffee and
Right.
Stripe is doing.
Yeah, that makes sense because okay, yeah, that makes sense. So the payment processor is Stripe for buy me a coffee and not Stripe for Enoch.
No.
Right. Right.
You get the technical.
Yeah.
I mean, it's too much. I just want my money if it comes.
That makes absolute sense. Okay. Interesting.
Yeah.
The business of podcasting.
Mm-hmm.
That makes absolute sense. So how many episodes have you recorded now?
The last time I checked, I think 70.
70.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yes.
What were you saying?
What was I say? So the good thing about my podcast is that it's not only me.
Okay.
That's it. I mean, I sometimes give out my own, I call it Enoch Stick.
Right.
And basically that one is based on questions that I got within the week.
Right.
Then like the original idea of the podcast, then I just sit in front of the camera and just dish out my insights and all that. And another segment is I invite my friends in the industry.
Right.
Then I place a topic on the table. Then we discuss it.
Right.
So that's why I've reached 70.
Okay.
It's not only me.
Yeah, because I wonder.
Yeah.
How many hours do you spend? What?
Yeah. Do you want to know?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's a one-man production team.
Okay.
And 2024, I was so lucky enough to get guys at Tribal Mark to help me with producing.
What's Tribal Mark?
Tribal Mark Studio. It's a studio
Okay.
where I do the recording.
Right.
Initially, I was just recording in my wardrobe. You blank everything out, you get good sound. So right now, the production, behind the scenes, standing behind the camera and the audio, Tribal Mark guys handle that perfectly for me. Then I do the editing myself, the post-production, anything myself, the marketing myself, everything myself. So let's see, if I release every Saturday, 10 a.m., right? And I record on Saturday. Sunday, I don't work on podcast. I don't actually work, right? Then Monday, I spend 2 hours. 2 hours. So I release bi-weekly. So every day I spend 2 hours on it, hoping that the following week, Wednesday, is finalized. But then on Monday, the guest, if I invited a guest, on Monday, the guest should get a raw file to check if maybe I'm destroying his or a brand.
Yeah.
Or, so the guest will get the raw file on Monday. Whilst the guest is reviewing, I'm doing the other gimmicks of the episode, checking the audio, the video angles and all that. Then Wednesday is cooked. Then I schedule for Saturday.
Right.
So if you subscribe, you are supporting me on Buy Me a Coffee. Wednesday, you will get it. Then, but then if you are not supporting, you get a public release on Saturday.
On Saturday.
Yeah.
That's interesting.
It is.
So the early access gives people more incentive to buy subscription.
And for subscription too, you also get access to my one-on-one.
Okay.
My one-on-one calendar. So if you subscribe, you can just choose my calendar and book a time with me.
That's too stressful.
I know, right?
Yeah.
I know. But I don't usually get the one-on-one a lot.
Okay.
Yeah. Sometimes maybe a month I get 1 or 2.
What did they ask you?
About digital marketing.
Okay.
Yeah, mainly about that.
Okay.
So before you fill it up, it's there. We are only gonna talk about digital. I can't talk about life. I can't talk about finances.
Right.
I can't talk about relationship. So only digital marketing.
But I'll ask you about relationship.
You will ask me?
Yes.
Oh, sure.
Okay, let's try to enter the topic.
All right.
Yeah. All right. Digital marketing best practices for startups. How long have you been a digital marketer?
I can say with my chest out, over 10 years.
Over 10 years.
Yeah.
So in this period, what's the most significant change you've seen?
In the industry or my
in the industry? Yeah.
Right now, the control by the platform is way too much.
Right.
As in we live by the bid of the platform.
Right.
Unlike when I started, you put a content out
And it goes.
It goes.
Yeah.
You get a reach.
CPU cost is good.
Exactly. You don't have to put in money in.
Right.
Yeah. You don't have to do any calculation. You don't have to do any strategy. It goes. But right now, you have to put a thought behind it.
Right.
Even the caption, the positioning of the same things. You have to even think through.
All right.
So yeah, these are all controlled by the platforms. But then again, yeah, it's not ours. So we just live by the hands of them.
How do you get the best incentive for the cost per mileage of a platform like LinkedIn?
When you say cost per mileage,
yeah,
CPM.
Yeah.
Okay, right. So CPM is actually cost per 1,000 impressions.
Okay.
That is the actual
measurement.
Yeah, the actual full name of the abbreviation.
Okay.
Yeah, so cost per so now the question again.
How do you get the best incentive?
The best incentive, as in the best reach.
Yeah, reach and beyond reach also conversion. I mean, well, it depends on what the objective is. It could be reach, it could be conversion. But I like conversion always.
Okay, so now the conversion to you, what is conversion to you?
Sign up.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So now that is the ultimate objective that you want to achieve with LinkedIn.
Always.
Okay, so now the question is, how do you get that?
Yeah.
In the least you can do is include your sign up link in your captions.
Right.
But then again, just don't just include the links. Why should people sign up? You should give them something, the reason why they should sign up, and then it will fall through.
Right.
But you remember, as I said, we are controlled by the platform, so you have to also put some money behind so that your content will reach people who are likely to sign up. Yeah.
It's becoming crazy. The volume of it used to be like Facebook was too open, initially $5, $10. It goes like TikTok. But right now, Facebook, it seems like if you put something there, like you're playing. But a bit recently, it seems like their algorithm changed more recently, right?
Yeah. I mean, I understand them because they are business.
Yeah.
Don't Chris.
Yeah.
You'll never run a business at a loss.
Right.
Yeah. So I understand them. But then again, I also will blame marketers. Yeah. I also will blame marketers to some extent because if you get it wrong with your targeting, you'll be throwing money to them.
Right.
Yeah. If you get it wrong with your offer, for you, your conversion is sign up. If you get it wrong with your landing page, you say sign up, you go there, then they are watching video. There is no even form for them to sign. You just be giving them money.
Right.
So yeah, the cost is higher, but then marketers are also to be blamed to that extent. Yeah.
When you are designing an artwork for stuff like promotional assets, which one is more important for you, the thumbnail or the main flyer?
Okay, so thumbnail means we are talking about YouTube now.
Well, YouTube or still our dear LinkedIn.
Our dear LinkedIn.
Yeah.
I mean, thumbnail is everything.
Thumbnail is
Right.
everything.
Thumbnail is everything because it is the first thing that they
People will see. Yeah.
It's the first thing that they see.
Yeah.
Before they start reading your caption.
Right.
Yeah. So a typical example, the what do you call it? The artwork you did for us, the speakers.
Right.
I posted on my LinkedIn, my WhatsApp, my everywhere.
Right.
Not everywhere, but
I know.
You know that.
Yeah.
So I posted there and people were, hey, good job, all the best. You know, they are cheering me
Right.
on. So I was like, guys, did you read what did you read it? It's not me. I'm actually going to support. It's not me. So you should go and cheer Tom Cruise. I mean, I'm just going to spend an hour pay when I come. You get it?
Right.
So with that one, they probably didn't read it well.
They just saw your picture and that's
Exactly.
it.
And the logo,
Yeah.
the GWR logo, I am a speaker.
Yeah.
They didn't read it.
Right.
But your name, Tom Cruise,
Was there.
yeah. Tiny. So with that one,
Right.
they will see it. But then they didn't get the comps.
Right.
You see.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm saying. It's all about your thumbnail.
Right.
What do you want before you even design thumbnails? Think about it. What do I want to communicate with this thumbnail? And make that one take at least, I would say at most 20%
Right.
of the design. You see.
Mm.
And the way you design the thumbnail or the image will direct the marketing journey, the customer journey that
Right.
you want the thumbnail to achieve,
Right.
whether awareness, consideration, or conversion. You get it? So starting from the bottom, conversion, if you want sign-ups,
Yeah.
clearly you have to make the sign-up visible enough.
The first impression.
Exactly,
Yeah.
first impression.
Yeah.
And if you want people to ask you questions, that is consideration.
Yeah.
You have to make something,
Yeah.
place the artwork in front of them so that they will consider your brand or your business. The
Right.
awareness there. Awareness there. You have to make your brand visible enough, your logo.
Yeah.
If you are what do you call it? You are selling an app.
Right.
Make the app visible, with everything and all that.
Yeah. You know, I saw this guy. He was recruiting a graphic designer.
Okay.
He wasn't advertising for a graphic designer. He said thumbnail design specialist.
Yeah. This guy. Yeah. So I don't know if you follow the YouTubers,
No.
MKBHD and Mr.
Yeah.
Then their thumbnails.
Yeah.
Is they don't joke with it.
Not at all.
At all.
Yeah.
At all. And they understand the essence of thumbnails.
Yes.
Because they know the platform.
Yeah.
You see?
Yeah.
And they don't joke with it.
Absolutely. Yeah. It's amazing, eh? So in terms of back to podcasting again, do you do video podcasts?
Yep.
Okay. So now you do one macro and you chop it into whatever you want.
Okay. So initially, I'm an audiophile.
Right.
I love audio. So I wanted to maintain the integrity of a podcast.
Right.
It's an audio experience.
Right.
You have to do that. But then, again, we are being led by users and listeners. I check the data, I check the trends happening in podcasting, especially in Ghana.
Right.
Now I realize a lot of people are watching
Video.
podcasts. Yeah, they are watching podcasts.
Yeah. Listening to podcast. Yeah.
Yeah, so I had to include video production inside.
That raises your spending to how much?
That would be time. If time is currency.
Okay.
Because you remember I do everything myself.
Okay.
Yeah, so but the good thing
studio
is,
time? What about studio time?
It's the same time.
Okay.
It's the same time.
Okay.
So the video I repurpose it
Right.
audio.
Right.
So I just
Extract the audio.
And in fact, where I host the show, Spotify, they accept video. So it's just one content, then I push it everywhere.
That's impressive.
It is.
Podcasts. I should have started my podcast, but
what is preventing you? Do you want me to
No, I had my hands in a lot of things like a child, like with a bad attitude, but in a good way, in a good way. The way I wanted to do it, the way I originally wanted to do it. If you see the concept, oh,
Now I can't wait.
but
I mean,
I'll just start. I'll just
yeah,
start. This is the podcast actually.
yeah, and
So
actually, we are human beings are visionary creatures.
yeah,
No matter, everybody is a visionary creature
yeah,
because you can envision what you want.
right.
So as long as we are that, that's why AI can't win
Mhm.
because what we envision, AI hasn't reached there yet
Mm.
because AI works with past data, past
Well,
experience.
well, I can't bank on that.
Tell me.
I have some clients that we work with, and you see, right now, that's a valid statement, right? But not for long. Siri, shut up.
Seriously, keep dropping.
I know. So if we get to the point of, say, singularity, and
We are going there. Okay.
obviously,
Yeah,
how long will it
yeah.
take? Just was it yesterday or when? You know what Elon Musk did?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, and you can't tell me Nvidia doesn't have a secret in the oven,
Singularity.
So
We will get there.
you give it like 10 years,
We will get there.
max 10 years. If it's too far, 10 years. By 2030, you just have to buy your own robot and focus on something else. But yeah, you are still right. In terms of, because the more things change, the more they remain the same. I mean, podcast was there, and then it died, and now it's back again. And copywriters were the hot cake in the olden days. Then it was like they are dying, and now GPT is back, and prompters are like something. What are prompters? Copywriters.
It's funny.
Yeah.
A very good friend of mine, last week I released an episode about influencer marketing.
Right.
And my guest, Priscilla Aseye February, is an influencer marketing specialist.
Right.
So a very good friend of mine sent me a message. What is an influencer marketing specialist? And I had to explain it to her that, Charlie, it's one of the new jobs that have come, like a prompter.
Yeah.
This is my first time hearing this.
Yeah.
But I know copywriter.
Right.
Now, a prompter is someone who works with LLMs.
GPT, yeah.
Interesting.
And it's the same as a copywriter, because in copywriting, you have to dissect the message and break it down into actionable, trigger points. Yeah. And who is a prompter? If you want to get the best prompt, to get the best results, you need to think about it and tell the LLM, what exactly you need it to do, how you want it to do what you need, and you get the best result. So the more things change, the more they remain the same.
True.
And yeah, technology is obviously going to shake and shape a lot of things. Then we find a way to put them to better use, and we re-engineer the process. Either we start selling robots. Right. Right.
Get there.
Yeah. So, oh no, I'm not. I'm not scared. It's just that we pay attention to history, so we don't become casualties of history. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, back to digital marketing. Now we have we have content marketing as one of the most profitable aspects of digital marketing. Is that your angle?
That was my angle. I mean, when you start with digital marketing, you tend to have arms like the octopus.
Right.
You dip your hand
Everywhere.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Copywriter, community manager,
Mhm.
videographer,
Right.
video editor.
Right.
Yeah, so I have those skill sets, but right now my expertise lies in paid
Good.
advertisement.
Ah, I see.
You know,
Right.
putting money behind the platform,
Right.
strategizing,
Mhm.
audience targeting,
Right.
basically the overarching whole strategy.
Okay. So what do you target? Is it when you consult for a startup team and you want to help them optimize the process and you're talking to maybe the head of content, what do you is the where at the funnel is your focus?
Okay, so my first question, the first question that I'll ask the startup will be, who's your target audience?
Right.
That target audience, getting it right, will determine the platform where we need to play on.
Right.
Will determine the content that we
Yeah.
need to put out.
Right.
So I believe once they get the target audience right, we are halfway there.
Right.
So get the target audience right, then we continue the journey.
Right. Yeah, you're right. Because if it's B2B, then there is no point in going to some other platforms. You just, yeah. So TikTok, are you into TikTok?
I don't dance over there. So I can't dance to save my life. But yeah, I will TikTok because I'm in the industry.
Right.
I need to be on the platforms,
Right.
know how they work,
Yeah.
learn about it, how it performs. So I am on TikTok.
Right.
Yeah.
My fiance says it's a bipolar app. It's a bipolar app.
You see, and that's they engineered it, the way they engineered it was so marvelous. Because even without an account, you
Right.
can still consume the content.
Yeah.
And the content will be tailored to you, even without an account.
Yeah.
Which is so marvelous.
Right.
So I believe, I mean, I don't know the behind the scenes of that. But then I believe they use attention, they measure attention.
Obviously.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because if they realize that you are spending a lot of time on these sort of content,
Yeah. The algorithm will keep it.
exactly
Yeah.
feeding it to you.
Yeah. 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 That's why it's so addictive.
Yeah, I don't play over there because if you play over there, you won't work. If you play over there, you won't work. So
TikTok is
I
a
only
foolish
go
platform.
there to post my stuff.
Right.
Swipe 1, 2, 3, 4.
Right.
I'm done.
I use it sometimes. You know, sometimes you post something and they will give you millions of views. Well, I haven't gotten millions of views, though.
Yeah.
You know, but then you post another one, you see 100 views.
100. Chris, you are even saying 100 views. You post another one that will say you are violating the policy. I'm sorry, this music that you are listening to, I them myself. It's not nobody's music. So how am I violating your music policy? You want me to dance before you? I'll just
Give me my tail, let me go. That app is a funny platform.
Yeah.
But a lot of people are making so much money from it, though.
Yeah.
Especially young Gen Z and
content creators.
yeah, them.
And you have to tell me because I want to.
Yeah, they are the ones that make a lot of money from TikTok.
I mean, the what do you call it? Just as you're saying, the viewership, it can skyrocket your content too much.
Yes.
But in Ghana, we are sort of limited to some extent.
Right.
Because you can't run advertisement on it, unlike Instagram, that you can just boost and get your content out there. TikTok, I think you have to run it through agencies.
I don't know how it works for advertisements.
Sorry?
I don't know how the advertisement works.
Oh.
I'm still very new.
It's just like, I don't know if you are familiar with Reels.
Reels. Yeah.
You see, you are scrolling through your Reels, an ad will come.
Yeah.
It's just the same.
The same thing.
Yeah, just like the same thing for Snapchat also.
Right.
If you are, scrolling through your Snap.
I'll never be on Snapchat.
What?
because it's too much.
It's too much.
Yeah.
Too much than TikTok.
I just joined TikTok like yesterday. Because these platforms are getting overwhelming, man.
You see, one thing that I will advise you is
Right.
that, and again, this advice, you're a human being, you can counter it into do what on Android we call it digital well-being. I don't know iPhones, how you guys you call it, but on Android, digital well-being.
Okay.
So with that one, you can time your usage of these apps.
Oh.
That you want to spend. It's not possible.
Well, because of some of the things I do. So I do my research first of all on social media. My research on social media, and I used to manage some accounts for brands. So you will say, "Let me just post and go away," but then you want to make exactly.
Yeah,
so it makes it difficult, and also I do my purchases most of the time from the social media platforms, especially
so what I would
Instagram.
say is be intentional.
Yeah, you try to be intentional. Then you see some nice, inspiring content, and by the time you know what's happening, I reviewed everything on the page, and you're like, I'll be here for 1 hour.
Yeah.
The life of a
So
digital
be
marketer.
intentional. One way that I counter that
Yeah.
is if I see a good content that I think, oh, I love this.
Save.
But then my time on the app is up, I'll save it.
Yeah, I do that.
I'll save it so that later on that I have time and I'll go to my saves.
My friend says create multiple accounts, one for your education, one for it's too much. Yeah.
People even create what we call Finsta. So this account they'll use to stalk and do their on social media.
It's too much. Wow. So the future of digital marketing. What is it that brands need to do, to optimize processes, especially in these days when there are so much bots and things?
Yeah. So one advice that I'll give brands is for them to find the alignment between digital objectives and business objectives.
Okay.
Get it?
Yeah.
Yeah. So a typical example, a brand. Obviously, every business wants money. Every business wants money, or in your case, signups. But then I think
the sign up is money, of course. Yeah.
So everybody wants these things. That is the ultimate goal. But then a brand might come to you. They'll be like, "We want likes." But then again, you getting likes is just you playing on a section of digital platforms, which is social media. There are other digital channels that you can play on, which with the same money, you can use it to get the ultimate business goal, which is the sales or signups. So they should find alignment.
Yeah.
What do I want for the business? I want sales. Okay. Now, when I come to digital, what translates into sales? If we find that, then we can arrive at that. But if there's no alignment between that, well, we're getting likes. Likes is just even if I see the logo, it's just one time.
Yeah.
I tap on it.
Yeah.
But then it won't translate into.
Yeah. I call that one idle interest.
Oh,
idle interest.
I didn't know that.
I call it idle interest because the fact that the person liked it doesn't mean that they are interested in the ad.
Idle interest.
Yeah. Yeah. Vanity metrics.
Because I know it to be vanity
metrics.
Yeah. But I actually don't like saying vanity metrics.
Okay.
Because likes, it gives trust to your brand on the platform, which is social.
Right.
So it translates to social trust.
Right.
But then you don't have to spend all your marketing budget on
likes. Right.
It's just one platform.
But also the argument could be that social trust can translate to future sales.
Future sales. When you can get sales. That is in hand is what?
Better than yeah.
You can get the sales now.
Yeah.
You want future.
Right.
Tom Chris.
Yeah, that's why even customer journey is not reliable, because whatever strategy you executed or established rather, it doesn't mean that's how the customer will buy.
Yeah.
They might see the ad on, say, Google,
Yeah.
and see it on LinkedIn, but they will not buy until their friend
Yeah, tells them.
recommends it. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
Charlie, as you want the work is hard. They're almost flipping.
Okay, so what are the other checklists that startups need to put in consideration when thinking around digital marketing?
So I've talked about what you call it, target audience.
Right.
The next one will be data.
Okay.
They should consume data as if their life depends on it.
Right.
Because these data that is presented to you by the platforms, they are actually the actions that your user carries out when they visit your page or they follow your page. So you should be able to translate the data. If I'm getting 1 million reach, what does it mean? 1 million reach out of which target audience? Okay. If I'm getting if I see 50% drop off as they are going through the sales funnel, I mean the purchase funnel, what does it mean? How can I rope them back in using the data that analytics is providing me? You see, so they get their target audience, they are roping them in on their website, but they should be able to translate the data that these platform is giving to them.
Yeah, data is important. Which tools do you use for data collection?
Data analysis. My go-to, no two ways about it, Google Analytics.
All right.
Right now it's called GA4. It's just,
good.
Yeah, it's good. It gives you everything.
Okay.
It's like the moment a person, if you have a website, the moment the person visits your website, whatever the person, your user is doing, Google Analytics captures it.
All right.
Then you can go behind the scenes,
Right.
look through the behaviors of the users, what they were doing. They visited this website. When they went there, how many minutes did they spend on there? Why?
Right.
Because, for instance, if you are sending them if you are driving traffic to a web page that has your video, the video is, let's say, 10 minutes long, right? So the whole view completion of the video is your objective.
Okay.
You want people, because you want to tell a brand story.
Yeah.
You want to tell them something, like the ads that you are showing. You see, you can't just watch 5 seconds and go.
Yeah.
You have to watch to get a message.
All right.
So if they visit the website and they watch 5 seconds and drop, why? Google Analytics will tell you that they visit the website, they watch 5 seconds. Then as a marketer, you can go behind the scene, talk to your creative guy, tell him, Charlie, the video that we put out, it looks like they are dropping off. How can we optimize it so that they watch it through?
Yeah.
We can't get this by just looking at the website.
Obviously,
use a tool like Google Analytics to do that.
Yeah. There are some other tools though, but yeah.
Yeah, so that is for the website, but then the social media platforms, Facebook and Instagram, I mean the whole Meta's
they have the native analysis
they
system.
have their own dashboard behind.
Yeah.
If you want to run ads on Meta, any of the platforms, be it Instagram or Facebook, they have their own ads ads manager on there that will analyze your campaigns, right to your creatives, how all the creatives that you put out, the ads that you put out, how they performed. See, if this artwork that you put out, it was able to convert people so that you use that one for your future campaigns. They are all there. Yeah.
Impressive. Okay. So now, okay, you are measuring now on paid ads.
Yeah.
I was going to ask you content marketing and video production, which is your most
strong
powerful.
strong fold.
Yeah.
I mean, I love production.
Right.
Because if I see something, I know how I want it to be. I love being behind the scenes,
Right.
directing stuff. So I love production.
Right.
Yeah.
That's
Because
good.
even for the podcast episodes that I put out, Tribal Man guys will be like, Charlie, let him do his own production. Right to the little bit of the backlight that I use. Yeah.
That's nice. Okay, so by the way, if you have any need for this, it's open, so you can come.
This premises.
Yeah.
Interesting.
I won't charge you a lot of money.
Sorry?
I won't charge you a lot of money.
Hmm.
So you can.
I see studio lights here and there.
You can come do your thing here.
Awesome. Awesome.
So yeah, but we will be, by God's grace, after this event, we will start putting out content.
Yeah.
Serious content. Okay, so let's go to.
Sorry, I need to ask. This set, are you? I mean, I'm getting Saturday. These Jimmy Fallon. Is that the angle you guys take?
Yeah, I like those guys. You know,
right?
Yeah, I like them.
Oh, okay.
I like that style. Yeah,
yeah.
I like that style. You know, those guys are the naughtiest people on TV.
But I love them. I love them.
Yeah, I like the style. They make the guests comfortable, and the show is unstructured.
Yep.
They can even say whatever they like. What they are so naughty.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
sorry, you were asking something before I brought in the Jimmy Kimmel thing.
No, it's okay. I was going to go back to your other project. So if iSpace says come back and take us through the process of what you were doing before, is that still doable?
Oh yes.
Okay.
I don't at all.
But it
I
hasn't.
wouldn't even think twice about it.
But it hasn't.
No.
Okay.
I wouldn't even think because there's this adage, animal who are from if the bird dies in the sky, the feathers fall down. So always your roots is there.
Yeah.
I mean, I started.
Yeah. I like that.
Yeah.
I like that.
I wouldn't even think twice about it.
What about Impact Hub?
Impact Hub.
Yeah.
I didn't work with, but
Yeah,
of course
no.
we were in the industry.
Have you been there recently? It's been a while I was there.
But I think they've moved into real estate.
It seems, right?
Yeah. I checked their website. I haven't been to that side of town before,
Right.
Because just here.
Yeah.
But it looks like they've moved into real estate. I need to check.
Me neither. Since we left the hub for a while now. Yeah, but it seems also Victor is also, no, not Victor.
Kelechi.
No, not Kelechi. The man himself. He's not on any social media anymore.
Yeah.
He's so private. William, yeah.
William.
Yeah.
I got it right.
Yeah.
I think
his private life is fine though.
Yeah, I mean, that's it.
Yeah.
I mean, the whole idea is but because of the industry we find ourselves.
Yeah.
I can't stay off social media.
Me neither.
Yeah.
I mean, without social media, there wouldn't be any S fun. Yeah. It was social media. Everything started on social media. Yeah.
And now we are having this.
Yeah. So if it wasn't social media, I wouldn't even get the investment because it was also social media that.
True.
Yeah. You know. Now I'm looking at creating our platform. That's why we're not streaming like generally on social media for this event.
I wanted to ask you. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah.
Now I get this contest.
Yeah. We are looking at platform ownership. Yeah. You know, because I've done a lot of things, it seems they're all stuck on social media. People people don't see the journey.
Yeah,
It seems like the company is just starting. Yeah, but we've been doing activities.
But those who knows,
Yeah, well.
that's I know.
So we are putting our structure together, organizing things and making it more harmonized and beautiful, you know.
If it's related to digital marketing, just call me up. I mean,
Sure. We have a course on digital marketing for Ready for Work. So yeah. So maybe you'll be our agent lecturer. Who knows? Yeah. We pray to God to give us all the glory. The glory to make everything happen. And then we'll return it to him when we are done using the
That's it.
Yeah. Okay. I have a few more topics for us to discuss. So how engaged are you still in the ecosystem? Well, let's start from the other side of the question is our ecosystem still bubbling in your eyes?
I'm trying to get the ecosystem here because you see, with me and you,
Yeah.
if I'm conversing with you, if I'm
Right.
talking with you, I find myself in two ecosystems.
Right.
Digital marketing and startup.
Okay.
So I'm trying to figure out which
The
one.
Ghana
Are you
startup
talking about the
ecosystem.
startup or
The Ghana startup
So
ecosystem.
startups, I'm not in it at the moment.
Right.
I'm not in the ecosystem, but then
Right.
I read about them.
Right.
Yeah, so I see that it's still thriving. I mean, people are, bringing
Doing a lot
putting
of
up
things.
business in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, and hubs also still supporting.
Right.
So yeah, they are still thriving.
Ghana Tech Lab.
Exactly.
Right.
They are there.
Right.
And a lot of hubs are also opening up in other regions. Northern Region Open Academy, Driapa, and Western. Yeah, so that one, if I'm to rate mine, for lack of better words, my illness in startups, I'll put it at, let's say, 30.
Okay.
As against 18 digital marketing.
Right. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And I suppose because that's what pays your bills. Yeah.
How good do that?
Yeah.
The money there, and then of course you have to dedicate.
Yeah. Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, I'm still keen on helping startups.
Right.
I'm still keen on helping up and coming digital marketers. Because yeah, my when I was starting, my whole issue was that I wasn't getting a lot of brands to try my hands on for me to, test and film.
Okay.
Yeah, so if I'm helping other up and coming digital marketers and I get brands, I can guide them so that they test and film.
Right. And that's one of the most important thing, that you get that soft landing. Yeah. It's vital.
Because failing is failing. I mean, you can't decide not to fail.
Okay.
Yeah. And even that you have to fail early.
You
learn from it then. Yeah, because that's how we learn. Yeah.
Wonderful. So where is your missus?
My missus. Oh, she's up.
Okay.
Thank you. So probably she's on her way.
Okay. Okay. That's good. That's good to know. Is she also in digital digital marketing?
No. She's far
from digital marketing.
Yeah, she's in the human resource industry.
Okay.
Yeah, her digital presence is just emails.
Right.
She's very, very far from.
Right. Well, we share something in common there. Yeah. A woman not like attention at all.
Yeah.
Yeah. She doesn't like attention at all. Yeah. Which is important, right? Yeah. Peace of mind. Gentlemen. So we one day have like an agency, digital marketing agency.
Like a full-fledged
Yeah.
agency. Yeah, I mean, that's part of the plan.
Okay.
Yeah. Where I can consolidate all my expertise,
Mm.
my skills and everything. It's part of the plan.
But the agency survived though.
That is the thing. Because agencies still surviving outside.
Outside or in Ghana.
Yeah, but in Ghana too.
Okay.
They are actually surviving.
Oh yeah.
One thing is that businesses are also trying to get their own in-house person.
Agencies.
But
Yeah.
again, this in-house person coming in can't do all the work.
Right.
So they sort of become the bridge between the agency and the business.
Mm.
So yeah, agency was still surviving Ghana. Yeah.
I hardly see, well, because maybe my scope is limited. Yeah. Some of the agencies I knew in, like, I don't see them anymore.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I know the reason. The reason is, for you, let's say that this is a S-Fan job, and this is a Vodafone job, this is MTN job. And then you are doing this job, which is Vodafone, the one you like,
yeah.
and MTN and S-Fan subcontracted to your guys. So the problem becomes quality referencing. So the problem that agencies have is the one who bid for the job isn't always the person who does the job. Yeah. And at the end of the day, the quality of what was bid, diminishes. So that's the problem that agencies have.
I mean, agencies are the ish.
Mm.
If you want to be in the digital marketing space, no two ways about it.
Mm.
If you start working on if you start doing your small
Mm.
and you get an opportunity to work on an agency,
Mm.
take it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because you get exposed to various brands.
Mm.
Mm. Where these brands, some are just their objective is just awareness.
Right.
Others, their objective is conversion.
Right.
So you get to experience all of these,
Yeah.
learning from them.
Yeah.
And a good part about agency life is that most agencies have learning platforms.
Right.
For you, free of charge, as long as you are an employee over there.
Mm-hmm.
So you get a chance to also learn from agency, and not just, you won't be learning from your peers, you'll be learning from global peers also.
Mm.
So if you're a digital marketing person and you get a chance to work at an agency, please take it.
Mm.
Yeah. Don't say, some people will say agency is too much work. But yeah, that is it. You get a chance to also learn from these too much work.
Now, let me ask you the other side of the question. Do you think that's what made Andela fail, the first business model? I shouldn't say Andela fail. That's not a good phrase.
Yeah.
Their first made them change their
model pivot.
Yeah. Yeah.
Andela, they were outsourcing developers, right? That was the first.
I think the concept was that they train the students and the developers, and then the developers sort of become joined to the company as in-house team.
They
And
outsource them.
yes, and at a point, the time from what I heard, between the training time and the time of job, access wasn't so much.
Acquisition.
Yeah. And then it became like a burden for some of the companies that use the services.
Yeah.
So now they have to switch to getting the best of the best, So
interesting. I can't best still.
Mm.
The reason you heard, yeah, because I love Dandela, although
Everybody does.
Yeah,
Yeah.
although I'm not a developer. Yeah. Just came in my mind. What could be the reason? Is it that I'm just inferring here?
Right.
Is it that maybe the developers weren't trained enough and that these big organizations, when they employ them, they couldn't see their value? I don't.
Well, unless they publish their paper.
That one.
Yeah. Unless they publish their paper. Anyway, so life as a creative in Ghana, what is it like?
As a creative, I'm not a creative,
But you're a creative.
yeah.
The real story. The real story, not the diplomatic story.
So, what can I say as a creative? Sometimes brands sort of directs you. They direct you, and although you are a designer, a creative person, let me put it that way, you're a creative person and you are designing, you are working based on your design principles, because let's say a brand has seen some other brand doing it this way, they will direct you that do it that way, do it this. But then according to your design principles, probably that's not how you are to do that. If you're looking at the overall objective of the design that you want to put out, what they are saying won't work. Although you put out the design, but it won't be a functional design. So basically, yeah, they are sort of sometimes directed by brands.
You didn't tell me anything.
Hey, because I'm treading carefully here.
Right.
Yeah, because I'm not like a creative, but then I have creative anger.
Yeah, you're creative. You do digital marketing, you do graphic design, you do podcasts, you do video design. You're creative. You are giving me a diplomatic answer. Life as a creative in Ghana. What if someone is coming in from Kenya and say, or from Lagos, he wants to understand
The creative.
Yeah, the creative landscape in Ghana. So we encourage someone to be a creative in Ghana.
Oh yes, because it's an avenue for you to push out your creativity.
Yeah. So what is the life like?
Oh, okay. I mean, what I know from them is that they spend long hours on designs. They get a lot of what do you call it?
Everybody spends long hours. Everybody spends long hours. Some of us we spend 2 weeks on research before we write one article,
No, but yeah, I mean, you have to, what do you call it? You don't have to just know about 1, 2.
Okay.
Yeah, as in, yeah, let's say you're a graphic designer.
You
just don't have to rely only on Photoshop. You have to know about Illustrator, because you might fall into in the midst of some brands that they require you to use Illustrator to do your design.
Okay.
So that one, so it can be like a hiccup for you.
Okay. Would you one day want to teach in a school? Yeah, a lecturer. Okay.
Whilst I was with the agency side, at the agency side, I was sort of the main person that knew how
Okay.
I sort of ran them through the whole media space and everything.
Right.
So I love teaching.
Okay.
I love teaching.
Okay. So if you're a teacher in, say, HSC University, for example, and you are required to design
I'm required to.
If you are required to design like
Because
over.
you know what we are talking about. I want you to speak it into existence. That's what I'm saying.
Maybe it will happen. If you are required to change the digital marketing or use digital marketing, I say, if you are required to use digital marketing to change the course of the university's marketing processes, how would you do it?
I have to sit down
and think around
and
it.
think about, because actually I love them.
Yeah.
I love their marketing process and everything. So I have to sit down, do an intensive auditing.
Right.
And try, not even find, and try to figure a way around.
Right.
So as I'm in this hot seat,
but maybe if you say it here, then when they hear what you said,
it's not that I know and I don't wanna. I have to sit down because
and think it through.
Think through, because what you are asking is a strategy question.
Right.
Yeah, so I have to sit down and think through their whole online presence. Why are they online?
Right.
And try and figure a way around it.
How do you market a university?
That is the thing.
Tell me.
How do I market a university?
Yeah.
Hey. Okay. Most university is just like any other school. Yeah, sort of. So basically, people want to know why they should come into the university.
Right.
And the only way you can show them why the need for them to come to that particular university is to tell them the product of this university. That is one strategy. The product that came out of this university. See, you use the products, the alumni. Now that we know, we use the alumni to sell the product. Sell the university. That is one way. Another way, you can talk about the facilities, and we can talk about the curriculum that the school has. We can even use the environment, because some people will go to a university, some people will go to university for the experience also. Yeah, so there's a whole lot of ways that you can use to market the university.
Right. Okay, so at GSEW University, you have a prospective head of digital marketing here. The prospective head of digital marketing.
Speak it into existence.
It can happen. It's possible.
Yeah.
We have a very beautiful platform where you
Can I answer that?
please direct it here. I'm told that.
Okay.
Yeah.
No, I just want to contribute to what you were saying.
Yeah, I'm told that you might go against us. So.
Okay, then that's fine.
Because
Even
of
if he directs it through you.
No. If you direct me, then I'll, because it's a Guinness World Record attempt. There was a guy.
Don't worry, Tosin. I will do a session. Then you can ask me everything. Don't worry.
Yeah, we can
right now we are trying to
break this record. Yeah.
Speaking of that, we are 10 hours in, so I have to restream again.
Come again?
We are 10 hours in, so I have to cut and come up again.
So let's get to the top of the hour.
Okay.
Yeah. Actually, at the top of the hour, we have 20 minutes break.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Then
yeah. Oh, wonderful. 338 people are watching you.
Oh.
Yeah.
Hi.
So that's beautiful. Oh, actually, 426. 426.
That's good.
They're enjoying what they're hearing.
Yeah, that's good. That's a good number.
Absolutely. Okay. So in wrapping up, we have 7 minutes. So let's make use of these 7 minutes.
Okay.
Let's talk about your failure experiences.
My failure.
Which one hurt you the most?
Mm.
Mm.
I'm trying to recall because I try to push failure, learn from it, push it aside.
Right. Now let me bring it fresh to memory.
Okay. I mean, the whole feeling of not your campaign working according to your strategy, even following all the data, that all the case studies that you've read, but then it didn't work well. And the reason for that was, again, the target audience.
Did you lose the business?
No.
Okay.
It was just a part of a campaign.
Okay.
So, and the good thing about this client was that I explained everything to him, that this was the shortfall that I encountered. I should have taken note of the target audience, but then it didn't work well. And basically, yeah, it was basically like market research. That was the whole downfall, because I didn't anticipate that I had to spend a lot in this market. I planned according to my normal planning.
Right.
But I should have looked at the market competitiveness, so that I will pitch to the client that we need to spend more, we need to run this strategy instead, we need to go on this particular platform in order to make value for our money.
Which one made you lose the clients?
Sorry, which one?
Yeah.
Those per se, I haven't encountered that.
Okay.
It's basically.
Then tell me a better story. Tell me a better story.
No.
That one was an error, not a failure.
So most of the projects is usually 3 months, 6 months.
Okay.
And that freelance was 3 months, 6 months. Then I move.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's not like full time.
Okay.
Yeah.
Then tell me a failure experience that.
So I
that
haven't.
Will inform people of some useful learning experiences.
So I haven't lost a client before.
Oh, you haven't failed in your life?
No. I told you I just failed. I just failed at a campaign.
Digital marketer, the way you are protecting your
no reputation.
Protecting your words and protecting your words and
I'm choosing my words correctly.
It's okay. I mean,
no. So it was that, but then I don't know if they didn't renew. I mean, they didn't renew the contract. It was because of that. Yeah, that's why the client didn't renew the contract.
I'll take it so that you leave me alone.
Yeah. Yeah, so that's that.
Okay. All right. Talk to those who are aspiring digital marketing professionals.
Okay, my camera.
Yep.
All right. So if you want to be in digital marketing, you have to be ready to learn, right? Either learning from your peers. Yesterday, I had a session with Generation Ghana, a cohort, and the same thing that I told them, I want to tell you, you have to be ready to learn either from your peers, from blogs, listen to podcasts related to digital marketing, because our space is ever changing. That is one. We are controlled by the platforms, the algorithms and all that. And if you don't learn, you will get left behind. So basically, never stop to learn. Yeah. And if you want to learn,
Ladies and gentlemen, that was the robot guy. Robot boy.
This your DJ
FM DJ voice.
done too much.
Congrats, bro. I'm acting as if there is an injection given to me. I don't even know where this energy came from. I think maybe I was enjoying the topic. Now I have lots of energy from somewhere.
Glad.
Wow.
Because I was watching when I got home yesterday.
Right.
and you were tired.
I was so tired. I was so out.
It's like you were asking.
God, why? God, why? God, I beg. Like, hey, yesterday it wasn't a joke. It wasn't a joke.
And I realized even the guy talking, I've forgotten his name. The guy talking, I can see from your face that you were not even listening. You were just, you want your presence to be felt. So that's why you were there. Then the guy was like,
I was trying to listen hard. I was trying my best to listen. I was trying my best to listen, but I think if not for all the trainings that we've had in the past, maybe I would have fainted yesterday. Yeah. You never know how difficult the thing is until you do it yourself. And not sleeping, oh my goodness. It's a lot of work.
Charlie, not sleeping, you lose your mental.
Yeah.
3 days, you're not sleeping.
Yeah, you hear some bell in your head.
Yeah.
Tick, 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 tick. Well, it's 58. So
Oh, okay.
we can.
So 2 more minutes.
Yeah.
Oh.
2 more hours.
Ah.
So
Okay.
your minutes are good. Your minutes are good.
I mean, I'm glad. I mean, I hope you enjoyed the conversation.
I did, man. I did. It was a
has
good
brought in some
conversation.
energy
Yeah.
for you to
Yeah. You gave me the failure experience, like take it and leave me alone.
Don't worry, I will fill in. I'll tell you more.
No worries, my bro.
All right, Charlie. Thanks for having me.
Thank you, my man.
Right. Now second on
Yeah, break.
Oh.
And how can a continent with the most extensive trade bloc and brightest minds on the planet continue to be infantilized and plundered? The answer is simple. Our education system, the bridge from misery to hope and the promise of progress, is broken. Kids go to school and fill their brains with outdated information and data that has zero real-world relevance. And then the administrators send them off like robots to search for jobs that do not exist. 6 years later, they're still carrying CVs from office to office. As a for-youth, by-youth company, Stars from All Nations understands these challenges firsthand, and we figured out a way to help Africa's teeming youth population become globally competitive and win. It's simple. We create frameworks and support services that help Africa's young geniuses to unlock their potentials, and in turn, act as catalysts to help others live on their terms. Our epic SFAM events bring the brightest thought leaders around the world in the same room with young people to spark meaningful conversations. Our Ready for Work Digital Career Accelerator makes use of artificial intelligence and machine learning to equip job seekers with skills, create easy-to-use pipelines for them, and help recruiters make data-driven decisions. SFAN also provides businesses and individuals with on-demand services that help them actualize their dreams and thrive. Our target market is worth over $130 billion, and this number could receive at least 60% upside in the next 5 years. SFAN is rightly positioned to capture more than 20% of this market. We are the education company for the young and ambitious thinker. For so long, Africa's youth has been characterized as a ticking time bomb and a grievous.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, wherever you might be on this beautiful planet. My name is Tom Christian Emewulu, and I'm excited because it's barely 7 days away from our exciting Global Student Entrepreneurship Week, which, as you know, is the Guinness World Record edition. You know, I'm aiming to break the Guinness World Record for the longest interview marathon through this exciting Student Entrepreneurship Week, the 5th edition. For some of you that may not know what exactly this programming is all about, I established Student Entrepreneurship Week in 2018 to create a platform for budding entrepreneurs to explore their entrepreneurial impulses by learning from investors, entrepreneurs, and ecosystem leaders from around the world. The last edition brought together over 6,000 people online and on-site in 2021. Now, this edition is going to be unique in every way because we are mobilizing over 96 speakers because we've now opened the wait list and considering to extend the timeline into what will become a history-making project. And I'm glad to say, I'm thrilled to say we filled all the speaker slots and we have a lot more people wanting to join. So why am I doing this? If I ask the question, some of you have asked the question, Tom Cruise, why are you doing this? And it's very simple. I'm doing this to use it as a platform. I'm trying to break this record, to use it as a platform to really draw attention to our smart, intelligent system called Ready for Work, which we've created for early career professionals and entry-level job seekers to help them to unlock their potential. Now, Ready for Work really leverages artificial intelligence and machine learning to help Africa's youth understand how they stack up against their competition and give them tools and resources to upskill and become of higher value when seeking gainful and meaningful work. You know, it doesn't make sense to spend 4 years of degree course and be carrying CV from office to office like a robot for jobs that do not exist. That's what Ready for Work really is out to solve. So we've been having exciting success stories from this program, which we've had 5 cohorts of it. And 126 people have leveraged our platform and our system to make their life progressive and meaningful on their own terms. And I've been told if a lot more people, a lot more young Africans know about this Ready for Work platform, they will utilize it, they will take advantage of it, they will be part of the global workforce. And so that's what this Guinness World Record attempt is really all about. And I really want to thank every one of you that have joined us in the process of mobilizing attention for the speakers and the programming. I thank you so much. But we still have a lot more work to do. You know, you can join us today. Visit the website, sfanonline.org, sfanonline.org, and you will see a lot more ways that you can participate. Go to the event website, click the event, go to Student Entrepreneurship Week. You will see a lot more ways that you can join forces with us in making this happen, making it successful. Now, beyond that, I really want to also answer some of the questions that we've been receiving in the process of creating this project. Number one is, how is this going to be happening? Well, we've structured the Guinness World Record attempt into a hybrid programming in the sense that we'll be creating it, we'll be streaming from here, from our office at Spintex. So some of you will be able to join us on site. The speakers will be here.